Aussie.
And kicking it off for another Friday night party. Weird times. Oh, yes, Musical Aviator can't stay long because of storm damage. Busy night at work. Absolutely understand that. All around the neighborhood, so many branches come down. Though we didn't actually lose power here. A lot of people did. So hello also Megaleech and Jeremy, if you're still here. And to all and sundry who join. Hey, Safa. Yes, it was a pretty wild storm, more intense for some than others. Yeah, we didn't get significant hail. Jeremy, it's that time of year, and it's going to get a bit more so in the next couple of months. We're not yet at the longest day. Solstice. Okay, it's not till Christmas, like 22nd December. So it's just going to keep being more light for another 2 months. Gets to the stage where about almost the first hour of the stream, there's a little bit of light behind me. Makes it that much harder for me wanting to make videos on Friday night live streams, but Cest Lavai. Safa, hopefully no one gets thunderstorm asthma because it's pretty high risk in the current and the widens. I remember when that first happened in a widespread way only a few years ago, with a bunch of people ending up hospitalized. And yeah, then we learned the concept of thunderstorm asthma. Jeremy, no, this is it's not velvety, but it's got like a brocade pattern on it, sort of simulating velvety. Thanks, Celtic. I'm glad you like the tie. And Safi's sister's working in the nightclub tonight. Hopefully that goes well. I think people might be going a bit crazy this weekend. And yes, Safi, you have to put up with Melbourne people potentially going to the bush from now on. Megaleech, I'm drinking an energy drink because that's how we start a Friday night live stream, to be able to survive for as many hours as possible. A big fuck off energy drink. Yes. And Safa, regional hospitals might get overwhelmed, but I suspect the majority hopefully won't. Who knows, though? Hey, Silumi. Oh, nice. Megaleech got Schweppes Pink Lemonade, no sugar. This is Monster Ultra Rosa, no sugar. Jeremy, you're in Wodonga. Yep. Oh, yeah, you get swamped by Melbourne, Canberra, and Sydney. There you go. Yes, Celtic, I've got to be energized. I've got to get some energy up. I'm planning to make a few cocktails tonight. Want to make a couple of videos. I was actually going to try and do some stuff before the stream, but household things got in the way, as household things do. Cest Lavai. We shan't let that go. Yes. Safa, both New South Wales and Victorian governments are pledging no more lockdowns. They're just going to try and manage anything that happens from here on out. But none of us know what the future brings. Now, God, these are going in a weird downward angle. I'm trying to... I want my badges to be a bit more even. Is that better? Yeah, that's better. I like that better. Okay, good. Yeah, so we got Jeremy and Wodonga and Safa and Albury. Wave at each other across the river, boys. Celtic, no, I don't still do the podcast. For a couple of reasons. Not least, believe it or not, I actually thought, you know what? The world doesn't necessarily need another straight white guy spouting his opinion out there. It isn't something I wanted to do on my own. And I don't know, just circumstances, the sort of collaborations I wanted to do weren't really happening. And then it was compounded that the platform I was using, which was like a free platform for hosting podcasts, said they were going to start charging. And I was like, okay, well, I don't even fucking give a shit about podcasts. So I'm not paying for it. So I stopped. So, yeah. That was the big thing, that the platform I was using was going to start charging. And I was just like, well, I don't fucking care about this. I'm not going to pay to do something I don't care about. So I fucked it off. And I honestly don't think the world has suffered for it. So, Mr. Gonzo, hello. I'm doing well. I hope you are too. Celtic King, start YouTube of podcasts. I'm not at all sure what you mean by that. I mean, one of the strengths of podcasting at the moment is if you properly set up, you're running off an RSS feed, so it will appear on multiple platforms, but none of those platforms control what happens. I mean, Spotify wants to have monopolies, like they paid a stupid amount of money for Joe Rogan, which I'm sure they're regretting. It's what is it? I did notice that what do you call it? Audible pays a lot of celebrities to do exclusive stuff on Audible. So several of the companies with a lot of money are trying to do proprietary stuff. I hope it never really takes off. Jeremy, you're double 5G vax. Nice. In fact, Mrs. Angry got her third shot today, her booster, because she works with the health department, and her second dose was 6 months ago. So she actually got her third vaccine today. Yes, so we're a fully vaccinated household, which is nice. So Jeremy, you've had the brain scrape a couple of times. Safi, you had one today. Safa, side effects from the third booster, haven't heard. And Mrs. Angry doesn't have any yet, but we're being a bit cautious and watching out. Yeah, no, Gonzo, you seriously do not want to believe bullshit right-wing talking points about Australia. Like, honestly, here's the thing. I've seen these talking heads in the US just saying the stupidest shit imaginable. And it's like, oh, you know, you got locked down. You had all these restrictions. What did you trade it off for? For avoiding tens of thousands of unnecessary deaths. And that's not hyperbole. That's not maybe. I mean, you can just, my favorite is to compare Florida, which is what happens when it's an absolute shit show. And Florida has a smaller population than Australia. So let me, I just want to bring the numbers up because the numbers are stunning. And this map is loading slowly. Ooh, we're looming up on 7 billion vaccine doses around the world and coming up on 5 million total deaths and 250 million total cases. So how do I get this to... there we go, US map. Sorry, I'm just going to go. This is this for anyone who says, "Oh, why would you do it?" It's come on, load. This map is not the quickest. Oh god, it's by county. Why isn't it by state? Anyway, well, fuck it. I'm just going to look up first. Just get it right. Florida population. Okay, population of Florida is 21.5 million. Population of Australia is somewhere between 23 and 25 million. Okay. Where are we? Florida, coming up on 60,000 COVID deaths in Florida. 60,000. Remember that number? Australia, still less than 1,500 deaths. So why did we have the lockdowns? Why did we tolerate the lockdowns? Because we avoided more than 50,000 deaths, basically. Gonzo, the sign-in app is real. The sign-in app is a fucking great idea. And yes, it's how... And the reason we have a sign-in app, well, now that you're allowed to go places if you're vaccinated, it's to people to be able to check if you're vaccinated or not. But it's to track outbreaks. See, such a thing would have been no point in the US because you just had plague proportions everywhere. But where we had extremely limited exposure until recently, it was a case of if you checked in at places and then someone who'd been there at the same time as you tested positive, you could get a notification that, hey, the same time you were there was someone who was COVID positive there, you should get tested. That's what the check-in app was for. So again, the right-wing fuckwits with their embarrassingly stupid talking points are just full of shit. And as I said, I absolutely crack up when I see fuckwits going, "Oh, why would you put up with these impositions on your freedom?" To avoid 60,000 unnecessary deaths. It's the answer is so obvious. Like they throw this out there like they're making some deep intellectual statement. Why would you give up those freedoms? To avoid 60,000 unnecessary deaths. I mean, for fuck's sake, it's so straightforward. Honestly. Ooh, geez, those are some bad numbers, Safa. Only 16% of Ukraine vaccinated, 33% of Russia. Yikes. Yeah. It's really concerning to me, the number of people who think, we're over it now. There is every possibility the worst is yet to come. Oh God, Mr. Gonzo, the actual anti-vaxxers. And again, in Australia, we now know for a fact they're a really tiny minority because we're racing towards 95% of the eligible population getting vaccinated. We don't have quite the problem that there is in the US with really freaky levels of anti-vaxxers. You tend to notice them because they're horrible and obnoxious and loud, but they are a tiny minority. They are such a small minority. And fuck them. I fucking hate anti-vaxxers so fucking much. Because their entire position is based on lies. This isn't a question of differing opinions. Every single thing anti-vaxxers put up is a lie. And they just go on with their paranoid bullshit and say, oh, sheeple, you've been taken in. And it's like, fuck you so hard, you fucking fuck. And I hate them. I hate them so very much. And it's pointless talking to them because they just spout stuff that just isn't true. How? And then they say, oh, well, what about this? And I go, it isn't true. And they go, oh, you say, shut the fuck up. You are talking shit. How do you engage with someone whose every talking point is utter horseshit? You can't. And yet they say, you've got to engage. No, I fucking don't. You're lying. You're talking shit. You're stupid. You're paranoid. You're gullible. Shut the fuck up. Get the fuck out. Hate them. Hate them so much. Oh, I mean, okay, Gonzo, hand in glove with the anti-vaxxers, the QAnon crowd, right? The Trump-loving QAnon crowd. How can you tell when someone cannot be swayed, when they cannot be swayed no matter how much evidence you put in front of them? QAnon is the best example of it I've ever seen because sensible people have not been paying much attention to it. But over the last, it's been so long. Like, it came about with Trump. So they've been around, I don't know, 5 or 6 years. I don't even know how long this QAnon horseshit's been going on. But for years. But over the course of those years, there's been at least a dozen predictions where Q said, this is definitely happening. This is in place. And it's going to happen on this date. And of course, none of them happened. Now, I do know that's actually broken some people out of the spell because they were going along with it. And after the third, fourth, fifth prediction that absolutely failed, some of them were going like, wait a minute, I was all in on this and it's obviously horseshit because none of this stuff ever happens. Anyone who is still all in on QAnon, reality just doesn't matter to them because they are so obviously being fed shit. They are being told unequivocally X will happen. And of course, there was 6 different things just around Trump and the election, and none of them happen. And it's just like so blatant that it's horseshit because someone says this will happen and it doesn't happen. And that must have happened a dozen times. Anyone who's still all in on QAnon cannot be reached. They absolutely cannot be reached because no evidence means anything to them. Lee, it's beyond confirmation bias. Confirmation bias does not indicate mental unwellness. The deeply conspiratorial thinking that actively rejects observable facts, that is a quite profound mental illness. Raiders, you're still without power. God damn. Oh, Salimi, you had 2 big branches down? We had a pretty big branch down. It was basically the top of the tree broke off. And Mrs. Angry chopped it out, and me and young Mr. Angry. The central sort of trunk bit was really quite big and heavy. And me and young Mr. Angry teamed up to sort of drag that out the front. Yes. Jeremy, you get told to fuck off on a daily basis. You've been managing for 8 years and have a strong ability to not give a fuck. Match people tone with aggression when needed. Dude, well, I wish you well. I wish you well. Safa, how's Raiders getting internet without power? Clearly, he's been vaccinated and the 5G chips in his body is powering his internet connection. So thank you, Bill Gates, for filling Raiders' bloodstream with 5G chips? Because that's a thing. Oh, you're right. Your tree littered with broken trees. Like there was this big fuck off branch in the backyard, and we were like, "Oh, geez, that was a surprise." And then I had to go out. I went out with young Miss Arangi to pick up some things, and as we were driving and like driving past a park, I just the amount of branches and whole trees that had come down was full on. Jeremy, mobiles for hotspots. That's crazy talk. It's the New World Order 5G chips in the vaccine that have got Raiders on. That's what's happening there. Oh, so I've had my energy drink. I think I might have an alcoholic drink, to be honest. And in fact, I might. I'm going to. Yeah. Does anyone watch YouTube Shorts? The less than 60-second videos that are in the vertical format that are designed to be watched on a phone. I'm trying to get into making shorts for my cocktail channel. I'm going to do one now with an old fashioned. So it won't be that intrusive to the stream because it literally will only take me less than 2 minutes to do. But I do because there was cooking going on just before I joined here, and my camera's not set up. I have to go get it. Jeremy, you'd actually take a chip with a reader, and people have done that. And welcome, Abigail. I understand the feeling altogether. All right, I'm going to be back in a second. I'm just going to bring my camera and a light in here. Doing a soundtrack. Sorry I'm not on camera, but we're just doing a soundtrack for you while I'm off camera. So I'd like to have a soundtrack with me. No, but I have not that this will mean a lot to you on the stream. Hello. But I have an experiment that I'm doing with my lighting. And it might not do anything, but it's an idea I have. I'm going to try out. Alrighty, got my camera, and I will set it up. Give it a bit of height, because if the camera is above my eye line looking down, I tilt my head a little bit, it gives me a better jawline. Tips, kids! Tips! You don't want to get the wrong angle and get a double chin. That's all I'm saying. At least I don't want to. Alright. So I'm just setting up a rig. Alrighty, you've been getting... Oh, yeah, I'm not surprised. Yeah, the 4G tower's been intermittent. Power supply can fuck it up. Oh, Nettie, hello, by the way. I was just getting my camera and lights so I could shoot something. I've got to decide which... Oh, actually, we do a fun thing. When I was out today, I went to Dan Murphy's mainly to get mixers, because like non-alcoholic stuff, these nice cappy sodas that I really like, and because I was almost out of them and I didn't want to run out potentially this evening, and I always browse at the booze just in case, and I didn't have any Scotch whiskey in my collection, and they had a good quality single malt like 20% off, and I'm like, so I'm gonna compare Scotch to my favorite Australian whiskies. In fact, I bet in a blind taste test I probably couldn't tell the difference. I'm really bad at that sort of thing. Abigail, I'm not surprised that the Zuck doing a promo for Metaverse makes you want to use Facebook less. I knew I'd hate it so much. I didn't watch. I paid no attention to it. Thank you, Natty. It's dressed up to make cocktails night. So I'm going to get some shot glasses from just here. Shot glasses. And you do a side-by-side taste test. I actually haven't tasted this whiskey since getting it. I'm going to do it with Archie Rose single malts and Starward single malt. So, what ABV is the Talisker? I didn't even really look. It's the only Scotch made on the Isle of Skye. That's made by the sea. Why is it so hard for me to find the alcohol volume in this? Oh, actually, it's a bit beefy. 45.8%. And the Archie Rose is about the same, 46%, whereas the Nova is 40%. All right, that's interesting. All right, side by side. Little bit of Nova. A little bit of Archie. Little bit of spillage, but that's okay. Oh, I've got to break the seal on this. What sort of seal does it have? An easy one. I do appreciate it when they... Oh, and it tore. Oh, for fuck's sake. It's supposed to be easy, but there's a little bit there and it just tore. That's really annoying. I really worry with these because it's this sort of foil seal on the top and trying to get my fingernail under there. I worry that like a pointy bit is going to be there and it'll go right under my finger, like that bamboo under the fingernail torture. And I don't want that. So I get a bit cautious. Oh, for fuck's sake, this is really annoying. Oh, I just got a bit. All right, maybe that's enough now. Yes, it is. Yay! Hoorah! Hey, Shieldsy. All right. Ooh, that has a real different nose to my Australian whiskies. Got the ASMR glug, 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 glug there. All right. So, 3 of them. Ooh, they look, color-wise, they're close to identical, which is interesting. All right, I'm going to smell them first. Ooh, that is a very different nose. The Talisker has a very different nose. What is it? Is it the sea that I smell? It's made by the sea? Very earthy. Oh, there's something and I can't quite put my finger on it. It's very sweet. Something sweet I can't quite put my finger on. Okay, so the Archie is much lighter. Slight bit of smoke on the Archie that I'm not getting off the Talisker. And the Nova. Yeah, look, the Nova has barely any aroma compared to the Talisker in particular. But oh man, what is that smell? Because it's something. And I've got the friggin' sea in my head. I'm imagining it's seaweed. Salumi, you had to fight your shitty Gmail so that you get this working in your laptop. My God. I'm just, I bought some Scotch whiskey today and I'm doing a comparative taste test. Oh, again, there's a sweetness. Oh, it's this really earthy taste. God, the words that are popping into my head are like moss. God, laid on the palate, there's an almost mint flavor. Mint's the wrong word, but I'm just getting some water to cleanse my palate. So if you want to go to Dan's but COVID, well, the trick is to not order at the last minute and order it online, which is what I've done 90% of the time for the last year, definitely. Yep, I'm real bad. I'm real bad with the words, I know. But there's a definite smoke note in the Archie Rose. Like barbecue smoke. To me, I know, and it was I think it was one of the mash bills in there was actually peated. Oh, Nettie, I got this at Dan's because it was like 20% off Talisker single malt Scotch whiskey, because I realized I didn't have any scotches in my thing, and I just thought, you know what, big special 10-year-old Scotch, I'm getting it. It's pretty good. And the Nova. There's a honey note in there is a real honey note in the Nova that the other two don't have. Safra, I understand not wanting to have contact with people. Okay, now I know what you're asking. No, when I've ordered from Dan's, they've just left it at the door. The law that used to be enforced was someone had to present ID, but in COVID times, we've ignored that. Right. So that's the whiskies at room temperature. I'm going to put a bit of ice in each of them because that often opens up flavors. A bit of water, let the ice melt a bit and get a different temperature in the drink. That often brings out other flavor notes. Safa, well, I've never ordered deliveries from Coles. I've ordered deliveries direct from distillers, and I've ordered deliveries from Dan's. And that's, I don't know, it's not it actually. I was about to say that's it, but no, there is actually a couple of online booze stores that I've ordered from, and no one's making a sign for it. Maybe the state laws are different. All right, so Talisker on ice. I wish I could put my finger on what that flavor was. There's something there, and I can't think of how to describe it. Oof. Okay, I feel that, Salumi. Not up for people tonight, leaving food shop tomorrow. Had a really rude transphobic interaction on a dating app. Yeah, well, that's not good. Nettie, you had to show ID to Jimmy Brings. Yeah, I've had dozens of bottles delivered over the last 18 months and never showed anyone ID. Man, there's something really interesting in the Talisker, and I can't think of the right words for it. I think the Archie Rose is sort of a rounder flavour than the Talisker with a little smoke aftertaste. Safa, not only do I not look over 25, but none of the delivery people have even wanted to see me. They just left it at the door. And finish off the Nova. Nova's definitely the lightest of these. Yum. Well, there you go. Talisker is certainly different to the Australian whiskies. There's just a bunch of stuff going on. Safa, the over 25 rule, that was introduced to try and help staff who sell alcohol to get less shit from people. Like just saying to someone, ID, please. There's a suggestion that you think the person looks younger than 18, and that can start fights. And so it was made official, sort of like, you have to ask for ID if you think the person looks younger than 25. That law was purely to stop service staff getting shit from people. I really dislike people who hassle service staff, but it's a thing that happens. Abigail's joined a player group on Elite Dangerous called the Hull Seals. They come and repair people's ships anywhere in the galaxy. They're basically the RACV roadside assist of the game. Nice. So if you're almost 30 and get asked at Dan's, it's because you look less than 25, man. You'll miss it when they stop asking. So, yes, that's that. All right. So I was going to make an old fashioned, and I just have to decide. I'm almost through the Archie Rose. I might make it with the Archie Rose, an old fashioned with Archie Rose. Okay, so I'm going to put these ones back. Didn't realize how close I was to finishing the Archie Rose, actually. Gives me an excuse to buy another bottle or something. Okay, so I was going to use blood orange liqueur as a sweetener. Not that much of that left either. All right, blood orange liqueur and bitters. I want the glass with the ice to temper. Get my right glass. All right. Made some sexy clear ice today. So gotta do it. Yes, Lee, you're 30 and still get asked to prove your age. Yeah, it's your boyish good looks, lads. All that good, clean Christian living you've done. So I want that ice to temper so it doesn't crack when I pour stuff on it. Oh my God, I've got a mad itch on my back. Fortunately, I've got a back scratcher. Ha ha! Invest in a back scratcher. They're great. You get it down inside my shirt, maybe. Ugh. Oh, there we go. That's what we want. Give it a little scratchy poo down the back. Ugh. Okay. Right. I've just got to use up a couple minutes because I need that ice to get a bit closer to room temperature. What we call tempering. Because then it won't react badly to having something warmer poured on it, and it hopefully won't crack. Oh, Mimsy's come in to say hello. Hello. What are you doing, Mimsy? I don't have any food for you. Move that in case. What's that doing there? Empty rice bag. I don't know what that is. Right. Okay, I might just do a camera test. So, bear with me. I'm just going to switch on some things over here. And, okay, is that not plugged in? There we go. Get my light a bit higher. Put my camera on. Nope, that was the opposite of what I wanted. All right. Just testing something with my camera. I'll put this up here while I'm doing that so you can see what I'm doing. Okay. That's not right. All right, I'm just testing something because I'm doing something a bit different with this. All right, scissors for short. Yeah, that's probably good. That is probably good. All right. Hey, Justin, how's it going? Yeah, I don't know. Mimsy didn't want to come up here. She was sniffing around on the floor. What do I need? I need my jigger. What's that look like? Can't even really tell what that looks like. All right, I might end up hating what this looks like, and I won't know till I get to my editing stuff. So I'm taking a risk that I won't like what the video I'm shooting looks like. I won't like it. Okay. But we're going to give it a go. So, okay, I'm going to do, this is a short, so it literally is only going to take 2 minutes to shoot because the whole thing's got to be less than a minute long. I need that dripping to stop because I don't have my friggin' audio recorder. Just a sec. Alrighty, got my audio recorder. Can't do it without my audio recorder. Okay. Yep, and my camera just switched off because I left it sitting there for too long. All right. Okay. Camera's back on. I'm hoping the glass has tempered, not the glass, the ice has tempered and it won't crack. because it will look less sexy if it cracks. Sorry, would you mind if you turned it down a little bit? Just a little. G'day cocktail lovers. I'm going to show you a quick way to bring something different to your old fashioned. It's a great drink, really simple, spirit, sugar, and bitters. But the fun thing you can do, swap out the sugar for a fruit liqueur. It's so easy, you can make this straight in the glass. Let's start. We're going to do 2 ounces or 60 mils of your favorite whiskey. Do a generous pour, cause I'm nice to myself like that. All right, the ice didn't crack. Excellent. To that, we're going to add half an ounce or 15 mils of a fruit liqueur that you like. I'm going to use this blood orange liqueur because orange is a great flavor with whiskey anyway. And finally, 2 dashes of aromatic bitters. I'm using Angostura. Give that a quick stir and you have your old-fashioned with a twist. You can experiment with all sorts of fruit liqueurs, find out the ones that you like best. I hope you enjoy it. Hope to see you again soon. Cheers. That's it. That's a short. People with no attention span. Okay. Turning that stuff off and we'll get back to chatting. All right. Oh, I've got to adjust my camera again. All right. Still on. We haven't got past the bad dating stories for Salumi. I really feel for you with that. Again, sexy clear eyes. I love the way that looks. Ooh, that's good. Alrighty, having a bit of a whiskey evening because I'm going to make another old-fashioned as well. Going to try and make an old-fashioned inspired by the porn star martini. Because for reasons that are not completely clear to me, the porn star martini is basically the most popular cocktail in the world. It'll vary a bit from region to region. And apparently it's most so in the UK and some parts of Europe. It's weirdly popular everywhere, but people I know who work bars in the UK say they're just spending all night making porn star martinis. It's what everyone orders. That's not that great. It's not a terrible drink, but it's not a great drink, particularly not with vodka. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm going to make an old-fashioned porn star. And I already have puns about old-fashioned porn stars ready, and how there's so much more hair with old-fashioned porn stars. Sexual innuendo. That's what makes the world go around. Oh, that's an interesting one, Sulimi. You had to remind your partner, told him it was like this for you. He wasn't seeing it because you met last time you were on apps, met him on Bumble, made friends from dates on Bumble, but also clearly they're assholes on Bumble. I am so glad I'm not in the dating world. I don't wish to lord it over everyone, but I haven't had to date for 15 years. Oh my god, that's such a relief. ABC on Twitch. Hello. Nettie, you haven't tried Bumble. I've heard a few people talk about Bumble. I think success varies from person to person. I look like Dumbledore. I'm going to take that as a positive. A, B, C, and D. Okay, so you reckon Bumble's one of the better ones? Good lord, it didn't exist when I was dating. You go on dates with your wife. I have dates with Mrs. Angry, as people watch the streams know, every second Saturday night. For instance, tomorrow night is date night, so I won't be on stream tomorrow night. So, but I don't need an app for that. A, B, C, D, and E. Am I angry? Semi-regularly, yes, I am. I've already had my little rant this evening about anti-vaxxers. They get me angry. I love that as a summary, Salumi. Hinge is glitchy and Tinder is trash. Damn. Justin, you've never dated in your life in 32. Oh, we're all different, Justin. Oh, nobody. Hello. Let me see my answer. ABC and D on Twitch is asking, why am I angry? To which I do the gestures vaguely at everything. I mean, Jesus, look at the fucking world, honestly. If you're not angry, I don't think you're paying attention. Plus, it was a persona that I came up with a character 15 years ago on YouTube, and where I would jokingly be disproportionately angry about things. Don't really do that anymore, but yeah. Abigail says Taimi, Taimi, is a pretty decent dating app. Cool. ABCD&E. My main platform is YouTube, but I use a tool called StreamYard that lets me stream to multiple platforms. So it's also on Twitch and Facebook. And I was mentioning that you are on Twitch because you are currently the only person commenting on Twitch, and everyone else is on YouTube. And so I was just explaining to them who I was responding to. Justin, Grindr's trash, but better than Tinder. Oh, dear. Well, Grindr's been around a bit longer. Nobody. If being single's okay with you, then being single is the right thing to be. Silly me, when you tried Tammy, there weren't many people on it, but you can try again. It's been 6 months. All right. That's one I have not heard of. I want to have a quick look. LGBTQ plus dating and social network. Join for free. There you go. So there you go. What does Wikipedia say about it? That's got to be funny. Mobile apps free, subscription-based premium version. Started as an online dating app for gay men. Company announced several times plans for an inclusive version. And so it says it includes live streaming, video calling, and chatting. Launched in 2017. The founder came up with the name Tame Me, which gradually morphed into Tammy, spelt Taimi. There you go. So the name actually means Tame Me. There you go. Okay, it doesn't say anything about the number of users though. All right. And it never use eHarmony. Oh, yeah, no, eHarmony are weird and creepy, actually. Silmy saying Grindr's transphobic. Damn. That's fair. Nobody? Cosmic forces will send someone your way if it's meant to happen. If that's works for you, excellent. Silmy, you're on field and hashtag open. Okay. Cool. But okay, here's the thing. We always talk about a weird variety of things. We don't often talk about dating apps. So, why not? I mean, seriously, back in the day, the one, and I don't even know if it still exists. I'm going to look it up now. RSVP, that's where I went for dating. Yep, .com.au. Oh, okay. No, it just wants me to create an account. It's not even doing a sales pitch on me. They're just gone like, if you hear you're horny, sign up. Justin, your mum met a partner on eHarmony, but yes, it's a ripoff. Yeah, no, and eHarmony also had this creepy American evangelical Christian vibe to it that I was really not cool with. Yes, I mean, again, silly me, yes, you did get a partner and 2 friends out of Bumble, so not bad. Just a bad experience today. But you tend to, remember your last experience, and particularly if it was today and it was bad. So nobody used 1 or 2 free dating sites and then reverted not looking after what can only be described as a disaster. But you did made a friend, and friend zone is okay. Yeah, it's cool. I have to admit, I did not maintain contact with anyone apart from Mrs. Angry from the dating sites. Okay, who's ready for Angry Bunch? Because I've warmed up for the first hour. Abigail is. So here's a link. If anyone is in the mood for Friday night hangs, that's the link. So, and if we get warmed up, then I can make another video. Lee, your mother met someone off Plenty of Fish. He was abusive. Oh, bleh. You almost killed him when you tried to beat mother up. Well, fair call too, man. Honestly. Nettie, your friend tells you OK Cupid's been flooded with romance scammers. Oh, damn. Whoop. First to join the happy bunch is Nobody. How you doing, brother?
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad.
Good. Excellent. Good to hear. Have you? I think you've missed up Queensland Way. You've missed this round of storms. You had some previously, but the last day or two, South Australia and Victoria, and to a lesser extent, New South Wales, been getting smashed.
Yeah, a week and a half or so ago, there was a bit of storm activity.
Yeah.
Not enormous hailstones, but very pointy ones. I reckon that it hurt. Yeah, really sharp edges by the looks of it.
Yeah. A friend posted a picture on Facebook because sometimes when it gets really cold, the hailstones actually join up, and when they hit Earth, you can see because they've got bumps and whatnot. It's a bunch of them joined together. And here's stupid, sexy Abigail joining us. Hello.
Hello, Abigail.
Hello. How are we
what's
all?
like? Good.
Not too
It just occurred to me. What are the storms been like in your building, Abigail?
uh, I don't hear rain
Right.
where I am, so
Okay.
it's just like thunder and lightning,
Okay.
and it's very exciting
Okay.
and not at all frightening.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm at ground level, so I just think my experience is probably quite different to yours.
Yeah, so I don't hear I only hear rain when it's like sideways, and
Fair enough.
you hear the wind more than the rain. Then
Yeah.
there's
Yeah.
there's 6 levels above me and 13 levels below me, so I don't hear the rain, and sometimes I don't even see the rain because there's no there's no depth of field to
Yeah.
contrast with it, so you just look, you don't see it, you're focusing on the background.
Yeah.
But yeah, you look up into the sky and you can see the thunder and the lightning crashing, and
Yeah.
I saw plenty of forked lightning last night, which was pretty exciting. And
I'm told if you're taking the right medication, you'll see the thunder.
yeah,
I haven't tried it personally, but I've heard.
Yeah. Nice one. Yeah.
LSD, I'm told.
Yeah. I imagine it'd be freaky if there was one of those storms with the high winds where the rain gets horizontal and it did actually start sort of buffeting on your windows. That would probably be
yeah.
That'd be
And if the wind was that bad, then I already am aware of how bad it is because it's really windy.
I saw near horizontal rain at my last address. And it was interesting watching it because it did not rain in any particular direction. It kept going around in circles.
Oh wow!
That was kind of interesting.
Yeah. Cool.
Well, speaking of yous and Abigail's place, we have at least tentative plans to do a Sunday night Halloween stream at Abigail's place. So Nettie wants to come over too. So that could be fun for Sunday night, kids. You know, keep your eye out for that.
How are we going to fit in that with Elysian and Dune Club?
Oofed. Well, okay. I would say Elysium after Dune Club and maybe a late start to the stream.
Yeah.
I really only want to do like one drink at Elysium, but
I don't know. We could also like postpone Dune Club for 1 week. If I don't want to, but
No. I don't think we should.
okay.
Like if we're going to have if needs be, the stream could start later.
Sure.
But do June Club, then drinky, and then stream, and but yeah, like I was saying, I mean, I didn't necessarily want to have more. Well, you know, I say that I don't want to have more than one drink at the nice bar.
They will be expensive.
Yeah, and that's why I was thinking possibly only 1, maybe 2 drinks there, because I just want the experience of going in there.
That's fair.
But
you don't want to have the experience of your wallet being emptied too.
I already have that experience.
Yeah. So
I certainly am familiar with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So So again, hopefully, we get that together, and there's a fun Sunday night stream. All spooky for Halloween. Spoopy Halloween stream.
That sounds like a generous offer, Annette.
Oh, thanks, Nettie.
All right. I was literally just checking to see, because I actually messaged the bar and said, "Hey, are bookings necessary at the moment? Please tell me if we're going to book on Sunday night." So waiting to. There was no booking function on their website. There was just a contact us thing. So it's like, hey,
But we know for a fact that it can be booked out because you and I
it
have
happened. Yes.
walked up to it and it was booked out for a private function.
Yeah. Yeah. So I still
Actually,
haven't
that was
really-
for my birthday stream.
yes.
Actually, that was
We-
just
we-
before that.
Yeah, we were going to get a drink, and they said, "Oh no, there's a private function," and we're like, "Ah, sucks." Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll potentially have a fun Sunday night. We'll see how
Cool.
messy I get because it's like
Yeah.
theoretically
but-
I might work on Monday, but who knows?
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. It's like the traditional Victorian sick day the day before.
It is, but
Day.
I kind of asked my team who's going to be working on Monday, and a bunch of them said they were, and I was like, okay, that's not what I was expecting. I expected everyone. I expected everyone to go, not me. So
Yeah.
and I said,
Actually,
"Look,
I always used to want to work on those days because they were the quietest and I could get stuff done.
yeah,
Didn't have to worry about clients, didn't have to worry about pushy bosses or analysts asking dumb questions, and
Makes
could
perfect
just
sense
like
to me, Abigail.
get through all my all the bug fixes that had backed up, that you need solid, just non-interrupted in the zone time to get.
Yeah. Yeah.
The time between Christmas and New Year was always especially good for that too.
Yeah. 'cause
And
that's
fuck
pretty good.
fuck companies that force you to take annual leave during those days. Like, fuck them. Like, how is that legal? I don't understand it.
Yeah. That started comparatively recently, but when people started doing it 10 years ago or whatever, it's like we're actually shutting down for 2 weeks, and it's like that's the most fucked time to force me to go on leave when everyone wants to be on holidays, and so I can't actually do anything because everything's booked out. And
Yeah, fuck companies that force you to do anything.
basically.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I did see
Sideways with a cactus.
Yeah, and a hilarious one on Facebook today. Someone posted a thing and saying like, at my workplace, on the sort of whatever they use for team bulletins, is like people have been invited, taking turns to write a post on my typical day because we've all been working for home and we're trying to feel more in touch with each other and so on. And so today, the person doing it said, my typical day, I wake up enraged at the fact I'm enslaved by capitalism. And it's caused quite a stir, let me tell you.
Yeah, I used to catch the train to I forget the name of the suburb. It's near where you live, but out further past Malvern. So not really where you live, like a bit much further out, I guess. Anyway, someone used to put up this graffiti, this anti-capitalist graffiti that was just great, and things like "Your boss is a time thief," and
It's a lot of truth in that.
I mean,
Time is the most valuable resource in the world. Most of the other things that we use are renewable. I mean, money is essentially renewable. But your time
money's
is
not real.
it's not real. But I mean,
it's a
the
consensual
value we
use
put
of
on it
nature.
is still renewable. But
Yeah.
you cannot give back time. You
Yes.
cannot recover time. Time is, once it's spent, it's spent.
Yeah.
Not
Yes.
renewable. It's the most precious resource in the world. And far too many of us take it for granted. And other people take yours and mine for granted.
Yes,
think I'm gonna
most
save the
notably.
rest of this. You probably can't see it, but there's like maybe 2 or 3 drinks of this scotch here.
Oh, the Johnny
Save it
Walker.
for the Infinity whiskey.
Ah, yes. Okay.
I don't know how to keep one of those operating, but it's a start.
Well, you kind of have to buy lots of whiskey, basically.
Yeah, I figured. I'm gonna like get it started slowly. I think
Yeah.
because I don't earn a lot of money, and yeah, I'll add some Starwood when I get some of that, and I'll add some Canadian Club and some good scotches. I don't know,
Yeah.
and then once it's full, I'll try it. But cheers.
Cheers, indeed. Cheers, indeed.
Cheers, big ears.
Yeah, I just remembered someone posted a cocktail recipe on Facebook earlier today, and I went, "Oh, I want to try that one." And I'm just trying to find it. I'm gonna mix a drink. So, Steve, the bartender, what's in your group, Steve? Okay, Mai Tai. I don't want a Mai Tai. Someone's home bar, which is cool, but I don't want it. The Devil's Trident. No, that's not it. Or is it? No, that's not it.
The Devil's Forked. What?
Yeah. Oh, damn. Oh, I had this. I've got to post it on social media, but young Mr. Angry is looking for some stuff for a Halloween party he's going to tomorrow, so he's getting some last minute stuff. And they had all these props, and it was these zombie hands, so it's like plastic rubber hands with scars, and they're different missing fingers, and one basically had that finger missing.
Oh, God.
So I'm going to post it with the caption, "What a shocker of a Halloween decoration."
That's great.
Yeah. The people
I'm really liking this color.
You're looking good. Looking very good.
Very good.
Arthur, what are you missing? It's just the normal stuff, man.
Yeah, we're just talking shit, really.
Yeah, just talking shit. We're talking about
Just the regular.
It's like, money being an invented concept. So I've seen it used a couple times when someone, uses a word to describe something, and someone says, "You made that word up," and they go, "All words are made up."
Yeah.
And that's true.
I can't remember the exact quote.
That was from
but it was
the Marvel movie.
Somebody pointed out that the moment, I think it was today, I found out that the moment a word is used, it becomes a real word.
Well, certainly if two people use it and they both understand,
if somebody invents it and it has a context for it,
yeah,
it essentially becomes a word.
Perfectly cromulent.
Yes.
Yes.
There used to be a bookstore in Melbourne called Embiggen Books, and it went out of business a few years ago. And I remember when Stephen Fry was here for a show one time, and I don't know, someone was giving him a walking tour of Melbourne, and he went past Embiggen Books, and he loved it and did like a selfie and put it on social media and said, "I found a perfectly cromulent bookstore." As without explaining it, just a Simpsons reference.
That's great. I zoned out and listened to a bunch of Simpson wave music last night.
Simpson wave music.
Yes.
Okay, that's new to me.
Really? It's a few years old now. It's vaporwave, but they sample The Simpsons.
Okay.
So.
Hey, I've got something that you might enjoy that I can share with you. I'll read it out. I find it has more weight when it's read with a slight accent, enunciating certain syllables.
Sure.
Now, you may remember from last week, I mentioned writing a hostile letter to a real estate agent.
I
Yes.
do remember that. Big fan.
Well, here's the
big
version that we can't send them.
fan.
This is the version they won't be seeing because we'd probably get them calling the police or something.
Yeah.
Dear cretins, after being one of your best tenants, you have decided to shit on me by being pedantic cunts. I've left the place in better condition than I found it, but you're too busy trying to prove some point, presumably that you're more powerful than I. Having dealt with you assholes now, I can safely say that working with you has been as enjoyable as stubbing my toe while being attacked by a rabid pit bull with AIDS. You have the charm and manners of a savage guard dog with a thorn in its toe. I think I'd rather eat cat shit than rent another property from you shower of bastards. If I ever became fortunate enough to own my own investment property, I'd sooner burn it to the ground than let you festering piles of stinking excrement have anything to do with it. You mob of wretched, lecherous frogs have shown me that it is indeed possible to be brain dead and yet somehow live. I put it to you that you can't tell the difference between a maintained home and the fluff in your navel. May your insides fall out, and your genitals be mauled by a mincer, and may your office become infested with biblical portions of fleas and other parasites as bad as yourselves. Yours disgustedly, that poor bastard who used to rent from you.
I think that's perfectly acceptable to send to a real estate agent.
It is
I really
fine.
do.
It's
I
fine.
would 100%. There's no threats in there. There's no you can insult someone, you just can't threaten them. You haven't lied. You haven't slandered yourself or them or anything. So
I just implied
Yeah,
that
it's
they're
fine.
brain dead.
well, I
Yeah.
mean, you're allowed to insult people, but you can't obvious insults. Like there is a line.
I do have the
Uh,
formal version, which is nearly 2 pages long.
Yeah.
where you're more clear and less aggressive. Yeah.
For predominantly legal reasons, mainly for the sake of this channel, I won't actually. I'll omit some details. Dear agency, I'm writing to provide feedback on my experience renting through agency name. Since taking up residence at address withheld in 2018, when I moved in, the rear lawn consisted of primarily bare dirt, some patchy long grass, and a variety of weeds, including prickles. The rear garden consisted of overgrown, unmaintained trees and invasive bamboo. The front yard also was poorly maintained, with the hedges in a state of chaos, along with the trees. Throughout the garden, there were weeds and entangled vines strangling other plants. Inside was mostly tidy, but there were some minor issues that I personally repaired, such as the linen press door, which did not close at all. There were some minor scuffs and other small marks, as well as paint spillage on power points and switches. So that's the first paragraph.
Yeah.
You probably get where I'm coming, where it's coming from with this letter. But being a page and a half, I won't read the whole thing because. But there's 3 paragraphs of explaining why my friend was actually an excellent tenant before I get to the part of complaining about them. Imagine, therefore, my dismay upon vacating the premises when I was confronted with the level of what can only be described as extreme pedancy and ridiculously petty nitpicking after the final inspection.
Yeah. I mean, I've been in this place for 4.5 years, but the move was the worst experience of my life. And we moved because the landlord had always been an arsehole, but after 10 years, he just gotten intolerable. And so I moved. And then he tried really hard to keep our bond and just lied through his teeth. And what I didn't even realize is that it just barely passed the 10-year mark of living there. And the way the tenancy laws work is things like paint on walls and carpets, etc., depreciate at 10% per year. So after 10 years, they're deemed having no value. So if a landlord says, oh, I have to repaint or recarpet, the tribunal says, so fucking what? It was 10 years. And by
The
sheer
tribunal
chance,
says dillygaff.
yeah, we were just over 10 years. If I had been conscious of this, I would have checked to make sure, because this guy fucking lied and said it was new carpet and new paint when we moved in, and it wasn't. And I couldn't find our copy of the lease that had all our notes over it, and they produced a copy of the lease with no notes on it. And I'm like, that's not real. That's not real. You have whited out all our comments and then scanned it again. But we couldn't prove it because I couldn't find a copy with the note, because it was 10 years. Who the fuck keeps it?
Yeah.
Anyway,
Exactly.
I do.
yeah, I will from now on. I'll tell you that for free.
Yeah.
If you wanted a hostile letter written to your old landlord,
I
I can do it pretty well.
But you have to take lots of notes, get it signed by the real estate agent, take lots of photos, and because a lot of landlords are just, and property managers are the worst.
Yeah, that's what we did this time. But it's really weird. Like, we're at VCAT because he's being an asshole, and the landlord wouldn't show up, but he just sent along the real estate agents. And they're saying, what about this? And the guy's saying it's more than 10 years old. And, so the damage, they're getting away with it. And he's going, that's what it means when the depreciation's dropped to zero. And he had to tell them multiple times. And it's like, why are you even bringing this up? That's basic. The weirdest thing that happened, there was a garage on the property that had been converted into, someone was living in it in the previous tenancy, right? You couldn't park a car in it. The thing was sealed. And when we first moved in, there's like a roller door with a lock on it. And apparently there was a storage thing in there. And he told us there was some of his stuff and we weren't allowed to go in there. And we're like, whatever. And then totally forgot about it. And I used to shoot my YouTube videos in the shed. That was one of the things that pissed them off. At one point, I painted a wall green to use it as a green screen. And they said, oh, it has to be repainted. And the guy said, it's more than 10 years old. Oh, so he just gets away with doing that. And he goes, yeah, that's how it works. That is literally how it works. But anyway, then they said, like, oh, you didn't provide a key for that locked thing and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, and I was like gobsmacked for a second. And I'm like, I was like, what? He said, well, you didn't provide a key for you. There's a padlock on it. You didn't provide a key. And I went, when we moved in, the landlord said, we don't get a key to that. We're not allowed to use it. It's his, it's private, blah, blah, blah. And obviously the real estate agents didn't know that, because they'd only been his agent, because he changed agents 4 times while we were there. Always because I think agents wouldn't go along with fuck things he wanted to do. So he'd get rid of it. And this mob had only been his agent for 6 months, and the way they behaved was what tipped me over the edge. And they clearly didn't know that, he had the key for this thing. And
I should have checked the fucking entry report.
They looked really confused. And the VCAT guy's just like putting his head in his hands. And I'm like, for real, is he senile? Does he not remember this? And again, we were expressly told, and that was everything else was fucked. That was just weird. That was this completely weird bit. We said, you didn't give me a key for that lock. And it's like, it's your lock, you fucking dickhead. I wanted to take him,
trying to be a prick.
Yeah,
here's a clever trick.
To the Jewish Anti-Defamation League for encouraging the negative stereotype that Jewish people were evil, miserly landlords.
Totally do that.
He is encouraging negative portrayals of Jewish people.
The best landlord I've ever had, seriously, this like hold on to your seat, the Victorian government. Department of Housing. It's just been
good landlords.
Excellent.
Nice.
They get shit fixed. They're replacing my carpet for free because it's been over 10 years. They offered to paint for no cost to me. Anytime there's any any damage or like the toilet's blocked, or I had a PowerPoint go out recently. I had someone come the next day to fix it. It's just been amazing.
Oh, nice. Hey, speaking of good news, in the chat from Twitch, our friend Romayo saying,
Hey!
you remember? Yes. Okay, so your transgender friend living best job in Thailand. They're now working for a massage parlor, earning good, partying hard, found someone to date.
Wow.
And telling us that our advice was really helpful. So,
That's fantastic.
That's, yes, fly the flag, literally flying the flag. There we
Flying
go.
the flag.
Yeah.
That's so exciting. That is a good news
story.
To hear that. That's such good news.
Hey, Angry, here's my friends and I started writing notes on what we could include in a letter if we wanted to make everything sound positive while still being insulting. Some of this would probably be really good for your previous landlord.
Oh yeah.
Things to mention in a letter to him. You know, like a common I was going to say commendation for the ability to identify marks on cupboards that have yet to be installed, but that's quite relevant to the other address.
Yeah.
The real estate mentioned marks on a cupboard door that didn't exist. It takes a level of skill to they made comments about the floors not being 100%. So I've written, it takes an extraordinary level of skill to observe that a floor is not 100%. To the untrained observer, it is 100% floor. If only the agency had specified what was floor and what other materials remained in what proportions. The eyesight of the agent is spectacularly good to be able to see spots that to the untrained eye must have been microscopic on floor surfaces. The agency provides true inspiration. The actions of this agency provide clear, compelling inspiration for birth control measures being employed more often.
Oh my God. That's it. That's gold. That's gold.
Another truly impressive and notable capacity demonstrated is that of being able to overstate issues to the point of giving the impression that such unresolved issues could prove fatal.
Yeah.
Perhaps one of the most impressive skill sets demonstrated was to clarify non-verbally that living in a cardboard box in front of a public urinal is not the worst situation to live. This and demonstrating that it is possible for a human to live while being completely brain dead.
Nice. The thing about the spots, you remind me, one of the things they did actually get away with, like they tried to block us with everything, and 95% of what they said was just thrown out, but they actually 5% they got away with, which annoyed me because they shouldn't have got anything. One of them was a picture of a surface where they said like we damaged the surface, and I think it was a countertop in the kitchen, and they were like that lino is the wrong word, but whatever that hard plastic sheeting is that they put over countertops, and it did seem like there's a stain on it caused by heat, but it was this tiny constrained picture, and look, it's discolored, and I'm like, what is that a picture of? I can't, there's no context. Where can you show me that in a wider view? Like, I don't know where that is. What is that? And I got that thing. God, dear. Oh, so Romeho, thanks for the flag. Lost connection for a few seconds. Got to move to Thailand as well. Because your friend's got you covered there. Nice. You can find someone to take, get a job. Nice. Okay. Well, this is sounding like a good time. This is sounding like a good time. Right. I just remembered.
It's always awesome to hear such great news.
It is. It's great. I just remembered young Mr. Angry is going to a Halloween party tomorrow, and he's made some cupcakes for which he used egg yolk, and he separated off the white, and he says, you use that for cocktails, don't you? And I said, well, I will tonight. So I'm going to make a whiskey sour with some egg white because I can.
Sounds like a good reason to me.
So I'm following this interesting recipe. So I'm going to use a bit more Archie Rose because I realised I'm almost finished the bottle, so I might as well.
I'm playing a game, and I hope the sound isn't coming through.
Oh, I can hear little bits, but it's not that disruptive. It's
Okay.
just like ship's computer voices coming through.
Yeah.
So blessings meeting us. You love us. We love you too. And you're going to welcome us in Vietnam if we come, or when you move to Thailand. Stay in touch. And
I've been to Thailand. It's actually an interesting place to visit.
Yeah.
As Westerners, everything's cheap compared to here. So
Yes.
Always a plus.
so businesses just see dollar signs when you walk in the door,
Yeah.
but also people give you like dirty looks when you're using public transport because you're taking up the seats that like people who work there should be sitting there. But it's a lovely place, and I never had any grief when I was there from anyone in Thailand. It was really nice place.
Sounds
I
good.
felt safe and people were nice. It was just the juxtaposition of like abject, like super wealth with extreme poverty was very jarring.
I imagine so.
Yeah, and squat toilets.
Oh yes, squat toilets. I had that in the Philippines. Yeah, that's a thing to get used to.
But you know, Bangkok has McDonald's as well, like, and Pizza Hut and all that.
Yeah. So yeah, there's a balance of different and familiar. So
it's much more expensive in Phuket because it's a bit touristy. There's a lane in Phuket, further away from the main strip.
Yeah.
From the beach, the main strip, and then there's this lane. It's basically Little Australia.
Oh, okay.
And it's got all these like tiki bars with Australian flag cricket playing, and it's just it felt good. Oddly felt like good to be there and meet other Australians.
Yep. Okay, that sounds interesting. Definitely. God,
Yeah.
Do you know what the weird thing that popped into my head when you said there's this lane? I remembered the bit of trivia. In England, a lot of towns had a lane, which was the lane where sex workers plied their trade. And it was traditional. And this was on maps. This was on official maps. These lanes were called Grope Cunt Lane. That's a real thing. You can look it up. That none of them exist anymore. But historically, this was actually on maps in a lot of towns. That was what the lanes were called. They've been renamed since, but it's
Okay.
a fun little piece of trivia. Right. Some egg white. You're playing in the next room. Mrs. Angry and her son are playing a sci-fi game as well. Oh man, that's a lot.
I am fully prepared to put headphones on, but my hair is looking like really fabulous tonight.
No, it's not disruptive. I don't think you need to put headphones on.
Okay.
Put the egg white back. Now I'm going to do the shaky shake, but this is a dry shake, so it won't make noise. This is how you emulsify the egg white and get it all foamy. You got to shake it once without ice. Give yourself a good old aerobic workout.
Good cardio.
Yeah.
I had to tame my dirty mind the other day. One of the parishioners was was polishing the brass candle holders.
Yeah.
Which are long and thin and round.
Of course they are. Yes.
I'm sure I don't need to explain that any further.
No, I know where you're going.
I saw that and went, oh, goodness me. Because the woman
Yeah.
had no idea. No idea at all. I'm going, stop it, you dirty bastard. That's not appropriate.
Okay. Blah, 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 blah.
Okay, I'm really unfit. That's as much shaking as I can do.
I mean, that is a
My friend
lovely
asked me
sentiment.
what kind of relationship I want when I come to Thailand. I said, "I want a relationship just like you guys here. I love your streams and it makes me feel home." Aww.
Isn't that a
that's very
lovely
like-
sentiment?
Really great friends, really supporting of each other, and we don't allow
Dickheads.
bad things to happen to each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got
So-
each other's back.
Yeah.
Normally, if someone wants to be a bit of a dick, I'll often give them enough rope to hang themselves, and then it's like, no, sorry, we don't want that. Bye.
Yeah.
I remember one person come in there, they just try to pick a fight out of everything, and then every time somebody called them out on it, they just typed in all caps, wow. Like that
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
justifies them and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Saying wow doesn't nullify the fact you're being a cock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, Ramoho, we do our best to make it a safe environment. Normally, if someone does something that really pisses me off, I won't let it go on as long as I'd like to, because I'd really like to rip into them. Just because no one really needs it, basically. And I mean, there is one particular dickhead who was obviously in here again under another username the other day, simply again because he's not very bright and he uses the same language all the time and comes in with the same angle. So I haven't decided whether or not to just straight up block him next time he appears, whether to tell him I know who it is and he's just doing the
We know
same
who
shit.
you are and are tracing your call.
And if he does the slightest thing to piss me off, I'm just gonna block him, or don't tell him that I know it's him, and just wait for him to do something profoundly stupid. But he acted in such bad faith before, like when it was nothing but, even when he was saying stuff that was obviously not true, and he was some weird fantasist, and I never bothered to point out, dude, you're obviously lying. It's just like, okay,
Yeah.
you want to create this image of yourself, that's fine. But then found out the degree to which he was being a fuckwit, and I was like, no, we shan't put up with that anymore. I love it. Right, Ramoho saying, you're pointing out Twitch. If you ban someone with different usernames 3 times, Twitch will ban their IP. This person is doing it through YouTube, so I multi-stream to YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook. And this person was doing it through YouTube, which theoretically does something similar, but apparently not, because I have blocked at least 20 or 30 accounts this fucking loser
It's
set
been
up.
incredible how many. I can't get over the lengths these alleged people will go to.
Alleged people.
Alleged. Yeah.
To waste time on this live stream.
Yeah.
I mean, haven't you got anything fucking better to do?
I mean, I'm embarrassed for them, and that's what I said to this one guy. Like when he was getting
Sad.
upset, it's just like, dude, it's for your own good. You need to step the fuck away, and just fucking move on.
It's you know,
Ramoho,
all
why
I have
is
to
the
say
guy
to
still
those
doing-
people,
Yeah,
all I have to say to those trolls is, even I've been laid, fuckers,
yeah.
and I'm nobody.
You are somebody.
Even I'm not that pathetic.
Yeah. Ramoho asking, why would he do that? It's a sexual obsession, Ramoho. That's what we've concluded.
think it is.
That's the
I
only
don't-
thing that makes any sense.
I hope that translates well, that joke.
Oh, but basically, we're trying to embarrass this weird, confused lad by just saying the only reason you would keep doing that is if you were like just constantly jacking it because you're sexually obsessed
Well,
by me.
What I say to anyone when I want to call them a wanker in a subtle way is I say, you keep that up, you're going to do yourself an injury.
Yeah.
You'll pull it right off.
Get carpal tunnel syndrome from too much repetitive action.
Yeah, shocking. I mean, I'd hate to think the disproportionate muscle mass in their whichever
be
arm they use.
Yeah. That's you got to swap hands, or you got to
end up
That was
with
a thing that
friction
happened
burns.
with some bartenders, women who work bars who have breasts of any size, from pulling in bars where they pull beers, they ended up noticing, and it's not so much the boobs growing, the muscle underneath it is. And so one boob ends up being more prominent than the other. And they have to remember to change hands and pull beers with the other hand. Because it's not like serious weightlifting, but they're doing it hundreds of times in a shift, and they're doing 5 to 7 shifts a week.
There's a lot of
adds up.
situations. There's a lot of situations in which I feel kind of sorry for busty women, especially if they're working places where there's a lot of guys like it. I mean, in pubs and bars and whatever, there's a lot of guys who got pretty unclean minds, shall we say.
Yes.
I feel sorry for the women in those places because they must feel like a slice of meat in a butcher shop window.
Oh, it's gross. It's very interesting. Ramaiha wants to share something with us. Something sexual has been bugging them. They feel like it's destroying their mental health. Look, if we can help by, listening metaphorically, we'll be reading it rather than listening to it. But yeah, if we can help just by being someone here from you, we will absolutely let you get something off your chest. So
vent away.
We're all about people being open and trying to get a positive, productive outcome. Oh, okay, yes. So Lumi's saying as an NB with big tits who used to bartend can confirm the meat shop in the window thing. It is, yeah.
Nettie, that's a good one.
I love Nettie's one. The meat in the window, it helps if you keep a butcher's knife under the bar. So,
Mind you, I went to a mate's Bucks party once.
Yeah.
And one of the legs of the Bucks party was at a topless bar.
Yeah.
Only the bar staff were topless, of course.
Yeah.
That kind of bar. And I did feel compelled to buy more drinks. So just saying.
Mythbusters did an experiment, actually. They used various different techniques to either accentuate or mask the size of Carrie Byron's bust. And they put her in, I think it was a coffee shop or something. And they found that when she was wearing clothing that accentuated her bust, she definitely received a lot more tips.
Yeah. I mean, any woman with, could tell you that.
Yeah. And also, gay bars
guys tend to be powerless to just sort of,
Yeah.
We don't even know we're doing it
where
sometimes.
they have the staff be really buff and not have tops on, they get more tips than just standard bar staff. It's a thing. Humans are a bit like that.
Remember, guys, if you're going to perv, at least be discreet.
Yeah, and at least pay for it. It's
preferably.
If it's a transactional agreement.
Absolutely. If it's a transaction,
you have to have a perv if you pay for the privilege, then the thing. But it's never, licensed to go beyond the bounds of what the agreement actually is. So, sorry, Romejo, I
An
think I
addiction.
missed something. You're saying you want suggestions to get over an addiction, but I didn't see. Oh, I think Twitch might have censored one of your comments. Because I think we might have missed a
Yeah,
comment.
I didn't see it. I didn't
Yeah.
see
No,
the
I never
comment.
saw it. Is it
I'm
worth
really-
popping the link in, and Romeo could put it in the private chat even if you didn't want to connect to the stream. Maybe that could work.
If you put something there about what your addiction is, you might have to find a way to reword it, because I think Twitch censored it because it never saw it. I actually just scrolled back and I actually opened up Twitch and looked, and it's not on Twitch either. But generally, if you're talking about addiction for literally anything, you want to find the right counselor, would be my suggestion. Okay, there it is. You masturbate 2 to 3 times a day, every day. Look, you're losing it. Okay, in and of itself, that's not a problem. Okay,
Heaps of
but if
people
you
do that.
if you feel it's a problem, for you, then that's something that we discuss. And this comes down to you want to get a counselor who is experienced in counseling people on sexual health questions, and that's going to cross over into the mental health side of it. So, but the first thing I would say to you is, intrinsically, there's nothing wrong with that. But if you feel it's wrong for you, I would say you need to talk to the right person. So you want a professional counselor. You want a professional counselor, someone who's experienced in things regarding sexual health and mental health, and talking. But the only thing I would throw in is there's nothing intrinsically wrong with it, as long as you're not doing it in public or doing it in
I'd also if you think it's a problem, why is there a reason you're doing it, or you just have the urge or whatnot? And
I get if you feel like you don't have control over the compulsion,
Yeah.
it would cause you
Yeah.
stress. But and again, like I said, I don't want to be saying, do this will cure you, because I feel like you should be talking to someone who's
There's
qualified to talk about it.
there's no one size fits all, so to speak, cure for these sorts of things anyway.
Yeah.
There's different techniques that'll work for different people in various situations.
Yeah, but literally the only thing I'd throw in is there's nothing intrinsically wrong with it. So the question that you'd want to explore with an appropriately qualified and experienced counselor is, why does it make you feel the way it makes you feel? Why do you feel you don't have control over the compulsion? That's the stuff you want to talk about. But I would hope, and this is how I think you'd tell if you were talking to the right person. The right person should tell you straight up, there's intrinsically nothing wrong with frequent masturbation. In and of itself, there's nothing wrong with it. But
Safa's got some advice, says just talk to a sexologist, maybe.
I don't know that that's a formal job title, which is why I was saying counselor.
Well, perhaps not.
Yeah.
A
don't know.
counselor who specializes in the crossover of sexual health and mental health.
Also, we don't know what the culture is like
Exactly.
in Vietnam.
Yes.
It may just be the pressure that you're put under, Romejo, that
Yeah.
you've been made to think it's bad, and that's literally the only thing I would say. It
Actually,
is not
that is a
intrinsically
very
bad.
good point. That is a very good point, Angry, that you make there about what circumstances you're living in, what sort of pressure you're under. You're talking about relocating. That's in the top 5, I think top 3 most stressful things you can do. And moving internationally probably creates even more tension. Now, depression. I think quite a few of us here can comment on different aspects of depression.
Yes.
I'm a suicide attempt survivor. Depression is a powerful thing, and it's often under-recognized.
And societal pressure can be a major
Oh, yeah.
trigger for mental health problems. And like I
If
said,
you're feeling inadequate for whatever reason, for example, and I'm not saying that's the case, but if you feel like you're not living up to some standard that that you need to live up to, that will absolutely increase your depression. So don't be too shy about reminding yourself it's okay to be you. Nothing wrong with being you, and anyone who you're not good enough for is not good enough for you.
Also, like, everyone's circumstances are different, and people
Yeah.
do things sometimes illogically to try and just get some of those feel-good brain chemicals and neurotransmitters, and if you're not hurting yourself, and if you're not like doing it in public, then yeah, like Angry said, there's nothing intrinsically wrong
No.
with it. But yeah, if it's worrying you, then definitely talk to someone, because obviously you're doing it for a reason, and it's might not be immediately obvious, if that makes sense. It could be the symptom of another problem.
And that's why, whereas we're very happy to like give these little tips to you, it really feels like something where you want to talk to someone who's appropriately
Professionally
qualified.
trained,
And but ooh, ding! Oh my God, guess who the ding's from?
Uh-oh.
Dun, 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 dun. Oh, geez, I accidentally turned on my fucking torch. We'll switch that off. Is there still time to jump in? And that's the AIDSy man. So things are about to get loose, people. So I'm going to send him.
Welcome, Romania.
You are very,
Glad
very
we could
welcome. I hope we've had something useful for you.
All right. So, okay, so I sent AIDSy the link. And in fact, I don't know who's still in the chat. Just on the off chance anyone wants to join, that's the link. And I'll... Oh, God damn it. I literally only have to, when I'm texting AIDSy, I literally only have to type the letter E, and it auto completes to emailed you the link. So, because that's the single most common text message I ever send him. Legende. Now, I don't know if that's autocorrect doing weird things to AIDSy, or if that's a phrase he's learned in another language that means something. But we'll find out, because he apparently feels keen on doing. Oh, that might be a golden opportunity, actually. I wanted to make one more video. If AIDSy wants to monologue for 30 minutes, I could let him run riot, and I could go off and make a video.
It wouldn't be a bad idea to, maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea to let AIDSy offer a few words of encouragement to our friend here.
Actually, yes, Romejo, if you're still there, if AIDSy joins us, I mean, you know, he's very thoughtful when he puts stuff out. Stuff he says won't necessarily be directly applicable to you, but he has, let's say, a wide and varied experience of life.
He does have a lot of insight.
He does. I think there's a strong chance he could say something that would be quite useful, because he certainly has a diverse experience of life. In other words, a lot of shit has happened in AIDSy's world, most of which he's caused, quite honestly. I mean, well, I don't want to make it sound disconnected. Like, you never want to overuse the passive voice for AIDSy and just say a thing happened to him, because it's almost always AIDSy caused the thing to happen. And
yeah, but like some pretty big major things have happened to him, not by him.
Again, the disease and the illness, to a large extent, can't really be blamed on him.
No, that happened to him.
you know, I mean, maybe God's judgment for everything he did wrong. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
That would
Book
be
of
the
Job,
one
anybody?
thing. Honestly, as I said, not being a believer, but if a glowing deity came down and went, I did that all to him because he was bad and deserved it, I'd go, fair cop. That was that. It makes
I'd
sense.
say that
now.
glowing entity was the devil.
Possibly.
And I'll tell you for why. The Book of Job.
Yes. Please tell me the scriptural reason.
No, I'll just say the Book of Job. That's all you need to know.
Oh, yes.
The Book of Job is a fictional story
Hmm.
illustrating a point, and part of that point pretty much dismisses the belief of Scotty from marketing. You know, that whole God wanting you to be wealthy and all that bullshit.
From marketing
The rain falls on the good and the bad.
Yeah.
Shit just happens. Even the Bible says that. The Christians who say that you've got something you deserved, they're full of shit. Fuck those guys.
Yeah. Oh, so Laura's joining us.
Hello,
Hello,
Laura.
Hello there. How are you doing?
Good. How are you doing?
Oh, I don't know. I feel a bit queasy at the moment.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Take it easy.
Yeah, it just
Laura,
popped up.
you
I have
might
a
be
feeling
curious
it
to
could have
know.
been drinking Pepsi and before eating anything, and then eating yogurt.
Oh, Jesus. Pepsi
That's-
and yogurt don't seem like a good
Yeah,
match.
that's not the best combination.
Yeah,
'Cause
but
Pepsi-
it was like a good nearly an hour later. So
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Cola literally curdles dairy products. I
Yes,
use that
yes.
to good effect. Like when I do my milk clarified cocktails, I normally use a citrus element to curdle the milk and do the magic. But cola will curdle milk.
Do you milk clarify cocktails?
That was really good straight talk there.
Suffer.
Abigail.
I am
I'm
not
great
yet
at
fully
that.
vaccinated, but I will be soon.
Yeah. No, that was good. No, I'm actually going to do another cola one soon because I was looking at popular
Hello, Luke.
cocktails, and I saw another one that's kind of a relative of the Cuba Libre, which is rum and cola. And I thought, ooh, that one, it's got cola and these other things. If I put cola with milk, it'll curdle, and instead of being brown like a cola drink, it'll be this nice clear thing with a yellowy orange color. So I am going to be making that one soon.
Sounds interesting. Laura, you might be interested to know, and I'll share the video if it does indeed happen. But you know that joke you shared with us the other night, or the other Friday?
I forgot what it was.
The one with about the paver, the concrete paver.
Oh yeah, the psychopath.
That's the one.
Psychopath.
Yes, I shared that with the priest from my church, and he says he vowed to work that into a sermon.
I don't know if I remember this joke.
It was paving slab goes into a bar, bangs his hard fist on the table, and give me a beer now, kind of thing, and then starts bragging about how strong and how hard he is, and then in comes a piece of ready brown tarmac, and quietly sort of goes up to the bar, asks for a drink, goes to a corner, and just drinks away. And the paving slab is rather muted now, and sort of like before he was bragging about how strong and hard he was, and now all of a sudden he's like quite meek with this ready brown piece of tarmac. And when the ready brown piece of tarmac is finished with his drink, he sort of takes it up to the bar, thank you very much, and leaves. And the barman says, "I thought you were like strong and hard, and but you went really quiet when that guy came in." And the paving slab says, "Yeah, I know, but that guy's a psychopath."
Oh.
I love that.
Oh, that for a pun. It's so good.
It's
I thought you'd like the fact that when I told that to our Reverend Clay, he said, "Oh, that's going into a sermon. I'll find a way."
Oh yeah, I love that.
I'll tell you what I'll do for you, Laura. If that joke does come up in a sermon, I will send you a link to the video with a timestamp of where he tells that joke.
Awesome.
Nice.
So you can see the reaction. You can see the reaction of the congregation. Now, I think the biggest simultaneous congregational was, and that was the reaction. Everyone just goes, oh no, oh.
Oh,
I'm
dear.
expecting a similar reaction.
He said,
from that.
he
sermon.
said, when is wood like royalty?
Oh no.
Oh dear, when?
When it's a ruler.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh, I
And
love,
everyone in
I
the
love these
congregation
kind of
went,
jokes. They're my
"Oh."
jam. They're
Oh,
so good.
that is so good.
Oh god!
I love
Uh,
pun
uh,
jokes. I really do.
That's
good.
making me want to go to your church. To be
Yeah,
honest,
You'd be
To get
welcome,
the
Abigail.
jokes. Yeah.
You'd be welcome.
The bar joke with a pun. AZ does this one where it's a very long joke when he tells it, and he talks extremely fast the whole time. The short version of a horse goes into a bar, and while the barman's serving people, the horse is just nibbling on the bar, and the barman looks at the horse and goes, "You get out." And the horse goes, "But I haven't ordered a drink yet." And he goes, "I don't serve people on drugs." And the horse goes, "I'm not on drugs." And he says, "Don't lie to me. I saw that barbiturate." AZ tells a version of that takes 10 minutes to tell, and he
Oh,
talks
wow.
at lightning speed the entire time. And you're kept on tenterhooks as he does. He's just telling, and it's going, and it's going, and it's going, and the payoff is that barbiturate, and it's just like, oh
Yeah.
my god, oh my god.
There's a song by one of my favorite bands. God, why can't I remember their name?
You don't.
Which
eat
I just like built them up as like one of my favorite bands, and I don't even
What's
remember their
wrong?
fucking name. It's
I hate that.
called God. Now I can't. The name is not important.
Someone had to
It's
work that out.
basically a pun about a bear entering a bar
Yeah.
and moving, going to the barman and just like waiting and waiting and waiting and wait,
Yeah.
and I'll have a and waiting, and the barman says, "Why the long pause?" And but the song has that in it, and
Oh, good
I have,
Lord.
yeah,
Working
and
that
it's just
joke into
Well,
a
while
song.
you're thinking
oh
about
God.
that,
Yeah.
I will share with you another very bad pun.
Do it.
All right. So stop me if you've heard this before.
Teenage
there's a
Bottle
guy-
Rocket is the name of the
There's a guy
Dance.
who was born without a torso, arms, or legs.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. That's just a head.
And
What was his name?
It's just a head. And he just
Yeah.
rolls into a bar, somehow manages to get himself up onto a bar stool and asks for a beer. This is on his 18th birthday. He somehow made it to 18 without body. Don't ask me how.
Magic.
So anyway, he has his beer, and all of a sudden, this bloody torso grows out of nowhere. He's got a torso. Right, that's interesting. He orders another. He grows a pair of arms. He's getting very excited by this point. He orders another drink, and now he's got got legs, and he's complete. He
Yeah.
gets off his bar stool, jumps for joy, runs outside in celebration, and is hit and killed by a bus.
Yeah.
The bartender says he should have quit while he was ahead.
yeah.
Yep, heard that one. Love that one. It's so bad.
I've got a story. Oh, sorry. Actually, before I do that, Abigail, when you forgot your favorite band, I had a similar thing. I was a friend of mine, would interview people in the community and the Great Debate stuff, and asked me for me to go on, and and we're just talking about people being decent type stuff.
It's Why the Big Pause by Teenage Bottle Rocket. That's the song.
So, and I basically said that, I like to use my own personal mantra. And then I forgot what my personal mantra was.
Oh no.
And it's like, and it just like, I don't know, the words popped out of my head. and then suddenly I
Yep.
can't remember the next bit that goes with it. And my personal mantra is treat everyone with respect until they prove they don't deserve it.
Yeah, that's good.
You know? But I've got a great story for you. And it's a naughty story.
Ooh, best kind.
Not sexually naughty, just doing naughty things.
Oh, okay. It's still good.
So I live in a block of flats, and there's a main road outside, and next along that main road, there's a little dip that comes in because there's a couple of bus stops there. And the bus stops used to be made out of glass, but unfortunately, drunkenese people kept breaking them on a Friday and Saturday night, and so they decided to replace the glass panels with plastic ones instead. So, well, one summer, sometimes like when you get a craving for something, it's just, I really fancy sausages. I don't know why. I just need sausages right now. So you really get a craving for something, and so I had a weird craving for pancakes, and my way of doing this, you could buy these plastic 4-liter bottles of milk, and I'd have 10 centimeters left in the bottle or whatever, and I would just crack an egg, drop it in the top, create a funnel, pour some flour in, shake it up until the texture was right, and then you just pour it out straight in the pan. It's a great way to do it. I use a blender nowadays, but anyway. So, so what happened was I made some pancakes, was enjoying.
Hi, Nettie.
Hi, Nettie.
Hey, Nettie. Looking very colourful tonight.
Yes.
This is, yeah.
Is that
Nice
Adventure Time?
No, it just looks a bit Adventure Time-y. It's that sad vibe.
It's pretty good.
So what happened? I've got some echo coming from someone. So I was, I made my pancakes, enjoyed them, and then, did whatever I did for the rest of the day. And the next morning, I walked into the kitchen, and I noticed that I'd gone and left the rest of the pancake mix on the side. And because it was a blazing hot summer, I opened the lid, give it a sniff. Oh yeah, that's gone off. Threw it in the bin. About 3-4 days later, I was in the living room, and outside I heard doof, doof, doof. And I looked out the window, and there's about 5-6 kids, about 13, 14, and they got a big piece of wood, like a big log type thing, and they're trying to smash the plastic thing to see if it'd break. And I thought, little pricks. I know. And so I went into the kitchen and I fished out the bottle of pancake mix that was, and by this time it's 4 days later, and it's now kind of a bit green in places and kind of a bloated out as well.
Oh.
I opened up the window and I threw it and then slammed the window shut quick. I watched it land, and it landed if you can imagine 5 people in a circle kind of thing. It landed right in the middle. And just burst. It didn't so much as burst.
Oh.
And so, I was laughing my head off, and I can't look out the window. I didn't have enough time to shut the curtains either. And I was in my early 20s and still young and idiot,
Yeah.
And so and I couldn't look out the window because these kids would be looking for anyone looking out of a window or a curtain rustling or anything like that. So I had to continue to hide. And after about maybe 3 or 4 minutes, I decided that it was safe enough to idly look out the window. And I missed a bit. Sorry. I went out on the balcony and peered around the edge of the building to see, and they all got their arms out kind of look on the face. I'm laughing my head off, honestly. That's just so funny. And so, do you remember that old Star Trek original series one where you got the guy that's half black and half white?
Yep.
Yeah.
Classic.
There was one kid who was walking down the road, and he was half covered. One half of him, he must have been sort of sideways, and it burst over him.
Oh no.
One side of him was covered in this stuff, and he's walking down the street with a limp. Like I say, it was naughty, but
But also, how good did
Worth
it
it.
feel?
it was more comeuppance.
Yeah, yeah,
Worth
no,
it.
well deserved.
I'm gonna create a word now. Comeuppance vigilantism.
Look, I don't think that Angry wants to encourage like any kind of retributive violence on the stream, but you know, like if accidents happen is all I'm trying to say. If
Yeah.
like manky musty pancake mix just so happens to like fly on a parabolic trajectory into some hooligans making a ruckus on with public property, then you know
There are worse outcomes.
I can think of worse things.
exactly there
Yeah.
are worse outcomes.
I think I've had worse things happen to me less deservedly.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yes.
I mean, I didn't
It's-
actually
it's
hit
only a shame you
anybody.
didn't have a camera.
Even
There'd
if
been
you
a
hit
camera on
somebody,
that action
it
when
could
you
have
had dropped.
bounced
That
off
would
of
have been
something.
fucking hilarious.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like you threw it at the ground. It wasn't
Yeah.
a part of your system,
Yeah.
and
they were
they
between
just
it and the
happened to
ground.
standing around it.
Yeah.
So there's
That's
no
that
telling.
Simpsons thing. I'm just going to walk around the room, punch in the air, and if you end up in the space where I'm punching, that's your fault.
Yeah.
Oh dear. I still do that one with my offspring. We'll do that
Oh,
occasionally.
so do I.
Okay, you do that, but I'm just kicking the air in front of me. If you end up in that space, that's your fault.
And because I'm obviously eating.
That's okay.
After the discussion the other night of how bad I am at actually eating, I'm just like, so this
Sorry,
week,
I don't understand. How do you get bad at eating? Is it like, I mean, how old are you? Have you not like mastered it by now?
no, because I have anxiety and depression, and it's easier to avoid eating when my mental health is bad than actually function.
Oh,
It's
Yeah,
called
I know the
executive
feeling.
dysfunction.
I
so
know the feeling.
it's more the getting to the doing of it rather than the action of actually using.
I just
hand
won't
stuffing
even
mouth.
think to eat. I just will generally not think to eat. And that is
I
from the
know
fact
what
that
you
I had an
mean.
undiagnosed
I get
eating
that.
disorder for years. That worked very well for me because no one noticed it. But I was going to say, so the reason that I have this salad tonight is because when my partner was over the other night and it was 20 something, like 27, 28 degrees, I thought we'll make a salad. It's probably going to be hot. But because of how big the one box at the Foodland near me are, I was like, oh cool, I'll make a double batch, and then like there'll be some for Keelan, my partner, to take for lunch. And the next morning, as I'm trying to encourage him to take food, he's like, no, you need that food more than I do. I'm like, no, I don't. I have ramen in my work drawer. He's like, yeah, but then you might actually eat dinner. And I was like, you're not wrong, but also, fuck you. That's just mean for you to care enough to notice.
How dare they?
Okay, the
It's-
fact that you're saying something true is mean. And it's
Yeah. How dare you call me on my shit? That is not fair.
yeah. What's that Catherine Tate character would go, how very dare you? And when you said the obvious thing to the character, they
Yes.
go, oh, how very dare you? And it's-
So, yeah, but this is the really fun thing being in a relationship for the first time in years, as a person with a lot of trauma, is trying to explain to someone who doesn't have that kind of trauma that like trust from me is very different to trust from a normal person.
yeah.
So we're
Yeah,
getting
yeah.
it's just interesting.
It's a learning thing. It's a learning thing. Right.
But
I'm having a
Opie's
quick
obsessed
blue
with him.
break. So
OP is thoroughly obsessed with my partner, so I feel like that's a good sign.
OP
Yeah.
cat.
He's currently grooming himself. Hey, OP.
Aw. Cute.
No.
He's only next to
Mine's
me
sitting
because I'm
here.
the only one here.
Mine's sitting there expecting me to throw things for him.
Oh.
Look at that little
Like
face.
hairbands. I've lost all my hairbands because I've flicked them around the room for him. He's been following me around going, wow, 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 throw things. Yeah, you. I'm talking about you.
Safa's saying that they wish finding a relationship was easy for them. I can say finding a relationship is not easy and was
It's
absolutely
very
not easy for me. And it's still a lot of work because although I've identified as polyamorous for a decade, I've actively not been dating for the last few years while I worked on my own shit because I have a lot to work on. And my partner's actually new to polyamory, as is his other partner. And his other partner is very codependent and is an only child and was cheated on in her marriage. So instead of actually doing the work and unpacking that, I'll move in with the partner and then make it worse. So that's been an experience.
Wow, that sounds all levels of complicated.
She's also got BPD, which is another layer.
Yep.
It's fun. there's a reason why my mental health's been a lot this year.
I'll just stick to being single and get hit on by women at the club.
Yeah, I just got to say, for some reason, I'm not particularly surprised that it's 25 minutes since Aidsy said I want to join, and
No.
he hasn't joined. I feel like because I think there's enough people having chats here. I could go off and make my video now, and that would almost be the thing that would make Aidsy appear. The fact that I couldn't add him. And he'd have to sit there for 10 minutes while I did
That's
this.
generally what happens.
I know. It's
It-
ridiculous.
Yeah, it's the same theory behind every time I take an umbrella out, it doesn't rain.
It doesn't rain. Yeah.
But are you leaving
Have a
at
cigarette
home?
while you're waiting for a train.
Yep.
Makes it go.
I've never
Don't have that
smoked,
problem.
so I am not aware of that problem
I
either.
don't know what it is with my lighting tonight. Also, one exciting update for me. You used to be able to see that there was like a headboard behind me. You can't now because I have a 4-poster bed.
Ooh, nice.
Ooh,
Nice.
Nice.
fancy.
Life goal met. Yay!
I've been thinking about
Fancy
making one of
dancy.
those myself.
Is that your sanctuary, your hidey hole?
Once I actually get it fully set up, yes. I want to get LED lights for the top, and I
Yes.
want to make curtains. Because I know the material I want to use to make the curtains. I just need to go to Spotlight at some point. So, since the boyfriend drives and has car, he may be recruited for fabric buying.
That's fair.
I put up.
I mean, they're not good for much else.
Oh no, he is.
Oh. Wink, wink.
Oh, okay. Seriously, on that topic though, okay, this is a thing. Okay, with that the ICAC investigation with Gladys Berejiklian going on this week, and you find out all the shit that went on. I can't help. I look at it and go, "Oh look, that Maguire fella. He doesn't look like much, but how good must the dick game be if Gladys was willing to do all that dodgy shit? I mean, seriously, that guy, he's got to have something going on.
Have you seen her though?
The gift of the gab.
No, look,
he
and-
probably knows all the lines. Like a whole lot of. We were destined, and it was written in the stars, and all that French shit.
And no decent person would actually have Gladys.
I don't know, man. I honestly think there's probably a bunch of conservative women in their heads there going, seriously, he must have something. Why would
But
Gladys literally ruin her life for him?
Also, it doesn't take much for an LNP politician to do dodgy shit.
True.
I
Yeah.
think it speaks more to that than the power
Them
of
being
his.
in the LNP is dodgy, but just for a start.
Especially the New South Wales LNP, honestly.
Oh.
Jesus.
Sydney.
Oh, sorry. I just saw Safa's question
Sydney's all
about
about-
Asian people liking to use umbrellas in the sun. It's called a parasol at that point,
Yes.
Safa. It is literally to keep the sun off you because the sun
Yes.
ages you.
Yes.
Oh,
I
have-
I'm too Irish for Australia. My genetics were not made for this sun.
I used to have a parasol that was useless in the rain. It was strictly
Oh, yes.
for sun, but
Yeah,
it
actually-
broke, and now I
yeah.
just use an umbrella because I
Yeah.
burn in 5 minutes of sunlight. It's
Yeah.
ridiculous. I'm basically a vampire.
Yeah, purpose-built parasols don't work in the rain. But even I never go outside. Right, I'm pale as fuck, and I grew up in a country town, Western New South Wales, that has brutal summers. Every now and then, I haven't been back for a while, but when I'd visit, I'd see people who I went to school with, and this has been since my 30s. I'd go back. They look 10 years older than me because they've exposed themselves to this brutal
Yep.
dubbo sun every summer. And yeah, people would actually occasionally say to me, like, how do you look so young? And I went, I stay out of the fucking sun. Jesus.
Yeah.
It kills you. The yellow face is bad. You know?
Yes.
Colin Moody
My
was
brother.
My
I have a younger brother. He's like younger than me by like a year and a half. It's not much, but he looks 10 years older than me because he smokes and he's out in the sun all the time. Smoking will age you as much as the sun
Yeah.
will.
Yeah, it really does. It really does.
Yeah,
Right.
I've got a cousin who had a really unfortunate problem with something called heroin.
Right.
And,
Yes.
I've heard of that.
Yeah,
I've heard
so-
it's good. Are you telling me there's a downside?
Well, she is roughly the same age as me, but looks like she's 10 years older than me.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
And,
men people do that too. Yeah.
Yeah, it was her problem. Her addiction problem was so bad that she ended up losing her leg.
Oof. Oh, fuck up the circulation. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but worse than that, I say worse than that because there's not much worse than losing your leg, I suppose. But
I mean, death.
you know when you, it's kind of like, okay, that's self-inflicted injury, isn't it?
Yeah,
it
but
is.
at some point it shifts from decisions to an addiction disease. So
yeah. It's a very bad health problem.
Yeah.
yeah.
So unfortunately, so she ended up losing her leg, but during the operation, some things went wrong, and the surgeon basically botched it up a little bit or something, and so she ended up getting compensation from the NHS because the doctors kind of stuffed up a bit.
Yeah.
It was repaired, but and it's like that just feels so wrong. Do you know what I mean? It's like so.
I disagree with that.
You got compensation through
Yeah.
a botched,
She still went through
surgery,
pain and
which
suffering.
only took place because you're a moron.
No, because she's got a disease. If
Yeah.
I attempt suicide and my life is saved, if in the attempt to save my life, I then still go through medical malpractice and suffer emotional and mental harm, as I recover from that, I'm still entitled to compensation because they have done harm. And that is the
Yeah.
exact opposite of what they should have done. And there is a reason that we have the protections in place.
Mm.
Everyone is
Yes.
entitled to reasonable medical and mental help. Whether
Have you
or
guys
not
seen the,
they've done it themselves is very difficult to gauge, particularly where something like addiction, mental health, etc. is involved.
Yeah.
Did you guys see the 7:30 or 4:30? Sorry, Four Corners report about the cosmetic surgery bullshit that's
No,
been
but
going
I
on in New
heard
South
about
Wales?
it.
No.
I've read a bit about it.
There's this clinic that uses TikTok to
Oh,
they
yes,
show
I did hear about
videos
this.
on TikTok of them doing surgery. And there was this
Oh,
policewoman who had a bit of a tummy tuck, but she didn't opt for the usual liposuction. She opted for something a bit more major. And like he pulls her like her flesh up and has his arm right in there
Yeah.
on
Yeah.
TikTok.
Yep.
oh my
Oh
god.
But
my
you know, God
God.
forbid a
There's some
trans
things
person
you
That's
just
talking
can't
about their health.
unsee.
Oh,
I see. I
It was
would
thank
watch
God
that
for
if it
us.
wasn't so harmful. Like
yeah.
that doesn't gross me
People have
out. The
consented
fact that he put it on
to-
TikTok does.
Yeah. I think
Oh yeah, that's the
where,
only
like,
reason I'm doing that.
consented
It's
to
on
the
TikTok.
footage being released, that is one thing. But if you haven't consented to it, then
Yeah,
that is
oh,
a major
absolutely.
breach. It's
I think
much
she's
like
consented. She consented to being recorded, but she didn't consent to it being put on TikTok.
Yeah,
Well, then her
that's
rights have been
Oh.
violated.
Fuck.
it depends what's actually worded in the contract, and that's where there'll be that legal discussion
Yeah.
as to
There'll
whether
be
or not
tricky stuff in the contract. Yeah.
that's how they get
exactly
you.
because pretty much once you have given someone permission to record something and given them the license to own that video footage, it's up to them to dictate how they use it, unless you otherwise specify in the contract that they can't use it because you've given them the permission to use that footage.
Well, yeah, I'll never say yes, but I doubt that she thought it was going to go on TikTok and that she herself would end up seeing it. Seeing
Yeah,
her
no, that's not
botched
good.
Yeah.
surgery happening.
Oh,
Yeah,
God.
I know.
That is
And
Yeah.
that's the thing, like I don't
Screen
agree
capture.
with it
Take to court.
personally, but if they've done that legal contract, you're very much stuck
Hello,
between a
Queen
rock and a
Curse.
hard place. I'd be interested to see what happens with a legal challenge on that, because you know it's not
Yeah.
obviously the same production level as something like I can't botched. I think it is the doctors who fix
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
those
yeah.
major stuff ups who are
Mm.
really lovely, but also the entire time that they're being recorded, they are doing their fucking job. They're not dancing, they're not being dickheads, they're not doing something that's going to cause harm. They're actively doing their job while explaining what they're doing, but they're also teaching
Hey,
doctors they would be teaching that anyway.
I guess you brought up the dancing because you saw the ad for the.
Oh, I've seen it on I've seen it
Because they
talked
were,
about
they
on
were
TikTok.
doing dancing while they were liposuctioning and not even looking at what they were doing.
Which is
Oh
so
my God.
dangerous.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I'm
Such a bad
making.
idea.
I'm leaving you for a little while. I'm just making a cocktail.
Yeah. I saw it on TikTok and it was just
Oh, you saw it on
not
TikTok.
great. Yeah, it was on TikTok. People were talking about it. And I was like, this is some straight people TikTok shit. I'm getting out of
Yeah.
this. Take me back to my queer D&D neurodiverse trauma
Are the
people.
cysts
please.
okay?
What was
TikTok
that?
doesn't seem like the right platform for that.
Are the cysts
No.
okay?
No.
No.
Are the straights
Not.
okay? Generally, no. Which is concerning considering my partner's straight while dating me. That's sure.
Okay.
It's just it's easier to use that label than for him to explain the nuance in his attraction to me.
Yep.
Because you know, then it opens up a discussion to non-queer people that no
Isn't
one
it-
wants to have.
Isn't it interesting, all these terms that we need to put each other into little boxes?
Yeah, and our proclivity for labeling as humans is bizarre.
Mm.
Oh, it's not that
create
bizarre,
it's
problems.
just- It can be limiting at times. Can also
Yeah.
be
It can
very
be limiting.
freeing for some.
It can be. An appropriately used label can help you understand yourself,
Yep.
but it can also confuse you.
Yep.
It
And
depends. I
it
mean,
can
context
stop
is a
you
lot
from
to do with it.
growing
We've got to be
beyond it
careful.
as well.
We've got to be careful of labels.
Well, this is-
they're not
this is-
inherently bad, which is what I think you're saying, Abigail, but
Yeah.
Yep.
they're not automatically good.
No, and they can be very hard if you're just starting to expand your social circles and your worldview and this is I'm watching a few of my friends who are new to queer or poly spaces do this, where they're like, "Oh, I didn't realize there was a term for this, and I didn't like understand that there was this complexity to this." And I'm going, "Oh, welcome. Now you understand why it's all rubbish and everything's a lie."
Also, the markup they put on some labels is just ridiculous, and it's all made in China anyway. And like, come on,
That's produced rubbish.
yeah.
Oh, my asthma is so annoying today because it was so blowy here yesterday. All of the pollen stuff that I'm super allergic to, even though I'm dosed up on antihistamines, has been everywhere, and I just keep getting these tiny wheezy coughs.
Where are you again? Are you in Victoria?
Adelaide.
Oh, of course. Yeah, you got it before we did. You get those.
Adelaide.
I had 2 decent sized branches down and no property damage, but because I had the start of my week off work with an injured neck, I'm not allowed to do certain repetitive motions, which means that sawing those down is probably not going to happen. So I might be getting the partner to do that on Sunday when he's over, with bribery of like home baked food.
That'll
Works
work
for most things.
That's fair enough to me.
Oh, sorry, kitty. Sorry.
Yeah, OP is fast asleep against me now.
Look at this. Where's your baby?
Hey, Will, did you still want food?
I put up
Hi,
put
Will.
up wire across the top of all the fences in the backyard where I live now, so that the cat can go into the backyard without getting out.
Oh, good idea.
So today was her first day outside the house, and she explored all of the fence line very, very meticulously.
They do that. Yeah.
And then
OP's
she
trying
glared
to
at
get
me with
used to his
contempt.
harness again, because OP hasn't had a harness since we moved to this house a couple of years ago, because he got too big for his other one and I kept forgetting to buy it. So I finally bought one, but now he acts like he's dying every time it's on. He doesn't wear a collar because he's an indoor-only cat. But I'm trying to encourage him to wear it so he can get outside and actually like explore. And Safa, yes, I'm fully vaccinated. I work in health. So even though I'm administrative, as soon as we got access to the vaccines, I went and got vaccinated. I think I was the first person in my department. I was one of the first, I was in the first group for my whole building. But also I'm the union rep for my section. So how dodgy does it look if I don't get vaccinated? First cab off the rank. I got AstraZeneca and was promised death, and I'm still alive. So it was a lie.
What a ripoff.
I've said to a few people about the whole vaccination thing. Statistically, it's safer than crossing the road.
Yep. I've been on more high-risk medications as just someone who has a uterus. So, you know.
Drinking alcohol is more dangerous than bloody getting vaxxed.
It is if you're doing it right.
Exactly.
What, the vaccine?
No drinking.
The alcohol.
I know. I know.
But Safa's also saying about the booster jab. Yes, I would be due for my booster jab around December, January, because I got my second dose late June. So whatever work requires me to do. My understanding is that they're only okaying the Pfizer, and particularly as someone who's had AstraZeneca, because of the way in which the AstraZeneca vaccine works, I can't get a booster of that. So I would need to get something like Pfizer or Moderna.
Oh, I'll have.
I was reading a study about it, and I went, "There's enough in here that's beyond me, but you've told me I can't do the same thing 3 times for this one, so I'll do the other thing you told me to do."
So I'm double Pfizered. Does that mean I get Moderna?
Well, I think at the moment we've only had okay for booster shots to be from Pfizer in Australia. But Pfizer isn't having the same issues. It's because of the way that they use the base for the AstraZeneca vaccine was different to Pfizer and Moderna. So
Okay.
it's because they've used a particular strain of a virus already that was to do with how your body will pick that up. Your body won't even fight the virus, and more further, it'll just pick it up and go, we already know how to deal with that. We're just going to take care of it. Whereas the way that Pfizer and Moderna work, the mRNAs can kind of be adapted a bit more. So
Okay.
it was something that I was just like, sure, that's what the professionals who have the degrees are saying. So I'm going to
Yeah.
trust them with the degrees, because I don't have a degree at all, let alone in that. I have a very sooky cat, though. Hey,
Oh,
Opie.
Suki Kitty
Um,
looks just like mine.
Safa,
Hey, Opie, you look just like my
Moderna.
kitty.
It's called Moderna, and a capital M. And blood doesn't have palpitations. Your heart has palpitations. Just putting that out there. And a greater chance, not more chance. Can't have
I'm
more
guessing
chance.
that it's blood clots. But I was promised death and stroke and blood clots being on Yasmin birth control, and that never happened either. So, I mean, all these chances I could have died, and I'm not good at the death bit. So
Beating the odds.
beating my own odds at times. But yeah, like that's just,
My mini me has turned up.
hey, Mini Me.
Hello.
Hello.
Wave. That's what you do back. If you're a Trekkie, you do that.
I can't do that. That's magic. Some sort of witchcraft magic.
Really is like an extra netty we get.
Netty Plus.
Yep. I like that.
Netty Plus and Netty Original.
Yeah. You get twice as
Okay,
much
bye.
niceness.
I'm the better version. Oh, she reckons she's the better version.
Heard that.
Should I escape COVID town for another town with less COVID? I can't answer that without knowing your job and your economic prospects and whether or not that is actually a justifiable move for you. There are so many people who have moved to Adelaide from fucking Sydney and Melbourne because of COVID that we're having a rental market crisis, which is
What,
just
really?
pissing me off. Yep. Had all these people who can have the luxury of being able to work remotely were fucked off to our state because we had less outbreaks and are now causing us to have a rental market crisis. And so people like myself who can't move in with other people for a number of reasons are stuck trying to go, cool, I can't afford $400 a week on rent. And I need a place that's pet friendly, and we don't have the same rental protections as Victorians do. So we're kind of fucked.
Victorians have fuck all. Mm.
Oh, you still have
that's bad.
rights. You still have rights around pet ownership. You can't be discriminated against as
Oh,
a pet
they're
owner.
new. They're actually new. They're
Yeah,
very
but, but you have them, whereas I
yes,
don't.
we do have them. Yeah, we have a big homelessness problem, and part of the problem was that anyone with pets didn't want to take a place that said you can't have pets. Of course, everywhere was saying you can't have pets, so they're on the street with their pets.
Yeah,
And
and that's
just
Yeah,
love
so that's how they
landlords.
changed it.
But this is what's
love
ridiculous.
landlords.
Is like I'm in a 70s build that when I moved in here had peeling paint. There is green carpet in one of the back rooms that's a bedroom that's clearly like slightly closed in sunroom that's not properly insulated, so you can't be in there in fucking 40-degree heat, and you can't be in there in the middle of winter because it's like an ice box. But you know,
Useless
it's a
room.
2-bedroom place, and it's near city, so I pay a ridiculous amount of money for this place. And they put the rent up, even though the fencing that was falling down when I moved in still hasn't been fixed. No other maintenance that's not urgent and wouldn't actually cost them more on insurance if they didn't do hasn't been fixed. So the house is literally fucking falling apart.
Ugh.
What they're waiting to
Is
do,
there-
I'm in a
is
duplex.
there-
I'm in a duplex
sorry.
with someone who is elderly, they're waiting to go into
Right.
aged care. Because once she goes into aged care, they can sell this to a developer for a lot of money. That's what they're waiting on.
Oh,
Greedy, parasitic fucking cunts that they are.
Yep, because they've owned this place based on the property history, which I can find online, for long enough that I know I'm not paying their mortgage. So there's no reason to increase the rent.
hmm.
No, it's just because they can. They go, well, look at the market
Exactly.
rate. We can do this. They can get away with it.
Exactly.
And our government likes it that way. You know, of course, there is a shitload of money laundering going on in the Australian real estate industry.
Yes. Yep.
International criminals
It's a
using
war.
Australian real estate to launder their money. And our government knows about it. And they're on board with it because if the real estate prices keep going up, it makes it look like the economy is strong. And they don't get seen to be the shit show of incompetent fuckwits that they truly are.
It's
Yep.
just ridiculous. Like, I was talking to someone the other day about fuel pricing, because we all know that this fuel pricing issue is because of John Howard, and the fact that he made Australian fuel and oil based off of international prices, and so ever since then it's always been worse. So even though petrol could be absolutely affordable if that hadn't happened, it won't be, because we export so much of our own fuel, we import a bunch of fuel, and that's keeping it at global prices, which was making us competitive for the economy, so you can pretend that we have more of this pretend money stuff. It doesn't actually mean anything in terms of real world.
Oh, it means nothing in the terms of real wealth, but it makes their numbers look nice. And as long as their numbers
Exactly.
look nice, they feel like they can give themselves a pat on the back.
Oh,
I'm
and they always
hoping
get a pay
Morrison gets his
rise.
ass handed to him at the at this climate conference.
Oh,
I don't know if it'll happen, but
I'd love to see
he
it
has
too.
it coming.
Yeah,
He has it
totally.
coming.
I just would like to not
Scotty
see the
from
Liberals
marketing
in
can burn
another
in hell.
year, but that's... yeah. Liberals in federal government are killing people. Yay.
Is it my imagination, or is each time these Liberal Party get elected to the federal government that they get worse? I swear, each term
they've
they
got
get, I
worse
think this is
every
the
time I've
worst
been
government in
alive.
Australia's history. And
Yep.
then the next time they get in, I go, this is the worst government in Australia's history. Each time they
Yeah.
get in, they get fucking worse.
Yep.
And until
some reason
eventually we'll just have the
they want
Fourth
to be
Reich and we'll
America.
be fucking at World War III. Exterminating
Just-
people with disabilities and anyone who's not cishet.
Oh yeah, they want to bring back...
Because I swear that, I mean, that's what those cunts are about. I swear they just can't outright declare it.
No, I don't think. I don't think the Australians are. I don't know. I think
I
that
was
there
talking about the
is
political
an
party.
influence. Yeah, the Liberal Party. I think there's there's an influence coming in from the US, which
Yep.
is why we've had religious leaders in the last 10 years. Like, what the fuck? Australia's never had particularly Christian leaders before.
Well, under the Australian
And-
Constitution, the church and the state are to be kept separated. But no one told
Exactly.
Scotty from marketing that, evidently.
And
You know-
Boilermakers is a lawsuit.
I told
is a
you it'd
law-
work. I told you it'd
Easy.
work.
Really highlights that.
Hi, AD.
Hi, AC.
Not lawsuit,
Hello,
a case.
Andy.
Hey.
Also
Sorry,
wanted to
Salumi.
say-
Sorry, Salumi was in the middle of something.
I know
Sorry, I was
Salumi
just
was
gonna-
in the middle of something, I was helping him.
Them.
Go, Salumi.
I was just saying, with you know, we have this separation of church and state, but also like the separation of powers and the fact that judicial and executive shouldn't be
Executive
playing
and-
hand in hand. But you know, as much as there is that precedent, and as much as we've respected that precedent for decades, the current government doesn't seem to give a shit.
Oh, they
Oh,
will
they
soon.
suck.
They fucking
They
will
suck.
soon.
Hmm.
When the
Yeah.
Liberal Party of fucking New South Wales all falls apart, and they will,
Yeah.
and they are
With their
in
corruption.
shit. Salumi, if you read the back pages of Just Quiet journals, you'll see that they fucking caught a lot of tapes and a lot of fucking memos and a lot of emails that they didn't want to let out, and they are fucked, which
Yep.
makes me laugh from an inner place. But Salumi, what I wanted to ask you
Yes.
fine individual, was when they give us cloth patches to wear. You know, when the final, well, when the original solution, when the new solution comes out,
Yes.
what colour patch will I wear? Because you've got to pick. You know, you got to look at your buy for a start, but then you got to look at your pan, and then you got to
Yes.
look at your in-betweeny fetishes as well. You know,
I think
what is the fetish?
yours is just going to be like a dirty brown stain on whatever you're wearing.
Because I can
No,
do
it's
that at
interesting.
home. I
That's
can just do that
interesting.
at home.
If
I can
you're
have cheese and sauce sandwich and
Yeah.
right,
And
go out.
also, I want to let you run, but I want to raise 2 points. When I went off to make the video, I said, this is how I'll get AZ to appear. And it worked because I won't be here to let you in the stream. Second, this is an old-fashioned porn star, which is an old-fashioned modeled on the porn star martini. And yes, I did use the joke in the video. If you're searching online for old-fashioned porn star, be very, very careful.
Oh.
So
Oh.
much hair. So much hair.
I was
as
going to
well.
say.
Lots of photos of me. And,
For all you
lots of
know, that might
photos
be
of me
coming
on the
You
wall
don't know that
last
might be
year,
what they want.
you know. Hello, and thank you for this lifetime achievement award for old-fashioned porn star. And I'd just like to thank some people, and I'd like to let you know that with enough injections of Cialis and that horny goat weed, and it doesn't hurt after a while if you get fistulas in your. Anyway,
Oh, fuck, I
you
haven't heard of
can
corny
still finish a
goat weed
scene.
in ages.
Is what I'm saying. Now, I'm wearing diapers, so you're not going to see my
John Thomas.
drag across the stage, and I just I think the industry's in good hands. Well, good mouths anyway, and I just wish you all well. Keep safe, die young. Bye bye now.
But see, when they make us wear cloth patches, that the hardest part of that is going to be which label do I fall under? Because I'm a non-binary pansexual who's polyamorous. Which
Hello.
Which
Pick
am
a
I
lane.
getting looked for
Pick a
first?
lane.
Well, you can come in with me with the brown stains.
And
You and I
admittedly,
get
if they
brown
start
stains
flogging
together.
me, I can't say that won't be exactly up my alley.
What's that? So
If they do whippings, that might not be punishment.
well, then
Take the whippings.
take the win,
Did I say
Saloon. Just take the fucking win. Oh,
Okay,
we're gonna
I
thrash
think-
you.
I've got
Oh, don't do that, Brett Fox. Don't do that. Don't throw me in the briar patch. You know. And that's 15 lashes. No, 13. I think you find it was only 13. It's 15 we were counting. Wasn't I sentenced to 20? No, 15. You can give me a couple just to make sure.
Actually, you'll get executed for being a smart ass.
Oh no, there's a certain way to
Let's
brat
go for
that's
smart
very
ass. That's
effective.
it.
I won't
They've
even
got
make
no
it on
sense
the
of
fucking
humour.
train.
If you brat the right way, you get exactly the punishment you want. I mean,
Well, we'll be all standing on the platform there, and I'll say, "Turn, Jetsits," and everyone will turn right, and the guards will go, "No, go toward the fucking carriage," and then I go, "Turn, Jetsits," and they'll all turn left, and they'll go, "Who the fuck is doing this?" And they'll run around. I'll fuck around for half an hour before we get on the train, and then they'll find because they always do. Happened in high school, happened in uni. And they go, "You, shut up," or they say it in German. And I go, "I don't. I'm sorry, I don't speak German." Yeah, but you speak lead tablet, motherfucker. And yeah, I'll miss out, I think, on all the other stuff, you know. how to construct a crystal radio set. I know how to do that. Actually, I learned that in Scouts, and that'll fuck them. Can you imagine having 500 crystal radio sets in a concentration camp? That would blow their fucking minds. And you make it out of cardboard, scrap wire, and quartz crystals that you crack out of rocks that you just find on the ground. It's a piece of piss.
To be fair, if they're getting all of us wrangled together, there'd be enough witches for us to all have our own fucking clear quartz to add to the pile. Every witch has got some fucking clear
there's
quartz.
that, and of course there's enough witches there to
What do I need to bring? I heard
things up.
witches.
Clear
Hey.
quartz.
Which witches?
Which way? Which one?
Nice. What was that, Nettie?
Which ones do I have to bring? I have to bring warts.
No,
Quartz.
clear
Mug
quartz.
Oh, quartz. I've got lots
You
of that.
find in fucking anything. Get a bit of granite. Get a bit of fucking multi-igneous stone. It'll be there. And then you crack the quartz. Yeah. Down so you've got a sheer face. That's all you need is one sheer face, and you do that with another rock. You just go crack, right? And then you squeeze the rock, right, in between two other pieces of stone, and tie and push metal tabs to each end of the quartz, right? And so you squeeze the rock. You can do it under bricks, and then you wind the wire around and around and around like a piece of paper with alternative cuts and folds in it, so you can get a windy thing, and you hold it up, and basically it doesn't require any power. It just requires itself to listen. And if you want to send, what you do is you press on the stones and they send impulses of power. So learn Morse and say, we are in a bit of fucking shit here. Would you mind bombing the insert nationality here? Please. Love, the Puffs and friends. And, you know, they will. They'll like triangulate the source of the radio waves, and so will the insert country here. So you might want to unwind everything and fuck off once you've sent your message. But you can listen all over the camp, and if you've got 500 of them, messages are going all day. They'll fucking start losing hair, which will be fun.
I better buy some more quartz.
Yeah.
From the sounds of it.
You don't have to buy it; you can find it. Go out for a country drive north of Melbourne,
Go
and when
country.
you see granite, when you
What
see
tree?
granite rocks, through them will be quartz. So get a hammer and smash some granite rocks. And if the farmer comes up and says, "Why are you smashing rocks on my farm?" you say, "Oh, I'm a physics teacher at high school. Didn't we ring you? We're doing an experiment with crystal radios." "Oh, you don't want these ones. You want these ones over here." And they'll fucking take you over there. And, you know, I came back with a fucking bucket full of quartz because a farmer wanted to help me, and it was getting too late, so he fed me. And we had a great old time. I was 3/4 pissed by the time I got in the car and went home.
That's
we
country
made a lot of-
driving for you.
Say again?
That's country
country
driving for you.
Yeah, yeah. I was sort of feeling okay when it was time to hit the tollway and go left. Anyway, excuse me for 2 seconds, please.
I got to ask a question. So before Sia was talking about being pan and stuff like that, if someone like me is trying to figure out how to deal with someone who's pan, does that make them? Would that mean I would be panhandling?
I was wondering where that was going for a minute there.
Sorry,
That's very good.
We're back into the puns.
I have a very punny sense of humour.
That's very punny. AIDS's reference to farmers actually reminds me of a joke.
Yeah, go for it.
It's an oldie but a goodie. Well, I reckon it's a goodie.
Yeah.
So there's this lawyer who decides to go out on a duck hunting expedition. Gets a gun, spots one of these birds, boom, hits it, spirals down, duck falls down dead. He goes to jump over the fence to go and fetch his kill. He's very proud of himself. When an elderly man on a tractor rides up, gets off the tractor, and says, "What do you think you're doing?" He says, "I'm just fetching the duck that I shot." He said, "That's my duck." He says, "No, I shot it flying overhead. It's my duck." He says, "It's on my property. That's my duck." He says, "Listen, old mate, I'm a lawyer from the city. It's my duck, and you can give me the duck, or I'll take your bloody farm." And the farmer says, "Why don't we do it the outback way? Live a little bit." He goes, "Oh yeah, how's that?" He says, "I'll kick you in the balls, then you kick me in the balls, and we take turns until somebody decides they've had enough and gives up." He looks up and down at this old
Is
guy.
this really
and
an
says,
outback thing? Because that's a bit worrying.
And
I
it's
doubt it
really
very
an
much.
outback thing. This really happened.
Keep
It
going,
has
though,
happened
buddy.
on 2
The
occasions.
old guy
Oh,
says, "I will go first." The lawyer thinks, "Well, how much power can this guy have?" So the lawyer, the old guy, he takes a step back, and then gives a real good swing and gives this guy a proper punch in the nuts. And the lawyer drops to the ground in agony. After a few moments, manages to regain something resembling composure, and he says, "All right, you bastard. Now it's my turn." And he says, "It's okay. You can have the duck."
The version that I've heard twice, because it actually happened, was the farmer said, "We'll play some Rochambeau. We'll kick each other in the nuts until one of us cries, 'Enough.' I'll go first." Kicks the lawyer in the nuts. Down he goes. "Oh my God, I'm going to die." He goes, "Right, I'm not going to die." Gets up, kicks the farmer in the nuts. Nothing. No reaction whatsoever. And he goes, "Oh Lord Christ, help me now." Farmer kicks him in the nuts. Down he goes. There is tears. And he goes, I can't lose this." And he gets up. "I'm a lawyer. I studied at Melbourne Uni." He gets up and he gives the farmer another kick in the nuts. Nothing.
Turns out
And
the
farmer
farmer's
starts to
trans.
smile, which is worse. And he's going, "Oh God." And here it comes. Smack. Third kick in the nuts. And he's on the ground. The lawyer says, "Take the fucking duck. How did you manage to handle that pain? I've got to know." He said, "Well, I had testicular cancer when I was 60 and they removed them. There's a couple of rubber runs up there now."
But also, I mean, just being
Yeah, it's
kicked
pretty
hurts.
good too.
I mean, there's a joke like, yes, being kicked in the balls hurts. And I remember being weirded out by an episode of South Park where, one of the boys, kicks another boy in the nuts, it hurts. And to upset a girl, he kicks her in the crotch. And it's like it has no effect in her. And I'm going like, you can't kick a woman in the crotch.
That's
without
not
her
real.
falling over. That
That's
is
not
a
real.
very... I honestly, I looked at that and went, okay, for all the various flaws of the South Park guys, I now pity any woman who's had sexual interaction with them, because they do not understand the first thing about female anatomy, and that is honestly really disturbing.
There's a lot
Could
more
be.
nerve
but-
endings in that region on the
because
female
they go-
anatomy.
Betty White put it best when she said, why do people say when you've got balls, you've got grit? Because those things are really fragile. A vulva, on the other hand, those things can take a fucking pounding. I'm paraphrasing. She didn't use the word
She
fuck.
did
And
say
then
that.
she literally said those things can take a pounding.
Oh, I love her. I love her so
Yeah.
much.
She's
I
so
adore
She's
good.
cool.
I'm
I adore the
reminded
fucking
of a Robin Williams
Yeah,
joke.
she walks on. If you are lucky enough to see old film interviews of her, she was
Yeah.
known as the bad girl of Hollywood. She was taken home in an ambulance from about 8 different Hollywood parties because she'd OD'd. She'd woken up in hospital 4 times and they said, killing yourself's not the answer. And she said, oh shit, is the party over? And, you know, her studio.
She's a
But that was
treasure.
back in the days when you were owned by a studio. It said, Betty, we love you a lot, but you can't keep on getting fucked up at these parties and taken home by an ambulance. She said, okay, message understood. So next time she went to hospital, it was in a taxi. And problem fucking solved, you know. And then eventually the studio had minders on her and said she can't take the mixture of drugs that she's taking because it's dangerous. And they're going, all right, no problem, we'll fucking keep an eye on her. And then she made a separate deal with them. I will pay you $5,000 a week, which is enough to buy a house every week, as long as you help me get what I want when I want it. And so Betty's habits didn't change. Her mind had just made sure she got to hospital on time. Apparently these days she's slowed down, but don't go in a drinking competition with her and don't go in a pills competition with her. You will
I wouldn't
lose.
go on a drinking competition with my cat. My cat doesn't drink. I just don't have any tolerance anymore.
I love it when occasionally I'll see a post on social media that said Betty White died last night, but they spell it DYE instead of DIE because she dyed her hair, and she's fine, settle down, and every time it gets every time because when it finally happens, I will be shattered.
So
when
is
it
she
finally
like?
I think
Is
when
she
Betty
like?
She's
White died,
99, isn't she?
Is she the Australian version of Keith Richards or something?
She's the
No, she's American. She's a golden girl.
Oh, American. Oh, that
She's,
one. Okay, I
she's
know
the
you mean.
dumb golden girl, which is
Right.
ironic, but she's amassed about $28 million in shares on her own. She doesn't have a broker. She just plays it on her own. $28 million is nothing to sneeze at. And she just does it for fun when she's bored and not working. She has this addiction to working, which is why she did television with the Golden Girls, because she's a movie actress, right? But she just, when I'm bored, I'm sitting here, I'm doing nothing. I'm playing shares, I'm doing nothing. She calls her agent every day when she's not working. Her agent goes, look, we'll find you something. You know we'll find you something. You know we'll call you. And she just keeps on calling. And then the Golden Girls came up and they said, thank fuck for that. Will you do this? It's about 3 elderly women and it's going to be a long form. Yeah, I'm in. And she found that she got on with everyone except for one of them. And apparently the burn comments that Betty White has come out with are so fucking harsh that I don't know half of them. And they've been very careful to keep them under wraps.
This sounds almost a bit like George Takei. You know,
Yes,
he gets along with everybody.
Very
except for
much.
one.
Very much.
Yeah.
You know, George Takei did one of those internet things where, I'll answer any one of your questions. And somebody said, you suck a lot of cock. You suck cock. And he answered with, yes, and apparently very, very well.
Yeah. Talking about
the gay community
actually,
just
no.
went nuts over.
Talking about Star Trek, did you hear that Michelle Nichols, the lady who played Uhura, she's basically got really bad Alzheimer's now.
Oh,
Yeah.
she's
Oh.
had bad Alzheimer's for a
For
while
a little
now.
while,
Yeah, but no, I mean
Yeah.
to the point like she can't do anything for herself anymore, and
Yeah,
there's a kind of
that was-
like what's going to happen
They've-
with her
They've
estate.
been very careful about talking about Michelle, or Nichelle, I should say,
Michelle, yes.
because she was pretty much the only cast member that they all actually loved. Everybody had a fucking snits relationship with one of them at least. What's Kirk's real name? Shatner. And
Shatner.
Takai just didn't get because Shatner was such a big homophobe. And Takai was like, I'm not fucking changing my life to suit you, motherfucker. I was interned in a Japanese fucking prison camp in America. So
Yep.
you want suffering? I know suffering. Fuck you. And Nimoy thought that he was a Shakespearean actor and therefore superior to everyone. And he was on this shitty TV show and always waiting for his Shakespearean comeback, which was never going to happen. And then one day, apparently, when he was like 35, 37, it just sort of clicked that actually, I've done pretty well. Actually, this Spock thing has fed me, my family, and my grandkids for fucking decades, and I'm known all around the world. If I was an actor, people in Broadway might know me. Maybe I should pull my head out of my ass. And then he produced several fucking films and died. Then got bloody Scotty, who was always left out of the gang, but he liked everyone. He's a Canadian, and
James Doohan,
yeah, James Doohan. He's Canadian.
who's a
but he-
freaking war hero.
Yes.
well, which is part of it. You know what I mean?
He
He's
lost
pretty
a
much
bit.
the
He
only
lost
one
a bit of his. He lost a finger.
Yeah,
He lost a finger, yeah.
yeah, and
He also-
He's got this
really
like.
self-conscious about it. He tried to hide it as much as possible.
Yeah, but you can see it in choice shots. He also, he not only did he answer all his fan mail, but he received a somewhat distressing letter one time from a fan, and it was basically like a suicide letter. And
Yep.
James Doohan wrote back straight away, and checked up on them, and they remained fast friends.
Didn't
And
he
it was
also
like-
get on a plane like a week later? He got on a plane.
Something like that, yeah.
Them?
He
Like, he actually
actively
turned up at the
saved
door
this
and knock, knock,
person's
knock.
life.
I want to see you're okay, and we should hang
Yeah.
out for a couple of weeks. You know, I'm rich. We can do whatever we fucking want. And it was like, no one does that. But he went,
Yeah.
no, I care about you. And this kid's going, no one cares about me. He says, well, you'd be surprised.
Yep.
And then he did a family thing with the family and said, right. And they're all going, James Doohan's in our house. I'm not going to freak out. And then he's going, who in this family would lose their minds if this kid killed himself? And they all just went, ugh. And, and they all freaked. They all just lost it. They said, you can't. You can't. And he explained to him that suicide is nuclear. Right? A kid kills themselves and it spreads. It has this the nuclear effect, the wave effect of going out.
Like a mimetic effect.
No, people you wouldn't know are affected by it. People you don't even see or wouldn't even think of are affected by it. They are saddened by it. They are, and there's always the people who are too shy to come up to you and say they like you or they love you, and they're crushed. And
Yep.
the worst thing that happens is the mothers never, ever, ever recover. Never. It's like they're candles and they just melt from the inside. They just slowly just crumple. They never get over it. They every morning when they wake up, they ask, what could I have done different? What did I do wrong? Every morning when it's not their fault.
and they're shown that it's not their fault, and they're told that it's not their fault. But every morning, they just go, "Yeah, I did it," and it's terrible. So James Dillon went to this family and said, "This is the people you're going to affect," and then he went to his school and said, "Get your mates." He told them, and they went, no, you can't do that, man. You can't do that, man. And apparently James Dillon says, so just watch him for a couple of weeks, yeah? Okay, principal, me and him have got to go playing for a while. And they buggered off for a week. This is as I've read it. And they became friends for the rest of. They wrote to each other once every couple of weeks.
That is a fucking amazing story, isn't it?
It's an amazing story. And
you just don't hear about these things.
Yeah. Look, and I'm just going to let you keep going while you're in full stream. I'm going to make another video, so go for it.
Okay. I was literally finishing up by saying,
but the rest
Dylan
you go,
thought it was the best thing he ever did. He believes it was the best work he ever did. And I kind of liked him after that. He was kind of cool after that. And then we had so we had Spock, we had Michelle. Michelle knew that she was black, and she knew that she was a woman on the bridge of a fighting ship. She wasn't a servant. She wasn't a maid. She wasn't sure she worked in the switchboard, but she had communication, and she also had translations.
She was an officer.
Important on the bridge.
Yeah,
and
she was an officer.
Many black kids.
A very large cat. She was also chief officer of communications on board the flagship of the Federation starship.
The Federation.
Yeah,
and
so
many black kids watched that and just lost their minds. When Whoopi Goldberg came of age, she lobbied the fuck out of Universal to get a gig on the new Star Wars that was coming, because she was in love with Uhura. And she remembers when it first came on, she screamed at her mum, "There's a black woman on the TV and she ain't a maid." And it was, and she would tell people what to do and they would do it. And that was like blowing this girl's mind. And apparently it was not, it's not a fucking, apparently
she wanted to quit as well after the first season. And of all people, Martin Luther King convinced her to stay.
Yeah. Stay. You have no idea what you're doing. You have no idea what you're expecting. Because, so many people, so many of the black actors that we've come to know and love on the Star Trek universe. And remember that Gene Roddenberry wanted the UN on the Enterprise. He wanted there to be no war on the Earth. He wanted the Iron Curtain to have been broken down. He wanted all of the Earth to be at peace with each other and working happily and not giving a fuck what you look like or what you sounded like. And that's why he deliberately put different races and colours and species on the bridge, and they were all respected for their skills. And he was quite deliberate about that. And it affected a lot of the thinking of young people at the time, especially intelligent young people. And every time, apparently, I can't prove this. Every time, apparently, a black actor starts to work for Star Trek, first question they ask is, "Can I meet Nichelle Nichols?" That's the first question they ask, "Can I meet Nichelle Nichols?" And they do, and they go, "I think you're really cool and amazing." It's like, these are established actors. These are not like nobodies. These are like, powerful people in their own right. It's like, "You're really cool and I like you. Can I get your autograph and maybe take a selfie?" Because apparently, what's Cisco's real name? Jake
Oh.
Sisko.
Jake, Sarah Glofton.
Yeah, the big guy.
Oh no, the kid, his son.
No, the adult, the captain.
Oh,
Commander.
I'm blanking.
Are you talking about Avery Brooks?
Yes,
I'm talking about Avery Brooks.
That's who I'm talking about. I couldn't remember his name for a second.
He's down there right now.
Talk about
Yes,
Avery
he's
Brooks.
down
I
there.
did that before you said it. Thank you for backing me up. Avery Brooks apparently turned into a child when he met Michelle. They took him out there, and she was ready for him and had cakes ready and coffee ready. You know, she did the whole hospitality thing, and he was shaking on the stoop. He was shaking because this bloody icon. He was about to meet this icon of humanity, and they said, "That's cool. She's cool." And he said within 5 minutes she had calmed him down and made him feel at home, and within 10 minutes she had made him feel like he was part of her family, and always had been. And he said, "I will always try and generate that when I meet people. I will always try and make that happen because that was just this wonderful thing." So,
There is one thing that's kind of really annoyed me lately,
yeah,
and that is so William Shatner went into sort of orbit recently.
Oh,
And-
yeah.
It wasn't an orbit. It was ballistic trajectory.
Straight up,
He just
straight
went
up.
up and straight down.
Yeah,
But he got to experience weightlessness for a bit.
yeah. But the thing is that if you type into Google first Star Trek actor in space, it'll go William Shatner. And the reality is that's not fucking true.
not true.
There was a lady called Macy Jameson,
Yeah,
who she was an astronaut, and
Who
she was a
appears
big
on
fan of
Star
Star Trek, and so she ended up
Yep.
operating
Right.
the transporter in an episode
exactly.
as a cameo,
Exactly. Give me just 2 seconds,
and that was
please.
in the 80s or maybe
Ah.
1990 or something. But that was back then. I think she might have been the first black astronaut in space, but I might be wrong.
Ah.
Oh, by the
Yeah.
way, Abigail, you might find this interesting. So you remember the Elite Dangerous box thing? The box for like pressing buttons and stuff.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so
I'm
I've
literally
decided I'm
playing
going to
Elite
go.
Dangerous right now.
Oh, right. I've decided I'm going to go a different route because you remember I bought that Stream Deck?
Yep.
So I have created
Oh, cool.
ones and things like the ship. Hang on, I'm going to go the wrong way around. The ship the fighter one. So you can basically press that and it'll go through all
Yep.
the different options.
Yep.
So you can
Cool.
just go backwards and forwards. So wingman.
Yep.
And it's just hotkey
Nice.
based.
Yeah. Stream Decks are great for that.
Yeah.
I'm kind of jealous that I don't have one, but that's why I made my own, I guess.
I don't know how much it would be in Australian dollars, but this was like 130 quid or something. So it's not terribly expensive.
Oh, that's super expensive for me.
Right.
It's
Yeah.
way too rich for me.
May I just quickly finish off my Michelle Nichols rant? Just quickly.
What if we said no?
I'd stop.
You just talk anyway.
Okay, I'll do it. Anyway, the thing that we've also got to remember is that when Michelle Nichols was doing her thing in Star Trek, there were riots going on in the street about there were riots going on in the street about Vietnam War. The
Civil
country
rights?
was burning
Civil
down,
rights.
right? And then they kept on hitting up Gene Roddenberry with, "Listen, dude, you've got to stop pushing the black agenda." Agenda? What fucking black agenda? Well, you might want to swap out Michelle with someone else. No, that's not going to happen. And then after that, he got Kirk to kick Nichelle just to fuck them up. And apparently that's the story. Apparently he had the script changed just to fuck them up. And he didn't go too far in the sense that they both didn't want to do it. But the first black and white kiss on American TV was Nichelle Williams and William Shatner.
It's a weird one too, because they, like, in the show, in the story, they were coerced to do it
Yes, all right, exactly.
by an alien entity.
Yeah.
But it was, I mean, it wasn't the first televised integrated kiss, but it was the first American one.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm only talking about American. I'm only talking about America. Because remember, America's still segregated. America is still segregated by this point. You know, the South and the North is a very different place. You want to get served food in the South, you got to sit in the right place or in the right cafe. And, you know, in Australia, it's hard because I get to train a lot of young people and I have to explain to them segregation. And they go, but how would that work? And I go, well, and I have to go through with saying there's bouncers on the doors and they won't let you in. But to a milk bar, yes, to a milk bar. If you go into a milk bar and sit down and you're the wrong colour, they will not serve you. They'll pour maple syrup on you. They'll throw salt in your eyes. They'll basically pour your pour peas down your front. They'll pour coffee on you from the pot. They can make it real obvious they don't want you there. And very brave people. We're doing sit-ins. And after the sit-ins came the vets who were coming home from Vietnam, and who said, I got told to go out there, and the only way I dealt with it was to take a lot of heroin. And I'm not on heroin now, but the war we're fighting out there is bullshit. It was always bullshit. Can't be won, and you've got to get those lads out of there. And so for every protester, initially, there was lots of citizens going, no, you fucking hippies. And then for every protester, there were 2 vets going, no, get them out. And poor old Nichelle Williams was stuck in the middle of this. You know, all she wanted to do was go to fucking work, you know. And she didn't have a political fucking agenda. Though later she did say, I wanted black kids to feel like they could aim higher. She started Space Cadets for that very reason. Anyway, the fucking FBI and CIA was all over fucking Gene Roddenberry to axe Nichelle Williams. And he got his back up straight away and said, that's not going to happen. And he kept on hiring black actors. You will notice after that episode, more and more black actors started to turn up on the Enterprise. A couple in engineering, couple in
look, there was what's his name, Dyson, who invented the Duotronic computer, was black, and he started the Dyson Institute for AI in canon in the show. He was black. And
did we bring up the Martin Luther King connection to Nichelle Nichols? Okay, I just wanted to know, because I was off making a drink, and I just wanted to make sure you know your shit, because I don't think anyone here is nerdy enough. Yeah, I know. Speaking of Star Trek,
I love that. I haven't said that line in a long time. Like,
I say it all the time now.
Everyone's saying it now, and I haven't said it in a while.
What haven't you said in a while? I missed it because of the
Speaking of Star Trek.
Ideally, actually, I used it wrongly because we were actually speaking of Star Trek. Ideally, you're not speaking of Star Trek when you say that.
Yes.
Yeah.
It always works best as just the only way to bring the conversation back to Star Trek. And I am starting to get, I have watched some Star Trek, so I'm starting to understand.
Yay.
That,
In the,
sorry? I was just gonna say, so I started watching it with one of the poly friends I've made through Bumble previously. So we're watching Next Gen, and a very young Will Wheaton is very annoying.
God, yes.
It was funny. It was
I
funny
tell you
how
what,
much that character failed because he was meant to be the Trekkie that all the fans identified with, and the
No.
writers didn't get it, and they just made him super fucking annoying.
I just want to
And
throw him
they-
off the ship on a regular
Yeah, they
basis.
threw him off the plank, which was I thought fucked. They could have done so much more with him.
Yeah.
He could have ended up in a chair.
And having Picard, like his mentor / father figure, tell him to shut up.
Shut up, Wesley.
Picard would never have done that.
No.
Like that, yeah.
No.
Also, Will Wheaton himself hates it when people tell him to shut up. Like
Yes.
when people say that line to him, he just and Will Wheaton actually suffers from depression, so don't do it. Just don't.
Yeah.
It's not funny. It's just cruel.
Yeah.
And he, like,
I
as
know
an
that-
adult, is a great actor, and I find him hilarious.
One
I
thing-
actually reshared a tweet that he'd given out today. He'd put out today where he was very proud of his wife because she'd seen that there was a newspaper article in their area about how like cannabis sales were, you know, at a record level or whatever, and she was really disappointed that they hadn't just used the term that they were at an all-time high. It was a missed opportunity. And he's just like, I've married up and beyond. Like,
I married up and beyond. Yes.
You know,
We all do sometimes.
one thing I like about Will Wheaton is how, you know, he kind of owns his geekiness
yeah.
from his years.
So
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
In-
I'm going to be a bummer. Will Wheaton didn't say that on Twitter because he's been off Twitter for years.
Oh, maybe it was Instagram. Sorry.
And do you know why he went off Twitter? Because he'd been sort of Me Too,
Twitter's cancer.
believe women, and one of his close friends was outed by an ex-girlfriend of being an absolutely horrific control freak, manipulator. And people said, hey, Will, are you going to fucking cut that guy out of your life? Now he's been outed as a piece of shit. And he didn't, and he couldn't put up with the public pressure. So he ditched Twitter. Just saying. The guy, what I'm forgetting the guy's name, but he's always on those. He's not an actor, but he's always on those talk shows. He had the nerd quiz show where he'd say points to everyone. But yeah, his girlfriend detailed years of really creepy abuse and control, where he dictated every single aspect of her life, and he's a bad piece of work. And yeah, people basically said to Will Wheaton, he's one of your best friends. What are you going to do about this? And Will Wheaton didn't want to do anything about it. And so he ditched Twitter because people were giving him a really hard time. Again, I think Will Wheaton is better than 95% of people in Hollywood.
Also,
But,
just
no one's
because he hasn't done something publicly doesn't mean we don't know what's gone on behind closed doors. There is a way to deal
That
with that
is
situation that may not.
Absolutely true.
Yeah. Like, you know, it depends as to what that is. Like, I look at something like, you know, Marilyn Manson distanced himself very quickly from Twiggy when all of those allegations came out against Twiggy. And then all of the allegations about Marilyn Manson by numerous people that were a lot fucking worse. And
There are some
He's a
dodgy shit about
hypocrite.
Marilyn Manson, yes.
yeah, like
Yeah.
numerous people.
Because hypocrites. Mm.
Well,
Yeah,
it
like,
didn't
so
help
there's-
that Marilyn Manson fucked over.
Ken, to quote someone whose first name is Angry, don't have heroes.
Yeah, no.
But it's that thing of,
But
you know,
what about-
there's one way where, like, if you publicly do something, it's going to look a certain way, which is obviously why Marilyn Manson did what he did with Twiggy. But he didn't change his own behavior, and now he's being called out by numerous ex-partners for being abusive and exploitative and trying to force a 24/7 lifestyle onto people who weren't comfortable with the 24/7 lifestyle, but were young enough he could coerce them and make them believe it was normal. which is super
Yeah.
fucking not okay. Whereas if Manson had maybe dealt with the Twiggy situation behind closed doors, there wouldn't have been as much of a public backlash of, hang on, you've denounced an abuser and actually you're a fucking worse abuser. Are you shitting us?
Yeah,
Out of
look,
interest,
anybody who was part of like the goth scene in the 90s knew he was.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
we knew.
Yeah, we knew. We knew.
He's-
We
Also,
knew.
Everybody
And
knew.
we knew. See, the thing is,
who's sorry,
stories.
I want to cut across. Who's Twiggy? Because I know
so
Twiggy
Twiggy
as a
Ramirez,
model.
the guitarist, the Twiggy Ramirez was like guitarist, bassist, or something
Okay.
from Marilyn Manson.
Okay.
They've
The
been
new
friends
one.
for fucking decades.
Okay, because I just know Twiggy as the original
Sorry.
supermodel from the 60s.
Yeah, sorry.
Because I'm
Twiggy Ramirez.
old. I
I-
know old people think.
I mean,
I
I
do know
know
he's
Twiggy
not-
the model because she was in a Blues Brothers movie.
Yeah.
What is the name of the actual singer for Nine Inch Nails? His name is
Trent Reznor.
Thank you, Trent Reznor. I've fucking met the man fucking 5 times. If he walked in the room, I'd go, oh, "G'day, mate."
I love Trent.
And he had told some stories about Manson that'd make your fucking toes curl. And at the time, I chose to believe this is an angry man who's had a lot of money slipped out from under him, and he's very angry. So I am going to take all of these stories with le pinch le salt, and I am going to put together the stories in my head that make sense. You know how I was teaching a guy that is one of us, and his name is Dangerously Talented, and he came out with a really clever description. And he said, sometimes you can tell if a story has truthiness behind it. If you're listening to a story and it doesn't have any truthiness in it, you can sort of tell that it's bullshit. You know what I mean?
I love that truthiness is a word that Stephen Colbert invented, and people are using it now.
Right.
But he also,
So-
I want to point out, Stephen Colbert invented truthiness for conservatives who believed things that were patently untrue, and it said,
Yeah.
but it feels like it should be true. It has truthiness about it. So the original meaning of truthiness is something that is blatantly untrue, but people
So-
believe it anyway.
So in the world of your Stephen Colbert, that's clearly massive fucking what's the one after parody?
Satire.
Satire. That's massive satire, right? So truthiness is a thing, and it has guided me a lot since I dropped it years ago, and I have listened to people tell their stories. Understand that I live in this house and I have to solve a lot of conflict, and I listen to people's stories of the conflict, and I go, your story has a lot of truthiness to it. And then I listen to the other side of the story, and they don't have a lot of truthiness to it at all. Or things change in the story. And that happens because people are highly, highly stressed, you know, because, but then I'm always looking for, what are you getting out of this? Why would you do that? What do you gain? What do you win?
Yeah.
And then I put all that together and I go, and the bullshitter is him. I'm trying to point at you, Nettie. I fucked up. I was going to do that. Sorry, Nettie.
We all know you're
I'm wearing
pointing
a very
past Nettie
bright
straight at me.
shirt. I don't care.
You know,
You're pointing straight
so
past
many
Nettie to
people
me, won't you?
Point up. Anyway, so my main point about the truthiness was that you can listen to all of these stories that these people tell, and you can get a real sense that they're trying to snow job something, or they're trying to protect a greater thing. See, sometimes when it's, say, for example, national security, they'll tell a story, right? And you go, that is the biggest pile of horse shit I have ever heard in my life. Something bad happened and you just don't want us to know. And then you look at these sort of edges of what was going on and you go, ooh, I can sort of guess what happened and I don't want to know. So I'm going to leave that crisp crust on there until they've fixed it. And then in 50 years, they'll tell me the truth. When I hear people talking about the Me Too movement and the Me Too stories, I always put the truth in this filter on, and it saddens me, but a lot of the Me Too stories have a lot of fucking truthiness to them. And there's not. I'm not talking about big details. I'm talking about tiny little details.
Yeah.
Stupid little details.
Details that people don't normally look at. Like there's one bullshit story that I know of. It's this whole thing about Assange having raped someone. There is no fucking way that anyone cares about a single rape enough to go after that man like they have.
Yeah.
No.
No
They
one
don't.
cares.
That's the
Exactly.
police thing. They would let the police.
They should
out,
care that much.
and they sure
they
as fuck
don't.
wouldn't
Yeah,
let him
they
leave the
should,
country.
but they don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no, the police cared about it, but they didn't find enough evidence and they let him leave the country.
Yeah.
They cared about it well and truly. They kept him locked up for 2 weeks, and then they.
Oh
kept
no,
on
I
saying-
don't think they did. I don't think they kept him locked up for 2 weeks. He stayed in the country for 2 weeks, waiting for them to interview him, and then he went to London. Something like that. I was following it extremely closely because I was actually part of WikiLeaks at the time.
Ah,
So
okay.
I was following it really, really closely.
But he didn't bolt. He did everything.
Yeah.
He
supposed to.
he hung around for as long as he could, but he had to get to London to do work. He had to work.
Yeah. All right.
So, he hung around and he
Are we doing
wasn't
this
arrested.
like
They could have
that?
arrested him. They didn't. So then he's in London. The reason why the Swedish were after him was because they have a stronger extradition agreement with America
America.
than
Yeah.
England does.
Yeah.
So when he was in England, of course, as you can see now, he's not being extradited.
Yeah.
Because of XYZ, and that's because Britain stands up to the US in a way that other countries can't.
Much
Yeah.
That's why they
unlike
wanted
Australia.
the Swedes to get him.
Mm.
What was that? Sorry, nobody.
Oh, just that we basically don't stand up to
Yeah.
No,
Yanks.
we don't.
We just
We're,
go,
we're a
oh,
middle-range country.
which way would you like me to bend for you?
Usually,
We're a
usually it's
country.
on the knees at the right level to
Yeah. Touch the
suck dick.
toes.
I don't like to
breathe
be a
out,
nag,
make it go
America,
away.
but will we be getting some lube this time? No, I'm just
No,
checking, just checking.
No. You haven't been good. Was it in your Christmas bag last year? No, it wasn't, was it? You're not on the good list for Santa, so spread them wide and think of England.
I'm just going to say, I decided to go casual again. Put my cocktail. This is one of my new cocktail shirts.
Oh, very
Has
nice.
Actual,
Nice.
has actual
I'm
recipes
minister
on it.
myself. Oh my god!
Has
It's got a
actual
recipe
re-
for sidecar,
That's
your
neat.
favourite.
Yeah,
That's your
it's got a
favourite.
it's got a recipe for a Manhattan and a recipe for a sidecar on it. So I could wear that
That
to
would have been the
bars.
most perfect present for your wife to buy you.
I know. I could wear this to bars and point at it and say, "Make me one of them."
This,
And it's like,
this one, please. It'd
yeah, this one.
be different for a girl to do that, wouldn't it?
Well,
Probably
yeah,
get it for free if it was a girl doing it.
exactly. You put the recipes right in the boob region and say this one, and the bartender goes, "Okay."
That'd be a dream for a lot of guys because you go, I'm not staring at your boobs. I'm reading the recipe,
I'm reading the recipe.
as far as you know.
Can you ask them to start making dresses? Because I want a 1950s dress in those.
Oh my god!
Patterns.
Again,
much.
because you looked at this, you looked at the site, Nettie. They have weird, trippy 50s design. They would make great dresses. They would absolutely make. Yeah, I just love the whole
Cakes and
retro
cocktails.
vibe. Yeah.
I'm just gonna
Yeah.
quickly interject to say that I'm gonna head off because I have to go get stabbed with testosterone tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. So
Okay.
it's getting a little bit late for me.
Right.
But I will probably see you all Sunday. So have a good
Have
day
fun being
tomorrow.
stabbed.
Bye.
Oh, I do. I love it
Oh,
every
yeah.
time.
You love the stabbing.
Enjoy.
You love the stabbing.
Oh, my swizzle stick got snapped.
Oh
You know,
no!
what, you know what's funny, Nettie? I'm actually wearing a 50s style dress now.
50 styles dresses suit you,
Yeah,
do.
I think.
They do.
yeah. I bought this one, and I've got I think I've got about 8 of them now. That are all basically the same dress. It's an Audrey dress, and as you can imagine, everyone you know what that is. And it's just a sleeveless dress, with a gathered
Audrey
skirt.
Hepburn.
Yeah. So it's a nice, and I got different colors. Got a black one with flowers, a blue one with flowers. This one, got a pink one, a sort of dusty pink one. And I've got you remember the one I wore a few weeks back, the yellow, the mustard yellow.
Yes.
Yeah. And I've got a sort of like a sort of peachy cream color with black polka dots as well. And I've got
That sounds nice.
I've got a lime green with white polka dots and a kind of pucey purple with white polka dots, which works really well with the lemon yellow cardigan.
Oh, nice.
Lovely.
Yeah, dress and cardigan is my go-to thing. Oh, I just remembered. I did something really cool this week, yesterday. I'm going to change my autofocus, but check out Halloween nails.
Oh, very nice.
There you
Very
go.
nice.
Cool.
Great success.
I even managed to get it reasonably good with the
Nicely
with
done.
the right hand, because remember I'm using the wrong hand to draw it, and all it was, it's basically and that comes out really good.
You've done a really
that's
good
really
job.
good.
I thought maybe
That's
it was
really good.
professional.
No. Do you know what it was?
What?
Combination of two things. It's on the table. So, orange nail polish and a Sharpie.
Yeah. Excellent.
Yep.
So,
Should I get my nails done for the bloody Melbourne Cup? I suppose I should. I'm going to
I
a
don't
thing
do
that
the
Sarah
Melbourne
invited
Cup.
me to. Yeah, I don't normally do the Melbourne Cup, but it's an opportunity to go out and meet some people. And
Fair enough.
And that's a good call. Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah,
I really do
Yeah.
want to have a sort of, I don't know, girls' afternoon out, so to speak, go and get our nails done kind of thing.
Mm.
I'd like that. I think doing it
Yeah.
on my own would be kind of boring, but doing it with a small group of friends would be nice.
Yeah.
yeah.
So, funnily
This
enough,
is-
sorry, Paul.
This thing that I'm going to, it's a charity luncheon, and I've paid a fair bit to go. So I'm having trouble deciding what to wear because my wardrobe is all over the fucking place. It is just, it's just everything I thought was really pretty online during lockdown, and some of it doesn't fit, and and the colours clash. And I don't know what the fuck to do.
I buy so much of my stuff on eBay, it's beyond belief.
Yeah, eBay. I've got so many good things on eBay.
Thank you. How you doing?
There's
Yeah.
a really good shop actually, Laura. That it's an Australian shop, so maybe there's an equivalent UK one.
Mhm.
It's called littlepartydress.com.au.
All right.
And that's where I got this. But also, I got a lot of. I've gotten some vintage items, and Kirsten buys from there too. You should check it out.
What's wrong with your face, Angry?
I was just looking at news headlines, right? And there was one that said Aldi mums turn unlikely buy into adult juice box cocktail with simple. And it's this bag of frozen fruit. It's like a resealable bag of frozen fruit, and they get this bag and they open the Ziploc and they just pour wine, and it's a bag about this big. And they just pour wine into it, and then and there's this picture of I was doing this because there's a picture of a granny with a straw in this bag of fruit and wine, and I'm just going, they're just getting pissed. They are just getting fucking.
They made their own goon bag with fruit.
It's a DIY goon bag. It's like, and they're going, oh, it's just perfect for summer. And I'm going, you are hopeless fucking alcoholics. I'm saying this. At least I go to a bit of effort to make my cocktails. I don't just buy a bag of frozen fruit from Aldi and pour wine into it and then stick a fucking straw into it. I'll share the picture. I'll share the picture.
Yes, please.
The picture is fucking wild. The picture is absolutely fucking wild.
It sounds a bit Florida man or Florida woman.
Look at this. Look at this massive.
Oh my
fucking
God.
bag. Look at the size of the bag. Look at the size of the bag. The size of the bag that they have
Bigger than their head.
They've just poured wine into that bag and they've stuck a straw in it and they're just getting shit-faced. My God.
You know something? It reminds me of something. So I had a Japanese friend come to visit me, and I asked her if she'd like. I'd never tried sake before, so I asked her if she'd bring some sake. And she brought 2 sets. One was like a pack of 3 of white sake, the normal stuff, and then the other one was a liqueur, which tasted so nice. But they were in cardboard containers, which is like a straw in the top. And this is the kind of stuff that you give kids for a packed lunch. And it's like, don't get the boxes mixed up. Imagine a shit-faced, sort of 7-year-old or something because you accidentally put the wrong box in.
I did take
That sounds like
rocket
it'd be
fuel
fun.
to school for lunch in year 10 a few times.
Shit, Laura. Some of the teachers fucking asked the parents to do it.
I-
Some boxed sake for the kids that are great around fucking little lunch. They'll be sucking down on maybe 5 or 6 of those, and it'll be good for the rest of the day.
Yeah.
I distilled pure ethanol in my bedroom and sold it to kids at school.
Nice.
Yes.
Yes. Ethanol and
Oh.
blew up a building.
Have you seen the video, the Today I Found Out video about the adolescent who built a nuclear reactor in the garden shed?
Whoops.
He
Whoopsie-daisy.
never
Sounds like
got
something
it
from
quite.
little boy from The Big Bang Theory.
It was in the UK.
Young children.
He never quite got it working properly. Like he couldn't get a sustained, constant,
What
reaction thing
material
going.
did he use?
He harvested from various different things. Old watches with glow in the dark thing for the radium. He went through a fuck ton of smoke detectors to get the elements out of those. There's a Today I Found Out video about it.
I love him.
There is a surprising amount of fucking old X-ray machines in city dumps. They just throw them in there, and you just sit on the side of the road, knowing that a hospital's about to renew their X-ray department, and they throw out all the X-rays at once. And there's always people going through, basically collecting stuff, so the guys don't bother about it. And they're always on screwing machines because, electronics is saleable, and they're unscrewing those machines, and the electronics is truly truly saleable. Get enough of it, and you can make an amazing assortment of magical toys. Hasbro is interested. You can make.
Ali does the same sort of thing, but with philosophy. She's kind of like this nuclear reactor of philosophy in the next room.
I like it.
I heard something really funny. So last week was the LGB Alliance, which is an anti-trans hate group. They had a conference.
They're awful. Yes, they're awful.
And one of the people that was invited and went is a character called Graham Lenehan, who wrote Father Ted.
God.
And that guy's a fucking arsehole. And
He's an
basically, he is like, you know, one of the worst anti-trans hatred bastards out there. And the whole reason that this happened is because one of the other TV shows he made, which was the what's it crowd, IT crowd, I think it was.
Yeah.
And in one scene, like, one of the characters falls in love with this beautiful looking woman, and then she confesses that she's actually trans. Next thing you know, there's a punch up with both of them having a fight. You know, and it's
I
like
remember that episode.
you wrote a thing where a guy punched a trans woman because she's a trans woman. I mean, how fucked up is that? And he was so triggered that he become a TERF. And now he blames the TERFs for the reason why his marriage failed. You know, sorry, he blames the trans people for the reason why his marriage failed. It wasn't anything to do with him being a complete arsehole and his wife not wanting to stand for it.
Can I change the subject?
Yes.
You're
Abigail,
stupid.
I do want to finish
Abigail
off.
wants to change
I
the
do want
subject.
to finish off with the bonus part, and this is the
There's a
screw that
bonus.
guy. So basically, at this conference, all the people, they put their Twitter handle, but unfortunately, he was kicked off with Twitter for being an arsehole. And so, but what they did have was an @ and it was something like Grimmer or something like that, because Glinner was his handle. And Grimmer, or whatever it was, is actually a parody account that takes the piss out of him.
Oh, no.
So if you can imagine, you know, this would be like Donald Trump being a guest at a speaking thing, and on the panel, and there's a little wooden plaque in front of him which has got, you know, Donald Drumpf written on it or something.
Yeah.
You know, I just thought that was so funny.
His birth name.
Yeah.
So I have this book.
I don't.
Evil Genius. Okay.
So this book has complete circuit diagrams and instructions on how to build various death machines. Electrokinetic guns, Tesla, what do they call it? Spark machines, mass accelerators, plasma thermal guns, magnetic can crusher. There's lasers. There's like instructions to build like CO2 gas lasers and ultra bright green lasers that can light a match at 2 kilometers. And I'm not even joking. 12-inch spark Tesla coil. I don't know how long that is. 12 inches. That's what?
A foot.
30 centimeters.
Oh,
Quite a
okay,
bit.
that's. Let's see, and yeah, there's like a plasma lightsaber, which looks super cool. And in the final chapter is an EMP generator. I shit you not. And there's like complete circuit diagrams and building instructions for all of these projects.
Wow.
Like, yeah.
Do you need
And the best part is that I also have the sequel,
More electronic gadgets for the
which
evil
includes fun projects like let's
How does this
see,
shit not get banned?
water ozone, long range FM pocket radio and TV disruptor, universal capacitance discharge ignition driver. which is just a handheld taser.
Oh, beauty.
Another EMP gun.
Loving it.
Induction heater, microwave cannon.
Nice.
Ultrasonic pain field generator. Invisible
How is
pain
this
field
Oh,
generator.
nice. Not so nice.
Oh, Jesus. Will wanted to show you all this. I was showing you. Oh, he wanted to. What? You didn't know how? That's a foot. Okay, it's not like the length of your penis or something. Jeez.
Who
Oh,
were?
it is.
Who
Come
were,
on, be
matron?
proud.
Who were?
Be proud of your son.
Anyway, so
He's measured well.
so to say that these books should have been banned is an overstatement, because like there's like circuit diagrams and like build your own circuit boards for these, and
Oh my
yeah,
God. You know what
ridiculous.
that reminds me of? The Anarchist Cookbook.
Yeah,
Remember the
Yeah.
big deal about
Yeah.
the Anarchist Cookbook?
Yeah.
yep.
Yep.
I had a copy of
That's
that.
the first
That
time I
was
heard
fun.
of
I
anarchists.
had one. I got into a
I'm getting another drink.
That's fair.
I have all my fingers, all my toes, and all my limbs.
Yeah, but you
I had a
can
copy of
measure-
the Anarchist Cookbook, but this is proof that I didn't do anything with it, you know?
No,
'Cause I,
it's proof that you can count. I, on the other hand, cannot count and got myself in a lot of trouble when I blew out my dorm window. And I almost had it fixed when the fucking proctor and the fucking dorm leader and the fucking dorm fucking supervisor came around and saw me putting in the last bit of putty. And they say, "Oh, why are you puttying that window?" And I said it needed it. You know, it works perfectly, as you can see. We'll just let it dry up for now. They said it's very clean. It's still got the sticker on it. Yes, it has. I decided new windows were the go. Is that because you blew them out? Well, blew them out is a strong term. So you blew out your windows. Half the campus heard it. This is a court mask on your desk. But I can fix that with some new Laminex, which you can see Russell has come here. All I need to do is pull this lot
Okay,
up, put that
sorry.
down.
I was just going to say, Nettie run around there with her butt sticking in the air. That is entrapment. I'm just saying that. And not just for me. I'm just saying Nettie just diving around with her butt in it. I'm just saying that's entrapment.
And thank you, Angry,
Sorry.
so much for that. Most appreciated. Bro.
I'm just saying.
Anyway, so they said you blew out the window, you're in trouble.
I'm trying to
I said,
find
"I'm
my
fixing it,
cocktail."
so it's fine." And Nettie, you've got nothing to worry about. I'm fixing it, so it's fine. And they said, "Well, did you match the colours?" And I said, "Perfectly." And they said, "How'd you do that?" And I said, "I got a restorer in to match the colours." And they went, "Give us a look." And I did match the colours perfectly.
Okay.
And I got everything done in a day. If I hadn't been dobbed on, I would have actually got it done before they turned up. It was the last thing to do was put the formica down. And they said, "What did you do to make the explosion?" I said, "I did nothing. Another person did a stupid thing, and they caused a fast oxidation reaction to turn into a detonation, which was not what we were looking for." Geez, I was pissed. I was so pissed because all my glassware went up. All of it just went up. And, glassware is it's, minimum $150. You're a student. You've got nothing. I had to save up for like 3 months to get it, and it was all just a fucking mess. I had a fly screen up in this room. I tacked it to the ceiling and just let it hang. And then my assistant, who wanted desperately to be there, lit the wrong fucking flame, and up it went. And the fly screen worked really fucking well. it worked really, really, really well. All the glass came into it and out the window and into the walls and into the bed and into the floor and into the desk and burnt it. I was left saying, "You motherfucker," and had to rip everything down and start, stopping the fire. And the fire alarm was going, and the fire is turned up. And I said, "There's no fire here." And they said, "There is rather large evidence of an explosion. I am fixing it though." And yeah, I got into a lot of shit and nearly got kicked off campus. But then
Can't imagine why.
the science guys came over and said, "What were you doing?" And I said, "I was making ethyl methyl alcohol to transport the methylates out of this MDMA." And he went, "Really? Can you do that? I thought you had to go through several other processes first." I said, "No, it makes sense. But you've got to, control pressures and temperatures really exactly." And he said, "Well, you don't want to fucking do that here. You want to do that over at the lab. Come on." So we will make an MDMA over in the fucking lab. And his price for his silence was half. Greedy bastard. But worked for us. Jesus, did it work for us? I was seeing pretty colours for months. Apparently so was he. So yes, so that's my story of blowing up my room and fixing it again. And I used to make booze for the kids in the fire extinguisher in the toilet, in the shower. Why they had a fire extinguisher in the shower, I don't know, but that's what we used to keep the temperature and pressure good. And yeah, we used to get a new harvest every 3 weeks, and the whole house was happy because they were drinking pretty tasting moonshine, because they used to put blueberries and raspberries and lemon juice in it. And you say, why lemon juice? Because it just kicks the sweet up a bit. It's really nice. So there you go. That's it. That's my story done.
All good, brother. That's
But I would like.
Funnily enough, I had a cocktail yesterday. I went into Manchester, met up with some friends, and I had another pina colada because that's what I like.
That's nice. Nettie, what are you making with Liquor 43, Nettie?
I don't know. I'm asking you.
I actually made.
Because you told me to make something last week,
Yeah.
I think, and I don't know. I was probably too drunk.
I actually made a Liquor 43 drink earlier. I did a version of a porn star martini, which is because Liquor 43 is a vanilla herbal liqueur.
Yes.
So, if you want to, I would do. Do you what do you have? Do you have gin?
I have gin. I have I have patient wolf slow gin.
Ooh, you?
I have Hendrix as well.
Yeah.
My favorite.
Do you think that slow gin sounds a bit ableist? I don't know.
Yeah. do a 50-50 Liquor 43 and slow gin. I reckon that would be really good.
I reckon I've tried that and I've tipped it out.
Oh, okay. No. Okay, if you've done that, then if you don't like it, you don't like it. What I did like 1 ounce Liquor 43, 1 ounce of a white rum.
I've got rum.
Okay. So I did tequila.
Some rum.
Okay. So what I did 1 ounce of Liquor 43, 1 ounce of the white rum, and then half an ounce of a fruit liqueur, whatever fruit liqueur you like the sound of.
Let's have a look.
Yeah. I did passion fruit, but whatever you have that you like the sound of.
Is the Oka Gold fruity? What is this?
It's herbal.
I
It's
don't-
herbal.
Oh, it's herbal. Okay. I've got triple sec.
Triple sec. Do half an ounce of triple sec.
Okie dokie.
So-
I got something. So you know, AZ was talking about like exploding things and
Yes.
fire and stuff. Someone I know, he does model railway stuff, and he had a bit of an accident with his house when he had a bit of an explosion.
Okay.
And it basically knocked a wall out and damaged the foundation enough that it had to be basically reinforced and he had to move out.
Okay.
So they fixed it quite quickly.
That's
And it was
not-
caused by one of these.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Just an
Yes.
aerosol can exploding.
Fucking
Pressurized aerosol. Yes.
It would have been a new can. It would have. Oh no! It would have been a 3/4 can. It would have got enough oxygen in it to split the seam, and then they got the rest of the oxygen in it, and then it would have atomized and blown the
Yep.
fuck out of everything else.
Yeah, it's actually a pain in the ass that happened because he made kits, plastic kits that you glue together, and and this is stuff that you can't buy models of. They either come in kit form, and he's the only one that made the kit of them,
Yeah.
or you'd have to scratch build it out of like plastic and stuff.
Yeah.
But what happened
There
was,
we go.
yeah, the problem is that unfortunately, there's too many people who just can't be asked to make kits anymore. They just want to go to a shop and buy some and stick it on the track.
Yeah.
And he sells other stuff as well as puts sound in them, because you can have sound in locos now,
Yes.
where they accelerate and press button and the horn goes off and stuff like that. And
Yes.
that stuff makes him a lot of money by comparison to the stuff that just wouldn't sell. So when he had the explosion, all the kits just got shoved in a shed in the garden,
Yeah.
and he hadn't had time to pull it out. And it's, he's like, I'm selling so much stuff, and my time is taken up by doing this stuff that does sell. I haven't got time to fiddle through the stuff that doesn't sell just because you want a few kits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Well, that's
Speaking of explosions, there was a fun one a few years ago in Sydney. Guy in an apartment block had a roach infestation problem, so he got a thing from a supermarket called a roach bomb. It's this little compressed cylinder. You press the thing on it, and it sprays things, and you're meant to leave because it's spraying poison, aerosolizing poison across the thing. So
You don't
he
want to do
sets
that.
it off and leaves his apartment and goes down to the 7-Eleven to get a Coke or something. And 15-minute walk down to the 7-Eleven, and then he's coming back, and there's all these fire engines around his apartment building, and his apartment has exploded. Because what's happened is it's not just the poison that aerosolizes with these things, it's the propellant that aerosolizes, and that's flammable. And so his apartment, his 1-bedroom apartment, fills with a flammable gas, and then the fridge's compressor starts up, which makes a spark, and his fucking apartment exploded. And he just comes back
Was
from the
that in
7-Eleven
Leichhardt?
going,
I think
he comes back going, "What's going on, fellas?" And he sees flames coming out windows and goes, "That looks like my apartment." Just like,
was
those
that in Leichhardt? Because I think that was near me.
yeah.
Yeah.
Roach bombs and flea bombs are terribly
Yeah.
dangerous because they don't just aerosolize poison, they aerosolize the propellant, which is flammable. And it's just like, geez.
I once
Hey,
had a
fun
I
fact.
once had a chip pan fire.
Mm-hmm.
And what happened was, so basically, I said earlier, like sometimes you have a hankering for something. I fancy sausages. So
Yeah, sure.
on the, I just had oil in the pan and it was all cooked up and hot and everything. And I'd left it a bit long, actually. It was a bit too hot,
Yeah.
But I basically went into the freezer and got the frozen sausage to stick in there because that's how you can cook them. And well, it had, when if you buy like a bag of ice cubes or something like that, and you always get the little shreddy bits at the end, well, it had loads of like crystallized ice all around this sausage. And I
Yeah.
took 2 of them and I just dropped them in and just
Very
moved my
bad.
hand quickly.
Yeah.
So I didn't splash my hand with hot fat or anything.
Mm.
And what I ended up with was a column of fire, just went
Yeah.
straight up and it like a tube, you know.
Mhm.
And the ceiling in my kitchen still has a little sort of like a bubbling where the paint is, you know,
Yeah.
Oops.
dried up really quick. So,
Yeah.
oops.
Yeah. Yeah. In a far more innocuous thing, I've done stuff on barbecues. I've had sausages on barbecues, and they were kind of like swelling up from the heat. And I poked them with a fork, which poked little holes, and all the fat that was within this thing that had liquefied shoots out like a little geyser and hits the flame of the barbecue and ignites. So the whole fucking thing of sausages ignites because the fat's burning. And that was outdoors in a barbecue, so that was safe. But yeah, indoors, that's a whole different thing. That's a whole different thing.
Yeah.
At a party, like one of the first parties I'd ever hosted, this was a share house situation, so there was a lot of chaos. And somewhere during the night, we had this big drum, you know, for a fire because it was midwinter. Someone decided to chuck a flea bomb in there.
Oh no.
Yeah,
no.
and it didn't go off straight away. So he walked over to the
They
drum
do.
and looked over at it and goes, I don't know, walks back, boom, within seconds of him looking over at it. So that was fun.
Fact. You know that
and they
stuff you
thought I was
can,
paranoid for thinking the house might blow up.
you know that stuff you can buy to clean your computer out and whatever, you know, the cans of dust off.
Yes.
That's not compressed air.
No.
No, quite often that's compressed butane.
Yes.
It's
Because it's a liquid.
other-
It's a liquid in the thing, and when you release it, it vaporizes, but it's very volatile as it
Mm.
vaporizes.
Sometimes it's
extraordinarily volatile.
mm.
Extraordinarily volatile.
Oh,
I-
that
Yes,
sounds
but
like
is
the,
it
that
fun?
sounds like the old sort of James Bond lights the can. That sounds
Yeah,
like
yeah,
that would be fun.
I've used can bombs
I've
before,
done that.
but
Me
I
too.
have never used a keyboard cleaner bomb because they are
Yeah.
so fucking dangerous.
My dad had a thing when I were a lad. It was a glass chiller, and again, it was a sealed canister that's liquid when it's sealed. But the instant I forget, it wasn't butane, but it was dangerous. When you release the thing and it's sprayed, it turned into a gas straight away, and an exothermic reaction made it extremely cold. And so if you put a glass over this thing and went goosh, the glass was sprayed with this sub-zero stuff, which would instantly chill the glass. But that was really volatile and really dangerous. It's just like fucked up.
There's a guy I watch on
They
YouTube
set sail
called.
in 1980.
There's a guy I watch on YouTube called Thunderfoot, and
Yeah.
he did
Yeah.
a video of someone, basically saying, "Don't do that" to some idiot who thought it'd be a great idea to make an air conditioner out of a bucket, a piece of pipe, and some dry ice.
Oh no,
They did
that's
that.
carbon dioxide. That's
Yes,
carbon
and
dioxide.
it's like, okay, and he kind of went into the science because it's not just filling the room full of stuff that is going to suck the air out rather than it's going to make you ill but with the carbon dioxide. But not only that, I'm fuzzy on it. I haven't watched it for a long time, but it's kind of like the difference between something that helps you live and something that helps you die is only like a very small line.
It's a fine line between being alive and being dead.
Yeah, but it's like
Really
only,
is.
it's like a Goldilocks zone,
Yeah.
and if
Just
you go
right.
beyond
Just
that,
right. Yeah.
your body
Um,
your body just says, "I'm quitting," and just seizes.
Yeah, there's all sorts of things you got to watch for, and there's all sorts of things that you can do to make sure you're imbibing pleasure is not going to crystallize your throat and stomach, which will give you instant frostbite and kill you from the inside. So one of the things you can do is, if you're cooling vodka in the traditional way, is you start a fire and you put the vodka in the snow around the fire and turn the bottle very carefully every 15 minutes, a quarter turn. So all of the vodka gets introduced to the fire. So when it comes out of the fire, all of the vodka is heated to the point of just just above freezing, and you can drink it without, dying. There was reports of a junior politician taking some Japanese guests out on a tour of the tundra, and he said, "This, of course, is how we drink vodka in the USSR." And he's cracked the bottle. He says, "Stolichnaya," and spasiba, and drank down, necked down like a good 3 or 4 gulps, capped the bottle, and was dead before he hit the ground. Had no fucking idea what to do.
Fucking Russians, eh?
Looking at each other going,
Fucking Russians, man.
should we do that? And someone else said, no, we shouldn't. And somebody had some
It's
medical
stories
experience
like
and
that that got my kid
and said,
teaching herself Russian
okay,
in year. It's stories like that that got my kid teaching herself Russian in year 8.
not
In
so
Mother
sure.
Russia,
One.
in Mother
and-
Russia, vodka down to you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
She
yeah,
knows.
more vodka down you, baby. Yeah,
Vodka down
She's a
to you.
Reza kid,
yeah,
like
you remember
Yeah,
that
there's
one.
again.
danger, let's go.
There were stories out of Russia, and I don't know if these are true or not, because when they're like morality tales, I never really completely trust them. But it was people in like, drunken cocaine vodka parties throwing dry ice into the jacuzzi because it looks cool. And these oil millionaires and their supermodel naked girlfriends are in the jacuzzi with dry ice thrown in it because it looks cool. But because of what dry ice does is makes carbon dioxide come up, and everyone loses consciousness because of oxygen deprivation, and then slides under the jacuzzi and drowns. And those stories come out every now and then. I'm not sure if they're true, but they sound
surprised
imminently
You know what?
plausible. They
Matey,
sound
I
plausible.
saw the video.
And that's
of that
what's
happen.
commonly known in Italy as a bunga bunga party.
Bunga bunga, baby. I'm into it. I support them.
Sorry.
I saw the video
Sorry.
of that happen. Henry. I saw the video of that happen. Somebody was filming it for posterity for our gang, and then you see it happen, and then this guy goes, guys, you don't even have to know Russian. He's going, guys, and then you can see everyone coming in, and they're dragging people out of the water because they're not moving and they're all fucking dead.
It's carbon dioxide goes over your head, and then people can't fucking breathe.
Mm.
Let me
Oh,
just
the other one
say,
that comes out of
one
Russia?
the models.
Oh.
16 people died. They saved one model.
Yeah. The other thing that comes out of Russia, it's like that version. It's not parkour, but it's when they do the dangerous stuff on building sites, when they go up to really high buildings and there's like girders hanging out over nothing.
It's called
And they
free running.
They dance on the edge of them, and they just hold on with their fingertips and shit. And those videos squick me out badly. But I have also seen the videos where someone goes dance, and falls, and they fall like 40 floors. And it's like, oh, yeah, no. Oh,
I haven't seen
no.
those.
There's no coming back from that.
That
No,
person's
and
voice on left has
I
been
had a Russian
terminated.
friend, and and I said, "What's that about? Why do people do this shit that could clearly kill you very easily?" And she said, "A very large number of Russian people, particularly younger people, feel there's no meaning in their lives. So doing this stuff where they could die at any second gives them an endorphin rush and makes them feel like they're in control. So they do shit that could kill them at any second just to feel something, because life in Russia is so shit. People are numbed and what. So the young people do this incredibly dangerous stuff just so they can feel something. And a certain number of them fucking die doing it because it's really dangerous. And I've seen the video and watching them when they're dancing on the edge of a building and going da da da, and then they slip and they're just gone.
It's called free running.
Free running, is that what it's called?
Some of it's free running, but some of it's just dancing on the edge. Some of it is free running, proper free running, steeple to steeple, and the free runners are crazy motherfuckers.
Yeah, I've seen them. They hang off the edge of the building, and then they do it with less and less fingers. Like they lift up a couple of fingers till they're only holding on with a couple of fingers, and it's a definite death. And you watch 99 of 100 of the videos, they're okay, and it's just really disconcerting when they do all this shit. But then every now and then you see one of the videos where it goes wrong, and it's like, oh, that's bad. That's bad.
The Russian and Chinese free runners are undoubtedly the best in the world. In every X Games free running championship, they clean up. It's just between the Russians and the Chinese, and they fucking clean up. And
no one else is fucking mad enough.
Basically,
is
taken by the Russians. The Chinese aren't so good at edge dancing, but they do it anyway. But weirdly enough, the nature run. They do the nature run in 3 continents. They do the nature run in Africa, in South America, and in Australia. And you start from a middle of nowhere city, and you run as fast as you can to a middle of nowhere city or Darwin, same as.
Darwin.
And you're not supposed to kill any of the local animals if you can help it. But if it looks like they're clearly and presently going to eat you, you can shoot.
It's coming right for us.
It's coming right for us.
By parachute food in front of the runners when they can see them. Because if they drop the food early, then the animals come and get it. And then they've got to start stealing food off lions, which is, a thing.
Fraught with danger.
Right.
Yeah, God, this is reminding me. This is reminding me of a thing that happened a couple of years ago on the Rialto. The Rialto is a skyscraper in Melbourne. It's not the tallest now. At one point, it was the tallest. But there's a cafe restaurant on the roof of it now where people go to have breakfast before they go to work for the morning. And a couple of years ago, it was full for breakfast people. Some guys in business suits rocked up, and they were wearing backpacks. And there are these big plexiglass things on the roof to stop you from sort of going through. And these guys wearing backpacks, they just rocked up, and then they just ran for the side of the building, and they leapt up the plexiglass things, and they scaled up, and they just jumped off over the plexiglass. The backpacks were actually parachutes, and it was like, this thing was full of people just having breakfast, and 3 or 4 dudes just came in and ran and jumped over the plexiglass and jumped off the side of the building. And they were base jumpers, essentially. And they jumped off. And this was in Australia. This is completely illegal. These guys could go to prison, but they did it so quickly, like no one got a picture of their faces. There was just dudes in business seats who, for some reason, were wearing backpacks, and then they just ran and scaled the plexiglass walls and jumped. And all the people having breakfast are going, "What the fuck?"
Well, can you just imagine it?
Suicide!
Just imagine it. There you are having breakfast, and suddenly you just see a sort of woof go by, and did someone just jump?
No, because it wasn't instantaneous. These guys scaling the plexiglass wasn't instantaneous. It took them a few seconds because
There
they had
were
to run and jump and get their fingers on the top and then pull themselves over and then just roll over the top. And all the people having breakfast were like, what the fuck?
there
And-
were
and-
4 people who actually got filmed. They got their cameras out, click on.
They
go,
had
film what was
GoPros on.
going on.
They had GoPros. They put it all
When-
on YouTube.
When you're base jumping, you have to deploy your parachute pretty much straight away.
Straight away.
It was
So-
almost
No fucking
instant, yes.
chance.
Because the
Straight away.
Rialto's not that tall, so they had to jump the plexiglass, roll over, and deploy the chute almost immediately. But I just love that when the media reports came out because the cafe was full. There was a couple dozen people in the cafe, and these dudes just jumped the plexiglass, and everyone in the cafe is just going, "What the fuck? What the fuck was that?" And it was
And
just
then
When
there's-
did that happen? The
Four
Rialto's
guys-
just down the road from me. Like, it's
Yeah, no,
seriously about 2 minutes walk.
yeah, it's cool.
It
And
happened
again-
a few years ago now, but there was 4 people who took video of it because they figured out what was going on when they saw them go for the wall,
Yeah,
and they followed them, and one put his arm over, hoping to get a good shot, and he did.
yeah,
And when he watched it back and says, "Oh, they all made it,"
Yeah.
and everyone else is going, thinking there was going to be splashes on the road.
Yeah.
Then
Yeah.
cops everywhere. And
Yeah.
apparently
But they all
what
got-
happened was
they
2
got
of them got in a
away.
taxi. 2 of them
None
got
of
in a
them got
taxi and 2 of them
caught.
got on the train. And
Yeah.
the first thing they did was take off their suits, lose the parachute, lose the shoes.
yeah.
And just
It was
got on
like
train.
Velcro. Whoosh.
It was woof. It was apparently planned down to last microsecond.
Yeah.
And it was just awesome. But it strengthened the laws, and the barrier got heightened. Who knew? Who knew that
Yeah.
was coming?
It- It's
The-
kind of like the people who do those jumps in squirrel suits or the wing suits or whatever you want to
I
call it.
love that.
I want to do that
What I wanna
so
do
much.
I, want
I
that
love
some-
them. I will never do it because it's absolutely fucking deranged.
Oh, I want to
Oh,
do it. I so want
I-
to do it.
I love that there are humans who do it. It's like this is intrinsically an extremely stupid thing to do
Oh,
because it's
I
so
guess.
dangerous. There was a great video a couple of years ago. It was on YouTube. There were these like American jackass style guys who do base jumps and what. They met up with these Euro guys who were the real cutting edge squirrel suit guys, and they went on some mountain in the Alps that has a road that goes around and around and around it. And these Euro guys are saying to the Americans, yeah, we're going to jump off the top in the squirrel suits and we're going to go around and around the mountain and you can film us from these points. And the Americans said, okay, we're setting up a camera on this car park that's on the side of the mountain. So when you go around, how far will you be from the edge of the mountain when you go? And the Euro guys are going, about this far? and the Americans are going, fucking what? And they were, yeah, fun. And so they're flying at this freakishly fast speed, and they're only this far away from rocks that will kill them instantly if they hit
Yeah.
them.
They got
Funny you
clocked
should-
at
funny
going
you should
100
mention
That's why
that.
base jumping is extreme.
Yeah, it's funny you should
Um,
mention that because there is a
Yeah.
somewhat famous one of something like this where they're flying like
He hit
down the
the bridge.
valley of a mountain.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
no.
they're just flying really closely down it. There's a guy with a GoPro or whatever, and it's like you'll have like a couple of jagged rocks, and he's like flying between them. You
Yeah.
know,
No,
that guy's now dead because of a slight miscalculation.
Oh yeah, no. A bunch
There's
of them
one that
died
who hit a
here.
bridge. He went to fly through a bridge, and
And
miscalculated.
succeeded in flying through the bridge.
Well,
Well,
the bridge flew through him.
yeah.
Grammar right. But
There was a mingling of particles, is what we should say.
there was a mixing of intentions.
Yeah.
basically, the biggest
Deceleration trauma.
threat these guys have is unaccounted for up and down drafts, because you can't see them unless you're looking
Thermals.
how they affect
Yes,
the
thermals.
Thermals and
environment.
turbulence.
Thermals and
I can't remember
turbulence. You
what
can't
it
see
is
them
now.
unless you can see how they affect the stuff around you. And if you're going down a valley, you there's no way you can
Yeah,
see
can
that
you?
affect anything. I mean, you can look at clouds and go, is that cloud doing some lenticular oscillation? Because if it is, I'm kind of fucked here. And you just want to head up. Trouble is heading up, you lose speed. Losing speed is bad because you stop getting flight
You stall.
to then go down
Yep.
again, get flight, and
Yeah.
then you'll hit the downdraft and go down very, 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 very fast.
Yep.
And you'll go, oh, I can poo. That
Yeah.
that constipation is not a problem.
Yeah.
And
I still want to do it. I still
I'd
like
like
to
to do it.
would love
Yeah.
to do it.
Bells on. I know that a lot of the guys have a especially when the ones go down the valleys, because it's most dangerous. I know it sounds stupid that going near the mountains is not dangerous. It's actually not as dangerous as going down the valleys. But going down the valleys is more dangerous because you can't see the signs. And a lot of these guys have strategies. If like they get hit with a sudden downdraft, they pull the cord. Fuck it, I'm not a hero. I'm a father of two.
Yeah.
I've got accounts in Zurich.
You're a skin tube of meat and bone, and you
Right.
want to
Gotta
keep
get
the
back to-
inside bits inside that
On the
skin tube.
inside,
If
yeah.
I don't go
Yeah.
to work on Monday, my wife is going to kick the shit out of me harder than the ground will. So, whoops, out comes the chute and down
No.
I go.
Apparently, there's a
And none of the guys in your crew is going to fucking hassle you. They are going to radio you, going, "Where was that? Where was the downdraft? Where was the downdraft, dude?" And that's what they want to know. So
I saw
fuck.
something interesting where, and I can't remember what it is. It's something like a gene or something, where we have effectively a part of our nature that says, like doing things that could hurt us makes us queasy and not want to do it. I don't know what you want to call it, but we have a natural aversion from doing crazy shit because we know that
Absolutely.
it might hurt us.
That's
And
been
apparently,
well developed.
for people like these sort of adrenaline junkies, that little mechanism doesn't really work for them.
Do you know what, Laura?
Young males are driven by testosterone, is what we're saying.
Do you
But
know
also,
what-
like, there's adrenaline junkies and risk takers, and then there are people who ignore risks. You can take a
Very
risk when you do a risk assessment
very
and
different.
know what your limits are. And then there are people who are idiots and ignore risks, and those are the guys who die.
So, Laura, what we're trying to tell you here is no, those people who do this crazy shit and live regularly, they understand risk and they understand danger very well. They are fucking all over it. But what they also do is they plan for risk and they plan for danger. That was one of the psychological tests that they gave all of the staff at NASA for the Apollo program. They found in the the friendship program. What was that called? Anyway,
I don't know.
the first lot,
Gemini?
they found that they were having trouble with people who were too freaked out to make a decision. So then they changed the psychology to people who would take a risk but check it out first. And so they had these engineers coming to them going, I want to do this test. What the fuck do you want to do this test for? Because I want to see if the thing will blow up if I press this button or that button. But that's going to cost us $1 million. A dead astronaut's going to cost you $80 million. What do you want to do? Okay, you can have your test. And one of the tests was, we want to test whether the rocket assist system that will take the capsule away from the rocket if something goes wrong works. And then, okay, it's just bullshit, but we'll give you a little rocket and we'll put a capsule on top of it. And if something goes wrong, it'll fucking work. So they did this and they shot it up. Something went really, really wrong with the rocket. Nothing that they'd planned, because they planned to blow up one of the electrical wires that said you're in trouble, eject the rocket, eject the capsule. That didn't happen. What happened was the rocket itself fucking blew up. It blew a side out, and the capsule on top said, "I'm not getting 3 signals up my wires. Fuck this, I'm out of here." And it bursted away 20 seconds before it was supposed to. And it blew all the way up to where it was supposed to go, and then it ejected its parachutes, and then it came down exactly where it was supposed to. And all the guys on the test stands were laughing their dicks out, going, "This is ridiculous. That just went totally wrong, right. Right, wrong? Wrong, right.
Wrong, right, right, wrong.
Yeah, how do we write this up?"
Wrong.
And then the
Right,
general said, "That was a totally successful mission, fellas. Well done. Well done. You did a great job." And they went, "Yes, we did. Yes, we did. We are very proud of the job we did." And it only came out like 5 years later that it was an utter fuck up. Like, it was just utterly screwed. But the system worked. And they knew that they were comfortable with one thing, that if they weren't watching, the rocket itself knew what to do. And they said, "We want every system on Apollo to be that. If we're not watching, if we're not fucking micromanaging every little thing, we want the rocket to know what to do." And basically, they discovered that people who have this danger yearning within themselves are like that rocket. They go, "Everything is cool, everything is cool, everything is cool, something's gone wrong, I'm not going to play with my life, pull the ripcord." And it's worked several times. The people who've died in space, and I think of their families, the people who died in space had no chance. They had no...
Sorry, this just reminds me of the folklore story of someone who like quit their job at somewhere like McDonald's, and they've just like slapped their hands and they've just walked out going, "Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Oh, you're cool. Fuck you. I'm out." It's just like,
Yep.
And it's like the people who are doing shit that risk their lives. Abigail.
I have a question.
Yes.
I've made in Elite Dangerous. I've made a ship for rescue operations.
Nice.
To heal, to repair stranded ships, basically,
Okay.
and refuel and repair.
And salvage.
And I need a name for it. And I was like, it's
know.
a big ship, and
Simpson.
it kind of looks. It's
Call it
an
the Simpson.
I've got a great one. Pointer.
Pointer.
As in the
I don't
Pointer
know.
Sisters, rescue me. You know, the song? Was that the Pointer Sisters?
Yes. But I was going to call it Simpson. Simpson and his donkey.
I was
it's
just gonna say
Thunderbird
floppy.
3 at the moment, because it does kind of look like Thunderbird 3.
Yeah.
But because it's an anaconda, and Laura will get that. It's got this big thing underneath that looks like it should come up. Anyway, but it's a bit on the nose.
All right. I was
Wasn't it
just gonna say-
Samson and his donkey?
No,
I was
Simpson.
gonna say floppy dick, but you know, it's,
Simpson's donkey's last job was to take a dead Simpson home on his back. That was his
That's
last
sad.
job.
Yeah.
And he saved. We know this because Simpson's donkey got a medal and was taken back to Australia. He got the animal medal, and Simpson's donkey saved 238 people.
Wow.
And
Does
brought
the
back-
donkey have a name?
No. No, it was just Simpson's donkey.
Okay, who's
Okay.
Simpson? Because when you were talking about Simpson, it's like, okay, I'm thinking Homer now.
Right.
No, it's yeah, he's a famous World War One era soldier medic.
It's a Gallipoli story that is 99% bullshit. Simpson was no more brave than all the other ambulance people who were rescuing soldiers. It was a propaganda thing where the government said, because the Gallipoli campaign was a colossal failure. It was a really
Massive
fucking
fuck up.
bad idea. It was a really fucking bad idea that was mostly pushed by Winston Churchill, and it was such a bad idea. It derailed his career for about 20 years. But surprisingly, he made a bit of a comeback in World War II.
A little bit of a one.
But yeah, the Dardanelles campaign was a fucking disaster. The Simpson and his doctor story was Simpson and his donkey, not doctor. Simpson and his donkey story was largely fictitious, largely over dramatized, and the guys who did the ambulance work, and there was a whole raft of them. They did amazing stuff. They would literally go into no man's land to get people who'd been shot to fuck, but were still alive. And there was basically no reason to elevate Simpson above anywhere else. But from a propaganda point of view, a single story is easier to sell than to say the whole thing. So they invented a singular story about one ambulance guy, Simpson, and his donkey, who kept going into no man's land and picking up wounded soldiers. But again, he was no more exceptional than all the other guys.
And all the other guys did what he did, right? And he did do what he's supposed to have done. It's just that he had about 200 guys helping him.
Yeah,
right?
There's a whole bunch of them. And the ambulance guys, because the number of people who were lost in no man's land, because they had been fucking shot, but they were still alive, and the ambulance corps who rescued them were all heroes. But that's too complicated and diffuse a story to use for propaganda. So the propaganda machine invented Simpson and his donkey as a singular thing, and it wasn't. He definitely did all that stuff, but also so did 100 other dudes. But it's the nature of propaganda.
What they would do often is they would take the conscientious objectors and say, righto, mate, you've got two choices. You can go to prison and get fucked in the ass for the entirety of the war, or you can go and be an ambulanceman. And a lot of them, about 80% of them said, oh yeah, I'll be an ambulanceman. No problem. I'll go and do it. It wasn't like they were cowards, because they were painted as cowards, these people who didn't want to shoot the enemy. But they weren't cowards. They just didn't want to murder people. And then they said, all right, well, fucking go out there in the middle of no man's land, the most dangerous place on earth, and pick up the wounded. And they did. Scores of them. They did every day, no complaints. They said that 3 complained.
Hitler was a courier in World War One, and that was like one of the most dangerous jobs out there. So
he almost got shot. He almost got shot and killed by a British soldier who saw him and didn't shoot him. He was this dude, just like, oh shit, and one moment of humanity saved Hitler's life.
So say what you will about Hitler. Again, literally say what you will about Hitler. Fuck that guy. He was bad. Okay, that is okay for anyone watching this down the line. That is the controversial central take of the entry of the Angry Aussie channel. Hitler, not a good guy. Not
Not a good guy.
I mean, like I say,
Not a
he was
good guy.
he was brave in
You're
World War
just-
One. I mean,
Look, you're
he
just
ended- he
giving
finished the
Locust
war.
Fucker ammunition right there.
I know. I just like. What I wanted to throw in, like, fuck Hitler. But I mean, what we raised was the important thing. Conscientious objectors were often given ambulance roles in the war, and there is again. Okay, Clint Eastwood is a very fucked up dude, but he is a good filmmaker, and he made a good film called Hacksaw Ridge, which is based on a conscientious objector, and the film is really good. And it's this dude, and it's this whole. They tie it up in the whole thing about he was dirt poor in the south of the US and violence in his family and whatnot, and he was made to swear off violence. And in World War II, he did enlist, but he said, I cannot kill another person. I've made a pledge to God. I will not harm another person, but I'm not a coward. And they had him as an embassy. And there was this thing in it was in the Pacific. It wasn't in Europe. It was in the Pacific, going after the Japanese. And everyone actually thought he was dead, but what he was doing was going out into this no man's land and finding guys who were wounded and dragging them back. And interviews with him, he said, the only thing I was thinking is I found one guy who was still alive, and I brought him back, and I said, and this guy's, I'm not a religious person. This guy was a very religious person, and he was saying, in my heart, all I was saying is, God, just let me bring back one more man. And he would go out into this no man's land where he was going to be fucking shot, and he would find a guy who's still alive, and he would drag him back. And it was literally to a cliff. It was literally to a cliff where he would do this rope thing, and he would drop them down. And everyone had thought, because he was saying he wouldn't carry a gun, everyone thought he was a coward, and they all thought he was dead. And then they found out after this horrific battle, he saved dozens of men, and they were like, oh my fucking God. And then he was back, and the commander said, we're going to do it again. We're going to go over there again. And the enlisted men said, we're not doing it unless he's there with us, because he's not going to carry a gun. He's not going to shoot anyone, but he will go into the mouth of hell to bring us back if we're still alive. And
Hey, you can save some of the Japanese soldiers.
Yes.
Yeah, possibly. And Nettie's trying to join us. Nettie, I was sober enough to find you. And bring you back.
I'll be one sec.
I had my hair done.
So 80 men. He saved like 80 men on one day, didn't he?
Oh,
It was like some ridiculous amount.
It was amazing because everyone
Jogging back to get it.
Yeah.
I've noticed you, Nettie.
I'm terribly sorry for interrupting, but I've got to go in a minute because I've got a dentist appointment at 15:15, and
You
it's
got beautiful.
47 minutes past now. So, and unfortunately, it's bloody raining, so I'm going to have to walk.
Brilliant.
Oh,
no.
So instead of being like a 5-10 minute ride, it's going to be more like a 20-minute walk. And I was already faced with that one yesterday because I went to Manchester and had a cocktail and met up with some friends. And when I got back, while we were there, it started raining quite a lot. And so I used my umbrella and walked with my bike to get to the train station. But then when I got from Manchester to my local train station, I had a choice. And it was basically 20-minute walking with the bike, holding an umbrella with the other hand, or 5-minute getting pissed wet through, and I'm going to be getting changed and taking makeup off and stuff like that when I get there anyway, so it's not so much of a big deal. Well, of course, this time I've got to go there, and then I've got to go into town. I've got to. I bought some transfers for model railway stuff the other day, and unfortunately, I use Firefox for my browser. And every now and again, because I've got add-ons that block pop-ups and stuff like that, sometimes you get a website that doesn't seem to work properly when it comes to taking your money through the card system. You know?
Yes.
And so it didn't work. So I went, okay, well, let's try the other browser. And rather than sort of search through the thing for the thing I wanted, I just typed in distribution for the logos that I wanted, Rolfric distribution. And I clicked on the one that looks right. And unfortunately, it's the wrong scale. So it's half the size. So instead of it, it should be twice as big. You know, the logo should be like that big. So I've got to basically send those back, plus put some extra stamps with it. So it'd be an SAE plus some extra stamps to make up the rest of the postage, and they go through a lot of parcels as you can imagine. So it's like, oh bugger, you know. Just I was like, oh, I've got the transfers to do a project. Oh damn it, I've made a mistake.
It is like oh bugger, Laura. And if you want a crack hit team, look around you. Look around you. Sexy Abigail can infiltrate anywhere. Angry Aussie is known to go through walls. Nobody don't get in between him and a tank gun. And
you're invulnerable.
She can lure any Russian diplomat out of their car at the wrong time.
Well, unfortunately, this dentist appointment is going to be a sort of an examination of what work needs doing, because on this side, a couple of top teeth, I basically lost the filling inside, and so the top part of the tooth is gone, and all I've got is like the outer bit, and then it's got a groove in there where the filling fell out, and at least I could bite on it.
Right at the back here.
Yeah. I've also got a crown on this side at the top that so I've got one tooth missing there, and next to it is a crown, but I keep getting infections under it every now and again. So that's probably going to have to be removed as well, because annoyingly, my dentist surgery, they seem to sort of like, it's quicker to remove it than it is to treat it, and we don't get paid a lot of it because NHS dentist. So therefore, we'll just remove it, is what they want to do.
Don't let them do it. Once you remove a teeth, it doesn't grow back.
No.
And I've got like gaps all in my mouth because they remove teeth.
Yeah. And the problem is, this whole thing is caused by, I'm guessing now, Asperger's, because one of the things Aspie hate are like strong tastes. And for some reason, I don't know why, 99% of toothpaste is 1000% mint flavored.
Yes.
Overpowering.
I have with that with Shaylee. Yeah. You can at least use the bubblegum flavored kids toothpaste. It might do something.
Yeah, it's not very good against adult teeth. Fine for milk teeth and young teeth, but not so good for that. Fortunately, there's some European one, a herbal one, which works for me.
Okay.
But
Let me know
I
what one
think
that is.
I wasn't a very good cleaner of my teeth in my youth because I didn't like the taste of the toothpaste. So now I've got a mouthful of fillings, So like I say, they're probably going to say, right, we want to remove several, at least 3. I'm expecting.
Yeah.
So
I just
anyway, I need to go. So I will catch you another time.
Bye.
Good night.
Good luck.
See you next week.
Good to see you, Laura.
Bye.
I just want to throw in this the stupid sexy Abigail and Hamish chosen tonight. That's one of my all-time favorite Simpsons jokes. The fact that Homer is homoerotically attracted to Flanders, and all Flanders has to do is wear something skins tight that shows off his butt, and to make Homer be sexually obsessed with him, which I just think is fucking hilarious, quite honestly. I do use that line regularly. The stupid, sexy Flanders thing. Whenever it's like, because as a straight cishet white male, I'm supposed to be a particular thing. But whenever there's a sexy man, I'm like, oh, stupid, sexy Flanders.
Can I just draw attention? Can I
Yeah.
just draw attention to my current cocktail?
Oh, that's a nice
Listen.
color.
It's pretty. It's my Ochre Gold Daisy.
Ooh,
Now-
nice.
I came up with this recipe about a year ago, so I don't remember how or why, what the evolution of it was. But it's
Yeah.
mostly Ochre Gold, some gin, some raspberry syrup or raspberry cordial,
Yeah.
and a splash of fizz, soda water to make it fizzy.
Nice.
And it's really nice. I totally recommend it.
That's a good collection. I like that. That sounds good. I
It's
feel
very
like I
yummy.
haven't used Ochre Gold for a while. I need to make some. I'm drinking water at the moment. Maybe when I finish this water, I might make something with Ochre Gold.
The Australian chartreuse.
Yes, it's an Australian yellow chartreuse. Yes.
I
So
love
whenever
how herbal it tastes.
Yeah. Like, at some point, did Daisy just fall over? No, there he is. Oh my god! Oh, I just heard this.
Not
"Mwah!"
quite.
and then he just wasn't there.
He's sort of
now he's back. Now he's back.
Yes.
I feel better, dude. There was a terrible moment when I heard it, "Whoa!" and then there was no AZ there, and it's.
You know, it's funny. This morning I was checking a few things, and the next thing I was checking the ceiling, and I was going, nothing I want to know is on the ceiling. Everything I want to know is on my iPad, and that's not on the ceiling. I don't even think it would be getting signal from the ceiling. Maybe I should find out where I am in space,
Yeah.
and then I'll find out where the iPad is in space.
Yeah.
So I managed to crawl out of the crashed chair using one of those window smashers and using the snow to just stop my bleeding wrists from hurting. And I checked around for bears with my rifle, which I realised was busted, so it would have to be broken glass. And then I looked up and realised the chair had crashed and that the iPad was still kicking along. So I had a chance of getting help. And I managed to right the chair with webbing and gaff tape that the riggers had left in their boxes, but they were all dead, so it didn't matter now. So I gaff taped everything together as best I can. And then a bear came over. Because it was so soon after winter and wanted to eat me, and I thought, well, let's make a deal. I'll eat you and take your fur. And so then I had my bear hat on and my bear coat on. It was nice, slimy but nice. And then I got in front of the the YouTube rotor.
Yes.
And I sent out danger signals to my support crew, who all told me to go and get fucked.
Yeah.
So I thought, this is going to be one of those days.
You are my Leonardo DiCaprio in The Revenant. That's what this is about.
Yeah. I feel a little bit like that Liam Neeson in not the best of us.
Taken?
Possibly Taken, possibly.
No, that thing
the
with
one
the
where he
wolves,
crashed in
the grey,
plane
the one where
is
he's
supposed to be
fighting the wolves.
It's the one where he's fighting the wolves.
Yeah,
What's
and
that
that's
one?
because there's a plane crash, and because it's unresolved. There's this final scene where he's like facing these wolves, and he's got the the little things, bottles of alcohol they have on the plane, and he smashes
tape
them,
through his fingers.
and he's got tape on his hands and these jagged bits of glass on his hands, and he's like, "Come on, wolves! Come on,
motherfuckers!
come on!
I know how
I'll
to do
fuck
this
you."
to you." And the wolves, who have seen him kill 2 other wolves, are going, "This might be a bit different."
And
This
the
might be
movie,
different.
just kind of stops without telling you
What
what
happened.
happened. Where Liam
Exactly.
just gaffer tapes broken glass to his knuckles and says to some wolves, "Come on, I'll fucking do you. I'll fucking do you."
Come on.
God, that sounds like a motherfucking wank.
It
Really?
is. Oh, no, it is.
Right.
It is.
It's
Nettie.
a really
colossal
good
wank.
movie
It's a colossal wank.
because it goes through each type of man there is and how they get knocked out and when they give up. It's really interesting to see
Alright.
how men support one another and not decline but undermine one another. And you need a good leader to keep everyone together, and he did until there was just accidents you just can't account for. And
So it's a story about leadership.
it's a story about
And-
leadership,
Kinda,
survival,
kinda,
and heart. It's about heart.
Because I still haven't seen it.
Oh, it's
Oh,
quite good.
I'm not sure it's worth seeing, but you know.
Okay.
I mean, you could die without seeing it and you'd be fine, but it's actually not bad. You know,
About 300.
you wouldn't hide the fact that you've seen it.
Okay.
From your
See,
great-grandchildren.
okay. Everyone should watch 300. And I still remember, and this is from a very long time ago, I did a
Because
live
Lena
stream.
Headley is fucking hot in it.
Oh, yeah, you know, Lena Headley is great.
True.
Lena Headley is great. But I still remember I did a live stream where I watched it and was doing a commentary, and I got very, very drunk. And
You did.
in fact, I got so drunk, I didn't remember going to bed. I just woke up in the morning and went, "What the fuck happened with that live stream?" And I woke up and because and this is for real, Mrs. Angry wasn't with me. She was off on a training thing that weekend, which is why I decided to do this live stream where I just got fucking shit faced. And I woke up in the morning and the medicine cabinet was in disarray, which suggested to me before I went to bed, I should have some Panadol before I go to bed. But I seriously didn't remember what happened. So I had to sheepishly go on social media and say, "Hey, who was on the live stream?" Because I legit don't remember what happened at the end. And they said, "Oh, you were watching the thing and you just got quieter and quieter. And at a certain point, you just went, 'I'm fucked. I'm going to bed.'" And I just shut the laptop. And
I
went to
remember
bed.
that. Yeah.
But the thing I remember, because I'm super drunk, watching 300 and going, you know what? If enjoying a movie of semi-naked, muscled men all oiled up makes you gay, I don't want to be straight. I'm just saying. And I'm saying that as the straightest man I know. If I can't enjoy a movie with all these semi-naked, muscular men oiled up, I just don't want to be straight anymore.
There's one of those. And I use the word comedy loosely.
Yes.
A comedy movie called Meet the Spartans.
Oh yeah.
I've never seen it.
But like the classic line from the movie is full mouth kisses for the boys, high fives for the girls.
Welcome to Sparta. I remember when
Yowie.
came out, fucking everybody was fucking screaming, "This is Sparta." You know,
Oh God.
like every time you did something wrong, or every time you did fucking, if you got something slightly skew, or you wanted more time on something, it was like, "This is Sparta." And it's like, "Oh fuck, all right, I'll go and do it again."
Also, I want to throw in, because it was based on a comic written by Frank Miller, who is really conflicted, weird, fucked up guy. Quite honestly, he's written a lot of
No,
Batman.
he is.
No,
the
he is.
most
He is.
ordinary,
Um,
normal, nice.
yeah.
I'm lying. I am lying.
The weird thing though, because I'm a bit of a comic nerd. I'd never read the comic 300. I love the movie as much as it gets as much as it gets me thrown out of left-wing sort of talk circles. Yes, nobody's got a kitty. That's the third kitty for the night. Nettie's had a kitty. Abigail's had a kitty. Now nobody has a kitty. As much as liking the movie 300 gets me thrown out of hip lefty crowds, when I eventually read the comic, because it was in the Melbourne City Library, I read it. That thing, which is the oh my god, oh dude, that cat face, that is doing my head in. That is doing
Nobody.
It's got the same hair as me.
We have to use that in what we're doing.
Yeah. So, but anyway, so what I'm going to say, the movie 300, it's like the central line is that Scottish actor going, "This is Sparta." In the fucking comic, that is a throwaway line. That is not an important line in the comic. In the comic, the guy just, when he's saying to the representative of Xerxes, it's just like, "Fuck you, man. This is Sparta." It is a throwaway line. It is not important. Whereas Zack Snyder in the movie decided that was essential, and I love it. I freaking love that.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I love that moment in 300.
It works so well.
When the king looks back at his queen and says, fuck this guy. Are we right? Fuck this guy? And the queen just nods. Lena Headey just nods and said, yeah, fuck this guy. And so the king, Leonidas, just goes, "This is Sparta!" and kicks him into the well. Which fucking rocks, quite honestly. I love
Now,
that.
I want to know.
I want to take lessons from Lena Headey on how to do Queen Bitch.
Yes, okay.
Presentation.
Is Lena Headey the best queen bitch ever, or fucking what?
Absolutely.
Yeah, she's so
she's
powerful.
also-
She's so good in Game of Thrones, and she's so good in 300.
Yes, she
She's
is.
also in a lesbian movie.
Yes, she
Of
is.
course she
Yes,
is.
she is. But
She
also
is.
in Sparta, for my money, her good line was when she's trying to convince people to send soldiers out to support her husband, and that creepy fuck who's actually a traitor, and she thinks she's going to deal with him, and he rapes her and says that line, "I am not your king. You will not enjoy this." And he thinks he's got the upper hand. And then when she goes before the Senate and he's there and she exposes him, and she just goes, "I am not your queen," and literally fucking knifes him and goes, "You will not
forgot that.
enjoy this," and
Doesn't he
fucking
not-
guts him. And it's just
Doesn't
like,
he
oh,
in the nets
shit.
grab
You
up?
don't fuck with
Yeah.
Spartan women.
Did
Don't fuck
she-
with
she
Spartan
knows
I
him
want to
in the
know.
net,
What I want to
travels
know
outside.
is what is Zack Snyder's deal with fuck off huge muscly men? Like,
Also, I think, Abigail, seriously, we need to talk to Zack Snyder's mum. We need to talk to Zack Snyder's mum, and I think that's going to tell us everything we need to know about Zack Snyder's psyche, honestly.
Abigail,
okay,
I think
yeah.
you need to talk to me.
Why?
In a room somewhere about muscly men.
Is that
We need to
safe?
go through the psychology of muscly men. Probably we should have a picture book. Low lights.
No. Don't be elitist. Don't be this, private conversations with only you and me. Let's hear it. I want to hear
Let it
about
all
the
hang
muscly
out.
man.
Let it all hang out. Is what
Let
we're
it all
saying.
hing out, darling. Let us
Is it
all see.
appropriate?
All right.
Hello.
I've been to
Oh,
three
okay.
really good
Also,
events in my
I just
life.
said let it all hang out. AZ, definitely do not get your penis out. I'm just talking. do not bring your penis out on the stream. I'm just saying it now.
I was setting up something beautiful.
No.
Something was like a
You were
swan
planning to bring your penis out.
flying
You
out
were
of Russia.
planning to bring your penis out.
I was
and I'm just
planning to
going,
bring my penis out.
look, context. In certain situations, AZ, if you want to have your penis out, I am going to be your biggest champion, and I will be saying to the world, "Fuck you, world." AZ's got his penis out. Fuck you. Get on your knees and fucking accept AZ has his penis out. On the stream on YouTube? No.
YouTube does take a dim view
See,
of
I
that.
don't know, man. I reckon this could be good for everyone. I think this could teach. I think this could teach tolerance.
I was just drinking water and you made me almost choke. So-
I fucking enjoyed the shit out of that.
I
You have
know,
no idea
you
how long
love
I've
it.
been trying to do that. You have
For-
no
for-
idea how long I've been trying to do that.
For those who don't know, AZ and I, for the last, 10, 15 years, we've
10,
been doing
15
YouTube
years.
stuff. It's been a non-stop fucking competition to make the other person choke on their own spit while they're on.
It's called snuff.
It's
you
called
take a
snuff.
mouthful of water and they're about to take it down and they laugh and then everywhere. It's fucking hilarious. If you can get them to choke as well, that's an A1 snuff.
Yeah.
And you've got to time it perfectly. But very hard to do.
It's a classic. Well, AZ's saying something, so I will just take a really
just
deep
carefully
drink.
not
I'll take
drink
a
it
really
until it's
deep
dead.
drink of water while he's speaking, and
It is the game of kings.
That would be the Royal Game of one of the oldest board games.
Yeah, they did, didn't they? They found a board game, didn't they? And it was a kind of U-shaped chess.
It was it was like okay, U-shaped and then like a bit at the end. So it was like
yeah. And so you had to obviously get there before her and fucking get. And apparently you could get the way they worked out the rules because they're fucking cleverer than me. Is you had characters who were spies, and you moved the character across, and then you swapped the color, and that was your spy. But you had to remember which one was your spy, and they had to remember which one was your spy. And if you forgot which,
I haven't
one
heard
was
those
your
rules.
you picked up their character, then you lost your spy, and you've lost a piece, and you're in trouble. But if you get all the way across the edge of the board, this whole idea of getting to the end of the board and you get bonus points is something that's been with us forever.
It was a precursor to what's it called? The one they play a lot in the Mediterranean, backgammon.
Backgammon and also checkers.
Yeah,
there was
sorry.
Kind of checkers.
Yeah,
that they
sorry, AZ.
backgammon was,
what is that cat doing?
I need to interrupt you because Kirsten has apparently just woken up, and joined the stream, and thinks she's in a weird bit. No, Kirsten, if you had joined 10 minutes earlier, it would have been far weirder.
I want to know what this cat is doing.
I know. Nettie just left a cat in charge.
it's kind of
her...
sniffing where Nettie
It is. It's
was.
the cat's being weirdly sexual. Honestly,
cat is sniff freak.
It is.
Yeah.
Nettie's
cat,
okay.
it's going to leave a
All,
stain, dude.
all I'm saying, I think Nettie's probably gone off to get a drink or so. Oh, no, okay,
No.
that's kinky. There was a foot. A foot just went in there. That's kinky. Okay, okay,
It's not
said
kinky.
and
Oh my
and,
god.
no,
Okay, we'll just leave that alone then.
I know.
The cat does that all the fucking time. He wakes me up.
There's nothing wrong
He
with
wakes
that.
me
I'm
up
sure,
doing
I'm
that.
fine.
I have to go. I'm
That's
getting a
fair.
headache,
That's
and
fair.
I just like all this sound is just like doing
No,
my
that's
head
fair.
in.
That's absolutely
So
fair.
I'm gonna
take care
head
of
off.
See you Sunday.
Sunday. Oh yeah, Sunday.
Sunday.
Message me on Discord because I don't go on Facebook.
No, we'll
Yeah.
do the we'll set
or
it up on
text.
Discord. We'll set it up
Yeah.
on Discord. Again, Saturday night is date night for me and Mrs. Angry, so there won't be a stream. Sunday night, because that's Halloween. There is probably we've agreed. Nettie and Abigail and I are gonna do a stream from Abigail's place on Sunday night. So
Halloween.
Cool.
Halloween.
Hey,
Great
Abigail,
success.
I've been meaning to ask you, are there any goth shops left in Fitzroy?
No, not that I'm aware of. Victorian Gothic closed.
Yeah, I heard
You might.
closed
you'll
a long
find-
time ago.
Dangerfield is just down the road, and they'll have some
They'll
Halloween
have some
themed
golf,
stuff.
yeah.
And there's a Princess Highway, I think, but
Okay.
Dangerfield might be your best bet.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I'll see what I can do.
Okay.
But it's not specifically goth by any standard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Take care. Live long and
Good
prosper,
night.
my
Yeah.
friends.
You don't have to go.
Bye.
So Kirsten, when I said she should have been here 10 minutes ago, she says, "What's 10 minutes ago?" Honestly, Kirsten, it was a lot more sexual 10 minutes before you joined. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Now, I put a video of my cat doing that onto a cat Facebook group and said,
Yeah.
"What the fuck, guys? What? what is this?" And they're all like,
What-
"Oh, it's just comfort. They're just doing it. He's just doing it for comfort." They're like, "No, no."
I do a lot of
darling."
things
That
that
needing to-
It's a bit weird.
and they require rubber and being suspended. Is that okay?
I'm not
My
doing that
cat.
to my cat.
My cat does
It's
that
the
kneading
comfort.
thing. Yeah, sometimes she comes and jumps up onto my bed in the morning, and she doesn't bite as aggressively as your cat seemed to be biting in bed, but she grabs my shirt in her mouth and kneads into my side and turns me into a fucking pincushion. Wait, cat gets
oh,
up on the
shit.
bed and makes little cute purring noises. Oh, hello, Sookie. Ow, ooh, ow, fuck.
Ooh, ow, ooh, ow, ooh, ow.
Is her
If
name
I
Sookie?
confess-
That's so cute.
If
Oh
I
my
confess to
God,
a terrible
that's
thing,
sweet.
will you hate me?
No, AZ, confess to a terrible thing right now.
You won't hate me?
Confess.
Oh,
No.
look, dude, I possibly hate you already, but you should still confess to a
fair, that's
terrible
fair.
thing. Yeah,
Okay, so we had dogs all our lives. They were hunting dogs. They used to go
Yep.
and kill pigs. Okay.
yeah,
Uh-oh.
And Mum wanted a cat.
yeah.
So we got this kitten.
Oh
And-
no.
Unfortunately, it died very quickly when it
Oof.
came into contact with the dogs.
Oh no.
So then we got another kitten. And this kitten was a lot smarter. And we were a lot more vigilant when it came into contact with the dogs.
Yeah,
And eventually the dogs sort of started to get used to the cat. And the cat would eventually try and play with them and scratch them, and the dogs would used to go romp, and the cat would go, "Oh, that fucking really hurts. I won't do that."
Ow.
Again. And then it's sort of, but it didn't used to run. It used to just crawl away, going, "Oh, that fucking really hurts, dude. I'm seeing your point. Okay." And the dogs were cool with it, and they're getting cooler with it. And finally, the cats were the dog was finally cool with the cats, to the point where it got cold. It would the dogs always used to sleep together out in the garage, and it would come out with them and sleep on them, because dogs are warmer than fucking -10, and the dogs would put their arm over it, and another.
You were in Canberra, weren't you?
Oh yeah, fucking cold.
Yeah, right.
And the dog would, and the cat would go purr, 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 and the dog seems to like that purring. They just seem to be at more peace with it, and every now and again it had to get up and go for a piss, and the dogs would all get up with it and go for a piss as well, and they do a quick run around the circuit and see if anyone had tried to break in, and they go back to the kennel, which was under one of the workshop one of the workshop benches, which were a big L into the shed, and they'd all sleep under there on these Hessian mats, and it used to be comfortable foam, and they'd all sleep in there, and the cat would sleep in there and get dog scent on them. And then eventually, because we were still swimming, the dogs would be taught to come in and wake us up, okay, at 4:30 in the morning, because we had to be swimming at 5 o'clock in the morning and jumping in the water. So to get up at 4:30, get dressed and go, right? And I used to hate getting up in the morning. I used to fucking hate it. And then I used to bring the dog in to do it. And the dog would jump all over you. Oh, you jump, 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 jump. Hello, everything's fun. Jump, 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 jump. It's like nothing is fun and you will die. And I worked out a system of signals. And it was this, and that. And this was stop now, or you know it's coming. This was, if you continue, it's really fucking coming. And this is going to last all day. And then the dog would jump up and get the fuck kicked out of it. And after a while, the dogs knew when they came into my room, Simple, and they go, whenever you're ready to get up, man, it's cool. It's cool. It'll be cool. And so I would get up and get ready and go. The cat on the other side was not good at learning signals. It wasn't with the program.
They're not as smart.
But it was good
don't
at
care.
copying the dogs.
They don't care.
It knew what the dogs did, and it would look with awe at what this fucking huge monsters did that loved it, and it would do that. And so this fucking cat didn't understand the signals and jump on me. So what I did was I got a hockey net and hooked it onto two fasteners on my roof and two spring fasteners on the ground. And as soon as the cat touched it, the spring fasteners on the ground dropped to waste, and the cat would be flung to the top of the roof like a really loud whack. And I would leave it there until I was dressed and happy, and then I would let one of the corners go, and it would tumble out all very undaintily and unimpressively like. And I would go like that to the cat and go, I think I'm learning. And eventually the cat learned. And the folks didn't know shit, because every time they came in, the net was on the ceiling. And they said, what are you doing now on the ceiling for? Oh, I'm going to store stuff in there. And I'll put books and shit in there. So let's see that. Anyway, fucking my old man came in to wake me up, and I was dead asleep. And he goes, oh, what's going on here? And he's reached through the net to fucking grab me and gone, boom! And it's like lifted him like a meter and he dumped him. And I've gone, oh, fuck. And he's gone, fuck is this? Fucking lost his brain. Completely lost his shit. And then I eventually had to tell him what was going on. And he said, well, fuck you, you've trained the cat to do that. You can train the cat to do everything. And so then I was the cat trainer from then on in. And the cat got on really well. I mean, we trained him to do quite a lot of stuff. We trained him to ask to go outside, to go for a crap. We trained him to let us know if there was someone outside that he should attack. And he would jump at a window if there was another cat or animal that had jumped in our yard. And he would yowl at this high-pitched yowl that would get the dogs up. And the dogs would come roaring out of their bed. Because
Canberra's a weird place.
The dogs would come roaring out of their bed.
I feel compelled to say, it might seem like AD is exaggerating his old man. I've met his old man. AD is not exaggerating how his old man is. It's it's real. What AD's saying is real.
Speaking of
your old man sounds like my deceased father-in-law.
Right.
Ex-father.
So a borderline sociopath then.
Yeah.
Speaking of training cats,
happily he doesn't make up. This is my only happiness about him, is he doesn't make up stories, right? He doesn't make up stories.
No, my father-in-law makes up
real,
heaps of stories.
right? He doesn't go, I think this is a thing that I've made up, therefore you did it. He's actually into finding evidence. Even if the evidence is flimsy, right? But there's got to be evidence. And if you can show evidence against, then he will.
Does he fabricate the evidence?
No.
Well, you see, your father's better than my father-in-law.
Yeah, no, he doesn't fabricate the evidence. He just uses the evidence that he's got to stretch.
Do you want some
out his
Australian
point.
politics gossip?
Oh, yeah, go on.
My father-in-law managed to tell Katter, that bloke Katter, Bob Katter, managed to convince that bloke that he was an ASIO spy who single-handedly kept the Chinese communists out of Australia.
Brilliant.
And even at his funeral, Bob Katter came down and gave a speech about it.
Awesome. Fucking awesome. Awesome. That is awesome. Please excuse me a moment and I shall return.
My father-in-law.
My God. Sorry. I need to be on the correct tab to see my friends. Okay, cool.
It does help.
Cool. I may or may not have been just looking at a stream of memes someone sent me.
Sorry, nobody. Were you supposed to? Were you saying, trying to interject with something?
Cats.
About training cats. Yeah.
I'm trying to find something so that I can share it.
What's done? God, it's 1:30. Jesus. So yeah, I'm just thinking I probably shouldn't drink any more alcohol. I'll just drink some more water after this. But
Me too, but I'd rather have a cocktail.
yeah, no, I have actually lost count. I have lost count of the number of cocktails I've had since 8 p.m. and it's now 1:30 a.m. And I keep bumping. Every now and I bump shit. Like I've got this beautiful, sexy.
That is a sexy glass.
It is. It's a sexy glass.
I want
Ooh,
I want a pair
nobody,
of glasses like that.
nobody's
see
sharing
if
something.
this
What's nobody
works.
sharing?
Okay.
It's
I
okay.
see the
That's
thing.
that is literally just my brain at the moment, dude. What is that? It's just vague blur. That's my brain.
Has
He's
anyone
blue and
seen
black.
that
Did
movie?
the video play properly there?
It's not Meet the Fockers, it's the one before.
Meet the Parents.
Meet the Parents, right?
Yeah.
And how they've
Did
trained the cat to shit in the toilet.
the video play
Yeah.
properly?
Cat, yeah, no. Robert De Niro trained his cat to shit in the toilet, and I literally believe the real Robert De Niro in our universe would train a cat to shit in a toilet.
I trained our cat, Mitzi, to shit in the toilet because when Mitzi
Why?
couldn't get out, Mitzi was not allowed to shit anywhere. And I said, righto, Mitzi, you're going to learn to shit in the toilet. And
You should see
I-
that
I
cat
showed
toilet I
Mitzi,
have.
how easy it was. And Mitzi became a grandmaster 2 months. And then what I said to my old man was, you are not to shut the main toilet door. If you do, Mitzi can't get any shit in there. Well, if Mitzi shits anywhere else, Mitzi's going to get the tablet. And I would come past this toilet door and the motherfucker would lock it all the time. He'd shut it all the time. So what I did was I got a doorstop and I put it at an angle and nailed the fucker in. So you could close the toilet and it was friction stopped, but Mitzi could push it and get it open. And then she'd shit in the toilet as per usual. And I also taught her how to reach up and press the button. I am
That's
a
clever.
fucking legend. Right? And
Oh my
then
God.
I taught her
Okay.
to come out when she was done and pull the
Yes.
string that I got
Yes.
together and shut
Yes.
the door. And I went, Mitzi, you and me are taking over the fucking universe, darling. And I had visions of this shit going to Hollywood. I really did. Because after a while, after you got the gist of it, you could teach the fucking thing to do anything. Anything high, you could get it to get. The little fellow was afraid of big hairy spiders. I was afraid of big hairy spiders. Jason wasn't. I shouldn't have said his name. Middle brother wasn't.
no one picked it up, man. No one picked it up. That's just
Middle brother wasn't, but he didn't fucking care about us, so fuck you. So I trained Mitzi to jump one wall, other wall, that wall, grab the spider, crunch, down it goes, step, eat. Anything else you want, boss? And I'm going, you rule my world, Mitzi. You rule my fucking world. Do you want kangaroo or rat? And she go, I've got it sorted. And she'd go out and play with the dogs for a while. Her favourite game was to jump on the back of one of the dogs and they would then attack another dog, right? I don't know how she organised it, but she'd jump on and go, that way, we're going to get him, And then they, race, and the dog would look up and go, oh, fuck, I'm in. And the other dog would try and get out of the way, and Mitzi would launch onto the other dog and try and do a full neck tackle. And saddest thing that happened was we were trying to keep our new trees from being cut down by the animals run into, and Mitzi got a collar stuck in the top of this chicken wire, and she was choking, and the dogs were trying desperately to get her off, but they didn't know, they couldn't quite grasp how to get it done. They were trying to take her without biting her, and they were trying to bite through the collar, and they were like freaking out, and they were all like licking her to try and tell her, it's going to be okay, it's going to be okay. And we've turned up, the people are here. So the main dog came over and said, you have to come with me. right now. And then like raced off and then stopped and then turned around and came back and said, no, right now. And we ran over and then poor Mitzi was choking. And we said, okay, come on, Mitzi, off you come there. And we took her off and we realised that she'd cut an artery and broken a neck. And we got hold of the parents and said, this is vet work. And guess who was on the other end of the line and said, it's not vet work, I'll fix it when I get home. And yeah, he fixed it when he got home. And the dogs didn't have to worry about that again.
Sorry. I just want to throw out to Kirsten, who I'm assuming is still here. She appeared like 20 minutes ago. She was sad. She missed when we were talking about more sexual stuff. But also, because I've been drinking on the stream, and I realize I have almost drunk all of my Archie Rose single malt. And I'm definitely going to get that honey liqueur spirit, whatever the fuck it is. Oh, again, yeah, no, AZ, you would like this. It's Archie Rose's version of an eau de vie. It is essentially distilled mead. Because again, Archie Rose, they have fucking beehives on the roof of their distillery, and so I'm assuming they've gotten honey from the beehives that are on the roof of their distillery, and they've made mead, and then they have fucking distilled that. And this is coming out very soon, this distilled honey mead spirit, which is apparently just an incredibly unique thing. I'm definitely getting some, and I just I'm hoping for Kirsten giving me a recommendation. Okay, so if I'm almost out of Archie single malt, what else should I get? Because I'm trying to maximize the postage. So if I'm getting the honey spirit, should I get the rye malt? Should the white malt is something I've considered. Archie Rose have this thing that is essentially an unaged whiskey. It's a white rye. So it's an unaged whiskey. And also, so the spectrum is, along with the distilled mead, should I get these are all things before I've had the rye malt, I've had the single malt. I have not had the white rye. So what should, if I'm trying to maximize basically the postage and handling cost by buying more than one thing, if I'm getting the mead distilled honey shit. Kirsten says beehives were too small, but you get a gift with the purchase of the honey. Well, that's nice. But I'm just thinking, I feel like I should buy more than one thing. If I'm getting this honey spirit, should I get the rye malt? Should I get the single malt? Or should I get the white rye? I've never had the white rye. The single malt's good. And the fact is, again, for people who don't know what the term means, a single malt means a whiskey that comes from a single distillery. They've basically come up with a mash build from within the distillery. When you get a blended whiskey, it's different distilleries have talked to each other and said, we'll swap you some barrels of this for some barrels of that, and we'll do a blend, and we'll come up with a whiskey that's a blend of everything. But a single malt is stuff that comes from a single distillery. The Archie most single malts are like 2 or 3 mash builds from the same distillery. They go, oh, we distilled a few things, and that's a single malt. The Archie Rose single malt is 6 mash bills. So it's basically 6 different base whiskeys they've come up with. And yeah, no, AZ, one of them is peated. So there is the Archie Rose single malt has this very light, smoky characteristic because one of the 6 mash builds was peated, and it's really good.
I am
So
the little boy on Christmas who is looking in the shop window knowing I'll never get the rocking horse.
So basically, I have almost finished my Archie Rose single malt, which means
Understandable.
wide fucking open to buy another whiskey, another Australian whiskey, because most of my whiskeys, all of my gins, and a decent chunk of my rums are Australian, because I do love to support Australian distilleries. So Kirsten's saying get the rye malt, last release of the year. Okay, I have had the rye malt before. It's very good. It's very good. All right, so because I've almost finished the single malt, when the honey thing is okay, I'm going to look it up. I'm going to look it up because what are we? We are rapidly approaching 2 a.m. We are rapidly approaching 6 hours of this live stream, and I have fucking loosely lost track of how many alcoholic beverages I have drunk in that time.
Approximately 1 squillion.
I've counted them for you.
Probably
It's
1
this many.
trillion, yes. 80, what's your view?
It's this many.
It's that many? Are you doing the Ed the Talking Horse tap, tap, tap thing there?
No, he's a fucking copy ass motherfucker. He fucking, that bitch owes me royalties from way back. Fucking, oh, I read the Talking Horse. You're a fucking thief and a fucking cigar smoking edge.
Okay.
Ed. Fuck you.
Okay. So I opened up the Archie Rose website while we were talking.
Don't hold back,
and
brother.
They are about to release. It's not available yet. The Eau de Vie honey spirit. So it's a honey spirit based on the concept of Eau de Vie, water of life. So Eau de Vie, a fantastic expression of one of our favorite natural products, created as a celebration of blue gum honey, complex array of flavors. This noble ingredient offers Eau de Vie showcases honey's natural beauty from oak and aging, fermented blue gum honey, bespoke washback number 12 for 7 days, cold distilled, one of a kind copper vacuum stills. The resulting spirit offers soft, creamy notes, golden syrup, creme fraiche, elderflower, and cherry ripe, followed by a dazzling display of delicate florals, stone fruit that will leave any Eau de Vie rum or brandy drinker truly surprised. So fuck me. As soon as that fucking shit is available, I'm getting it.
We get a fucking plane ticket to Brisbane. We get off at Sydney. We fucking get, some IDs. And then we take a little drive in the nighttime, and there might be some cutting involved. We pick up the van. We off back to the airport and say, we have some curry on. And then it goes, and then we fly back to Melbourne for work. No one knows.
No. Okay. So Kirsten, so Archie Rose is in Sydney. Kirsten feels like I might actually appreciate the white rye. Lots of people don't understand it. The white rye is an unaged whiskey, basically.
That'd be beautiful.
And honestly, I'm fucking here. I am fucking here
for,
hey, here's an unaged whiskey that is going to sneak up behind you and slip a stiletto between a couple of your vertebrae.
May I say?
It's just going to go, and you're going to fall over and go, my legs don't work anymore because this unaged whiskey just fucked me. It snuck up behind me. And okay. So
I just still got your gloves on. Fucking, I reckon that'd be hot. I reckon it'd be awesome.
Yeah, no. Because also, again, dude, if you feel mobile, because we're allowed to be mobile now, I've got a couple of cheeky Australian releases at the moment. I might actually, okay, Kirsten, I might actually do it when the eau de vie. So, okay, eau de vie is the French call this particular thing an eau de vie, and it is endlessly amusing to me the number of cultures that have an alcoholic beverage they call the water of life. And for the French, eau de vie literally translates the water of life. For the Scandinavians, aquavit translates as the water of life. Aquavitae was the Latin version of water of life. Whiskey is the Gaeilge, the Gaelic water of life, Oiscabaha, which the English were going, what are you saying? Oiscabaha, we'll just call it whiskey. But the Scots and the Irish were calling it the water of life. So it's this weird global thing where people call a particular alcoholic beverage the water of life. So if I can get a hold of Archie Rose's version of the water of life, I might actually go the white rye, because honestly, an unaged whiskey, something that's just like a rye malt base thing, and it's like, yeah, come on. Yeah.
Yeah, it'd let you know it was home too. Hi, I'm kicking in your front
oh,
door. How you doing?
dude, you missed this because you were slightly late to joining the stream today. I took young Mr. Angry off. He's just like at a friend's place. They're having a bit of a party tonight because they can. And on the way back, I thought I'm going to go past a Dan Murphy's. I wasn't even thinking of getting alcohol because there's a non-alcoholic mixer that Dan's is a good source for. It's an Australian soda maker, Cappy. They make tonic water. They make these fantastic sodas that have no sugar in them and whatnot. Blood orange and sage and lemon and so. Anyway, so I had actually gone into the Dan's with a preconceived notion of getting these mixes that Dan's are the only ones to have. But I thought, I'm in Dan's. I'm going to look at the booze. And I went there, and they had a single malt whiskey. Now, I have all these Australian whiskies. I do have an Irish whiskey, and I have one American whiskey, and they're mostly Australian, but I don't have any Scotch. And they had a Talisker 10-year-old single malt, 20% off. And I thought, you know what? I'm fucking here. 20% off. I'm fucking getting it.
Just get it.
Yeah, no. Dude, this is the thing I would love to do. A blind taste. If you're able to come over at some point, a blind tasting, because I've got a bunch of Australian whiskies. I've got an Irish whiskey, an American whiskey, and this Scotch, and just do a blind taste, because I think I'd be shit at it. I don't think I would be able to tell.
I think I'd be blind.
It's just like, I just like them all. I'm just going to drink them all and get drunk. I don't think I'd be able to go, well, that's an Australian, that's an Irish.
I'm blind at the end of it. I think look, I will climb every mountain. I will ford every stream. I will touch every virgin. I will lick the icicles of Mount Everest and punch anyone who looks at Mount Kilimanjaro. I will do that for you, Angry. I'll do that for you to get this taste test done.
And speaking of sneaky, Kirsten's just added the Archie Rose White Rye is 50% ABV, 50% alcohol volume. It's very sneaky. It seems innocuous, and it's like, oh,
it doesn't seem sneaky. It seems like it's got a fucking armor on, and it's fucking armor, non-armor piercing visor, and lots of guns. That's what it seems. It's not sneaky.
Yeah.
It's a little bit fucking. It'll sneak in, but then it'll kick in a window.
But can you imagine us trying to do a blind tasting? We go like, okay, an Australian single malt, the Archie Rose unaged rye, white rye, a Scotch single malt, and an Irish whiskey, and an American whiskey. We put them all side by side, and we try and see if we can taste the difference between them.
I think this is done on the top of the hill. Because you drink
it was great.
the side.
Because my favorite thing is Abigail always says, whenever I've had her over here, I do tastings. I go, let's taste all these whiskeys or let's taste all these rums. What Abigail says is she's never survived coming to my place without getting super fucking pissed. So it's like...
Yeah, that's it.
yeah.
Well, I've not survived coming out of your
Oh,
place.
Nettie, you're muted, Nettie. You muted yourself. You were trying to say... Whoops-a-daisy, there you are.
I was going to say, like, you know, you do go on a bit about how my daughter was the one who had to take me home. But
I haven't said that for a while. Yeah.
For a while. Not
Yeah.
since
First time
last
I've heard of
week.
That's-
But Abigail had quite a few herself as well.
yeah,
As
but she
people
just...
do.
No. Okay, so Abigail just crashed on my lounge and I just crashed on my bed. But you decided you were going home. And so, admittedly, this was New Year's Eve. We did say to the taxi driver, yeah, this one, the teenager, pay attention to her. Just pay attention to her. We're putting a few people in the car here. The teenager here is the one you pay attention to. It's like,
She does enjoy being in charge, of course. but-
yeah, but
He
that's good.
does. Really does.
Oh my god. Okay, and AD, in case you didn't know, Nettie is actually, she lives in this big fucking apartment thing in the city. At some point, we are abso-fucking-lutely going to have a night out in the city and have a few drinkies, and Nettie's going to let us like sleep on the lounge or the floor in her place, and we'll just like
Yeah.
we're not going home that night. We're not going home.
I like
that
it.
night.
I like
We
it.
like it.
We
We
have
like
to
it.
go to the Highlander bar. It looks so cute.
I,
There's this alleyway called the Highlander
Yes.
Lane.
Highlander
That's
Lane.
got-
Highlander Lane, yes.
And it's got the Highlander bar, and it's got haggis and whiskey, and it looks like so much fun. And I want to go
Oh.
so much. And
We
it's just
have to
around the
do it.
corner.
We have to do it. We have to do it. I remember Highlander Lane because it's a one-way street. And for those who remember the 80s movie Highlander, with There Can Be Only One, at some point there was a thing that said, there was a street sign that said Highlander Lane, and there was nothing under it that said one way, and someone put a thing between them. So it said, Highlander, there can be only one. And just,
One's the oldies.
It's also got this really intriguing house there called Rutherford Glen or Rutherford House, right?
Yeah.
Rutherford. Anyway, it's a really intriguing house. I think it's one of the
Yeah.
oldest houses in Melbourne,
Yeah.
and it's right next to the bar. In
Yeah.
fact, I think it's the only other building in
It
the
could
street
be
because
there,
it's
yeah, yeah.
tiny.
Yeah.
And I want to go in there.
Yeah. We'll just
So-
bang on the door. We'll bang on the
Yeah.
door and say, let us in. Let us
Let
in.
us in.
Hello.
I'm a
Hello, we're
history
really
nerd,
nice.
and I need to see this place from the
Yeah.
You're really
inside out.
nice, and we like eating the lead paint. Can we come in?
Yes. No,
We like
but
eating lead paint. Can we come in? 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 Let us in.
no, AZ, we have definitely got to do a city night. And Nettie's going to let us sleep on her floor or her lounge or something.
Yes.
Do we want it to be sponsored?
So we don't have to go home.
Do we want it to be
Um,
sponsored?
I don't know. It could be good.
Do we
Let's
want
see
to
how
be
we go.
responsive?
Don't
What
worry
are
about
we
it.
responding
Okay,
to?
so again, there's a few city places I like. Definitely my number one favorite place is Bar Americano, but there's a bunch of places I haven't been to that I want to go to. What Nettie said with Highlander Lane is one. The Croft Institute. I feel bad that I've never been to the Croft Institute, which is
You've
down
never
Croft
been to the
Avenue.
Croft.
No, I've never had a drink at the Croft Institute.
Oh my
I've
god!
been- Yeah, no,
It's
because
like
I've
one
been
of the
down there
first
taking
things you do
pictures
when
of
you
the
hit
street
Melbourne is
art.
you go to the Croft.
But the shtick
Oh,
in the
what's
Croft,
that, dude?
the shtick in the Croft Institute is they give you cocktails in test tubes or beakers
Test
or
tubes, yeah.
whatnot, and the bar staff are wearing white lab coats and shit. So you're like in some mad scientist lab when you're down there.
Well, they do that, make their own vodka on site. So yeah.
They do. They've got it still. But that's also why I like the Bar Americano. Whatever the dude's name who's behind it, he's the mad scientist of cocktail labs. Like there is this stuff in Bar Americano that looks like a prop from a mid 20th century Frankenstein film, but it's actually real stuff. It's vacuum tubes and stills and whatnot. That and this dude is a fucking cocktail scientist. And sometimes you go into Bar Americano and they go, oh, we've got this special one. We make up a thing at the start of the day. There is a limited number of drinks this can produce. When we have served out that number of drinks, it is gone because it's this mad fucking scientific process. And one of the ones, and this was pre-COVID, so it was 2 years ago. I was there it was in winter, and they said like, okay, we've got half of the cocktail is in fucking whipped cream thing that's in a warm bath because we're keeping it at a constant temperature, so it's going to be warm. But what we do is we make a drink, and it was a very tropical drink that was quite cold, and they make the drink, and it's like rum and coconut and pineapple and shit, and that's really cold. And then they get this whipped cream thing that's in a bath of warm water that's been kept at a constant temperature, and they spray this warm foam on the top, and they give you the drink, and you drink it, and half of what you drink is warm foam, and half of it is this ice cold drink. And so it's not just a mix of tastes, it's a mix of temperatures in your mouth, and it's
temperatures and textures, and
oh my god, it's
it would
fucking
hit
amazing.
It would hit your taste buds differently because it hit the it hit the receptors from a different angle each time you took a sip, because the temperature's changing all the time.
Yes.
And by the time you finish the drink, you go, I have no idea what that tasted like. I better have another one. And 3 later, you're going, I think I better go to the toilet, but I think I better stand on my head when I do it. Because fuck.
And fucking now everything's open again. I've got to go to Bar Americano again, because what was interesting, Bar Americano was always this tiny bar that could only hold a maximum of about 12 people. Now with COVID rules, it can probably only hold about 4 people. But with COVID rules, they were allowed to put tables out in the laneway outside.
Booyah.
So they could actually have more customers than they ever could before. So I've got to go back and find out what they're doing sometime soon, because I have not been to Bar Americano for, I don't know, for 6 months. I did buy some stuff for them during lockdown. I wanted to support them. I bought they do bottled cocktails. I particularly love their old-fashioned, they call Antica Fashionista, which again, it's a very cute name. So it's like a rye whiskey base, but the bitters part of it, they actually make the bitters on site. So it's this weird fucking arcane bit of alchemy that you could not possibly create at home. Again, so at Nettie and I, we've talked about the Starwood new old-fashioned bottled cocktail is great. It's like $50 for a bottled cocktail is really good. In terms of cost per mil, the Bar Americano Antica Fashionista is probably close to twice as expensive as the Starwood new old fashioned, but it's very special. If you're on a budget, the Starwood new old fashioned 500 mils for $50, and it's a cocktail that's depending how generously you pour, that's 8 to 10 cocktails for $50, which is pretty fucking good, quite honestly. But the same volume from Bar Americano is much more expensive. But again, it's just a whole different experience. So I definitely I need to go back to Bar Americano. Is what I'm saying.
Pre-mixed, fucking iced up, fucking rosé cocktail, and I'll freeze it for you and just give you the paper box, and you're good for the rest of the night. It's 5 liters of joy for something you're at $6.
Yeah, but Nettie bought. So recently, Starwood have brought out a couple other bottled cocktails besides the new old fashioned. They did a coffee cocktail in a bottle, which Nettie got, which was pretty fucking amazing. They've got another one.
I sent it to Sarah.
Oh God, Sarah would love it.
Sarah, I sent her Negroni and Americano for her birthday.
Okay. Because I think also Sarah might be available for the Sunday night stream. I don't know. And
we must make an effort. Yes.
See if she's available. But Starwood, besides the new old fashioned and the coffee cocktail, they did. Okay, from a marketing point of view, they're calling it a whiskey Negroni. What that means is a Boulevardier. The actual cocktail is a Boulevardier, but not as many people know Boulevardier, but everyone knows Negroni, so they called it a whiskey Negroni. I would love to taste that one, because if it's not too bitter, that's going to be very good. But Micro USB is joining us. He thinks you should go.
Hi,
dude, Micro, it's 2 a.m., dude. We are all fucking going to bed. It is fucking 2 a.m.
You are loved, Micro. Believe me, Micro, you are loved.
Micro, ultra,
you are loved.
sexy boy.
These symbols of my games.
And again, some people think USB stands for Universal Serial Bus. For our man here, it's ultra sexy boy. That is what it is. Okay, but it is. It's actually it's fucking 2 a.m. I'm gonna go to bed. I'm gonna try and put my headgear on my CPAP machine. I think it's kind of fucked up. I actually have an appointment at 10:30 a.m. to go and see the dude because I think there's something wrong with my machine.
Yeah, dude. Like it.
But I'm going to try it. So I've set an alarm for like 9, and I did actually tell Mrs. Angry, if you see me not being conscious at 9:30 a.m., poke me, because I literally need to go and see this dude at 10:30 and say,
we won't live in shit.
Can you fix my breathing machine? Because I need my breathing machine to work.
It's a crazy thing, right?
Yeah.
Hey, nobody.
Yep.
When you are done with your official duties tomorrow, would you mind giving me a tap on the shoulder and we'll chat?
Tomorrow being Saturday. Oh, well, technically tomorrow being Sunday, I suppose.
Yeah.
Wait, so what do you mean? Do you mean
Which
do you
day
mean you want to catch up with
day do you want to
nobody?
talk?
I want to catch up with nobody and have a chat because we've got some things to organise.
On Saturday, on Sunday. That's what we're saying.
Either, whatever's good for him.
All right.
Let me check my calendar if my friend will talk to me.
All right. You all can sort that out because it's literally
I do not have anything much for Saturday, which is technically today.
It is. No, it's today because it's 2 a.m. It's today. It's definitely today. Look, dude. Although I am actually quite awake, I am trying to preserve.
You are fucked. I can
of
see
my
the
Saturday.
symbols, and I have read the signs. You and I need to talk, but let's do that at another time after you've come back from the doctor. Maybe Sunday, Monday.
Well,
all right. So we're checking out Sunday night. The plan is a fun Halloween live stream where possibly Nettie and myself and Abigail are all in the same physical space. We'll see what happens. But y'all take care. I'm gonna go to bed and see if I can wake up in the morning. But we'll see what
Indeed.
happens.
Do that thing.
So you all take care. See